A glimpse of fire could be seen inside Victor's eyes as he glared at Bryan. As if his good mood had gone, he slowly let go of Sophia and stepped toward Bryan. "Why so calm, Alpha Bryan?" A smirk formed on Bryan's lips. He looked sinister, which shook many of them. As if he were trying to rein in his anger, Victor clenched his jaw tightly. "If you had crossed the border that night, you would not be here smirking like this." Bryan sneered at him. In their own realms, every alpha reigns supreme. But everyone knows who the real king is, and who is a tempted beast. Sophia was too shocked to react. She could hear their conversation in low tones. She could see Victor was losing his temper. She had never seen him get out of control like this. So before Victor could do something foolish, she held his hand and said, "Victor, calm down." Bryan's eyes immediately turned back to Sophia as his lips curled, fading the smirk. He looked down at her hand, which was holding Victor's. Victor looked at Sophia and sighed. He smiled at her as if he had not been mad just a few seconds ago. "Let's enjoy the party. It's a celebration for us, isn't it?" Sophia blinked her eyes. She had no idea how to react. She gave him a nod. Then, she walked away while holding Victor's hand. Bryan stared at her until she returned to her friends. He shifted his gaze away from Sophia when he heard Mila's voice. He looked at the guests and said, "Continue the party." With terrified faces, everyone turned their attention away from the two alphas. Very soon, the hall returned to normal. People began to enjoy the party once more, this time with two celebrations. Meanwhile, Sophia wanted to speak with Victor about his announcement, but it looked like he was avoiding the discussion. He went to his pack's people and started talking to them. Sophia rubbed her brow in frustration. She did not know the situation would turn out like this. "Sophia, are you really going to marry Alpha Victor?" Sarah asked with a worried face. Sophia remained quiet. She could not say anything to anyone until she spoke with Victor. Nolan held Sophia's hand and spoke in a convincing tone. "Sophia, you are too good for Alpha Victor. He is not our pack's alpha. He has a very bad reputation with women. You should consider your decision." Sophia was speechless. How would she consider anything when Victor did not even give her the opportunity to decide something? He was the one who made the decision and announced it without asking her. She withdrew her hand from Nolan's grip and mumbled, "I can't say anything right now. Give me some time. I will explain everything later." As Nolan was about to say something, he noticed his sister, Tracy, and her boyfriend, Hector. Because they were Bruce's friends, they got the invitation. Sophia noticed them and told Nolan and Sarah to meet them. "What about you?" Sarah asked her. "I need to get some fresh air right now." "Are you all right, Sophia?" "Yeah, I am fine, I promise." Sarah nodded and walked over to Tracy and Hector, accompanied by Nolan. Sophia knew both of her friends were worried about her. However, right now she did not need anyone but needed to spend some time all alone. Her head was nearly spinning from stress. She looked around before turning left down a hallway. The people around her glanced at her, making her feel awkward. As if she was already their Luna, a few of them even bowed to her. She wondered why they were scared of Victor. Even his own father could not speak in front of him. While she was walking through the hallway, she discovered another smaller hall. It was dark. She looked around, observing the couches through the moonlight streaming through the window. It appeared to be a launch area where alphas could have private conversations. For the evening, all of the lights were turned off because the hall was not going to be used. She moved over to stand close to a window. The fresh wind caused her to close her eyes. She wanted to go to the forest and run for a while. She did not know where her fate was leading her. How would she become the Luna of a pack? How could she leave this pack? What about her family? What about her? Was she okay with it? She liked Victor as a man, but he was not someone she wanted to spend her life with. It would only destroy two lives. He deserved someone who loved and accepted him in their heart. Her eyes glowed an ocean blue when she opened them. As hatred grew in her heart, anger rose in her mind. She believed all of that was happening because of that one man, Bryan Morrison. He was responsible for everything she had to go through. If he had not come into her life and played with her by blackmailing her brother's position, she would not have had to face the time where she had no idea what was going to happen in her life. While she was thinking about what to say to Victor, a hand grabbed her arm and turned her around. Her eyes returned to black in surprise, and she gasped as her back was pressed hard against the wall next to the window. She saw a pair of red, fierce eyes looking at her. They were extremely close to her. It was as if they would hunt her alive. She composed herself and faced the man with those eyes without a trace of fear. "Alpha Bryan?" She muttered in an indifferent tone, as if he were no one to her but only the head alpha of her pack. Bryan gazed into her cold eyes. Without saying anything to her, he stared at her. Sophia did not break eye contact as she asked, "Why are you here, Alpha?" "You should enjoy the celebration. Your wedding is in just 1 month." She felt his hands tighten around her arms. She grinned at him. "What happened, Alpha Bry?" Bryan moved closer to her, which interrupted her. Her breath hitched in her throat as she blinked her eyes. His cold breath touched her face as he spoke. "So you are mateless, huh?" Sophia raised a brow when she heard Bryan. Under her breath, she murmured, as if amused, "You are indeed a very strong man, Bryan Morrison, but I can't ignore how shameless you are as well." Bryan clenched his jaw as his eyes fixed on her face. He was trying to control his rage. He was mad at her for holding another man's hand, giving another man the right to touch her, and agreeing to be with another man. "I asked you something. Are you mateless?" Sophia gave him the impression of a fearless woman who did not have any fear. Her eyes became colder as she responded, "Yes, I am mateless." He glared at her, tightened his fists, and almost forgot that he was holding her arms. When she hissed in pain, he immediately relaxed his grip. She closed her eyes and shook her head. "Alpha Bryan, all you can do is hurt me, but I am used to it." She opened her eyes and looked into his, then asked, "You only want to hear the answer that fits your needs." She paused for a moment, then smirked at him. "Am I right, mate?" Hearing her call him mate felt blissful to his ears. His eyes softened as they turned black. This woman's every word and action had such an impact on him that he struggled to control himself in front of others. He hated it. He despised the fact that someone else controlled him. "Why are you doing this?" he asked in a soft tone, moving closer to her. She did not move a little bit. Isn't this what I asked you a year ago? Why are you doing this? I cannot believe how fast the table turns. Don't you think so?" She looked in a cheerful mood, as if she were thrilled to be in this moment. Bryan froze as he remembered what she had said to him a year ago. Indeed, this was exactly what she asked him. "I know why you are doing this. You want to destroy me, right?" he muttered in displeasure. She stared at him without replying. Usually, he did not like anyone's silence when he asked them anything. However, right now, he liked her silence. There was some hope that the answer would be no. Perhaps she did not want that. His eyes slowly stroked her beautiful face. The moonlight glowed on her face as if she were the moon child that every alpha was looking for. He realized that he had not been with this woman for a year. She had changed a lot. Her beauty, behavior, and personality all changed in just a year. He delicately ran his fingers over her bare arms. His touch caused her eyes to slowly close, which satisfied him. When he realized she was still reacting the same way she had before, a grin appeared in the corner of his lips. She had not forgotten the feeling of his touch yet. When he leaned down and moved closer to her ear, his nose brushed her cheek. It made her heart race faster. He closed his eyes and whispered in her ear, "That man is not right for you." His deep voice caused Sophia to open her eyes immediately, as if she had just realized that she almost got lost in his charms. She immediately pushed against his chest. Bryan did not move slightly. He just shifted his head to look at her. "Stay away from him." He did not mind how Sophia was looking at her with an angry face. If there had been another person in her position, he would have pulled their eyes out for their audacity. However, it was Sophia. He could never think of doing anything to her. Even he did not know why he gave this woman such power to do whatever she wanted. "It is you who should stay away from me," she muttered angrily. He smirked at him. "What do you think? Will I let you go if you give me this angry look?" She gulped as he placed both of his arms beside her head, trapping her between his arms. "Bryan Morrison, if you keep getting closer to me, I will kill you," she said in a furious tone. He scoffed at her when she challenged him. It made him go even closer to her. He almost pressed his body against hers. There were only a few inches separating them. You can give these warnings to that man, not me. I am Bryan Morrison, not that newly crowned alpha, Victor Laurent. She took a pause as if stunned by his words. You have 1 month to clean up this mess. Just tell that man you don't want to marry him. After a long time of silence, she began to laugh like a madwoman. She shook her head as if she could not believe it. Why would I do that? Why would I call off that marriage? Oh, wait, to become Alpha Bryan's mistress? To let him play with my body and satisfy his desire? Bryan did not like how she said that. Her words enraged him, and he asked, Didn't I let you go and let you live peacefully? I did not force you to do anything. Then why are you getting in my way? Your way? What's your way? Now, I cannot move on with another man in my life and have a husband like any other woman, she inquired with an innocent expression. No, he answered directly. There was no room for a sugar-coating. Sophia's eyes blazed with fame as she pushed him with both hands. It was powerful enough to move him a few steps. Her actions stunned him. She glared at him and said, I have already told you how much I hate you. Just marry that woman and be happy. If you come in my way and dare to touch my man in order to hurt him or plan to cancel the wedding, I will reveal the truth in front of everyone that I have been hiding for the past 2 years. Sophia could not believe how this man had almost captivated her again just a few minutes ago. She did not understand where he got so much confidence to come to talk to her after everything he had done to her. She reminded herself that she hated him, his touch, and his existence. She warned him to stay away from Victor. A frown appeared on Bryan's face as he let out a low growl. Your man? Dare to call him that again? She was puzzled. Was that the only thing he heard over all that she had just said? He is not only my man, but also my future alpha, husband, and mate, because I will let him mark me after the wedding. Stop saying all these things. Don't force me to. She walked past him while mumbling, I don't care about your warning. I have nothing to do with you. Bryan grabbed her arm and turned her to face him. That man is not good for you. He is not the person you are thinking of. He is evil. Sophia could not help but chuckle. And you are a saint? He was taken aback by her question. He took a deep breath and let out, You don't get what is going on, Sophia Burge. I don't want to know either. I will marry him for sure. He is my boyfriend, and I said he likes me a lot. He is not someone who will make me his mistress, but rather someone who will give me something that my mate could never give. It's not only Luna's position, but also the name of the relationship that will give me respect in front of everyone. He will not make me another woman in a married couple, but the main reason is that he made me forget the man I once loved. Bryan stared at her. His heart was clenching inside, thinking of her with another man. He could never see that. Leave me. I don't want my boyfriend to see me with you like this. I don't want any misunderstanding. He hates you, and so do I. You cannot hate me, he grumbled. I do. Didn't you say I was not qualified to be your enemy? Look at me. Very soon, I will be the Luna of your rival. Bryan's hand tightened as he lost his temper. Sophia struggled to free herself as he grabbed her arms tightly. Let me go, she said a little loudly. Alpha! Sophia froze when she heard her brother's voice. She slowly turned her head to the side. Abraham had just walked into the hall and noticed Bryan holding Sophia like that. Hurrying over to Bryan, he said, Please leave my sister. Bryan did not give a damn about his plea, as his eyes were fixed on Sophia. He had a furious look. His eyes were so dark that they could devour anyone in the darkness. Alpha, I am asking for an apology. Please don't hurt her. Abraham nearly trembled in his voice. Though he was Bryan's gamma, he did not have the same relationship with him as Robert and Edgar, allowing him to speak to him informally. He was only his gamma, not one of his friends. Brother, Sophia mumbled. She was surprised to see her brother come to her rescue. After all the humiliation he had to go through for her, he still cared for her and apologized to his alpha for letting her go. She felt emotional, but she did not want to show her emotions in front of the other man, who was digging her eyes at her. Alpha, please, I beg you. Brother, don't beg him. He doesn't deserve it. Abraham expressed his dissatisfaction to Sophia by looking at her and saying, Let me talk to him. He was afraid that Bryan would kill Sophia. How could someone from his pack agree to marry his rival Alpha? Not only that, but it was his very own Gamma's sister. Bryan shut his eyes in rage and let go of Sophia's arms. As soon as he finally let her go, she took a few steps back. At that moment, Abraham immediately bowed to Bryan and said, "You can punish me. I am ready for any punishment." Sophia's eyes widened. She approached Abraham and grabbed his arm to turn him toward her. "Why are you saying this, brother? Do you think he is our Lord? No way. He can't do anything if we all stop obeying him. He is nothing more than a coward. I am sorry to say that you chose the wrong Alpha for admiration. We should have left this pack after Dad's death if we knew we had to obey this kind of Alpha." "Sophia!" Abraham yelled at her. She flinched. She took a few steps back after removing her hands from his arm. "You always scold me because of this man," she said to Abraham while pointing her finger at Bryan. Bryan stared at her without moving his eyes for a single second. "For God's sake, Sophia, stop all of this. You have already messed up so many things by agreeing to be Alpha's Luna, whom we despise the most," Abraham told her. Sophia nodded her head and turned her head to look at Bryan. "You think this man is perfect, right? Do you even know your Alpha's reality?" "What reality?" Abraham asked in confusion. Sophia folded her hands against her chest and answered, "Brother, didn't he tell you that he would discuss the maidabond after the party? The wedding date is set and confirmed for next month. Now ask him what he wanted to say." Abraham glanced at Bryan and asked, "Alpha, you told me that? The mate bond is unbreakable." "I lied to you," Bryan said in a cold tone without moving his gaze away from Sophia. Abraham's brows lifted in shock. "What are you saying, Alpha?" Sophia scoffed as she said, "Alpha? So much respect? Does he even deserve it? Isn't he going to marry another woman instead of his own mate?" Abraham shook his head. "Sophia, there must be something. Let me talk to him." "No, brother, you don't know this man." She looked into Bryan's eyes and mumbled, "He considers your sister a very lowly woman." Her voice caught in her throat as she could not say those words in front of her brother, but she was not going to stop tonight. She took a shaky breath and continued, "He wanted your sister to be his mistress so that she could not go around and reveal the truth about the maidabond to others." Abraham could not believe what he had just heard. It hit him like a blow to the heart. His heart trembled. His knees were trembling and his eyes were wide. He slowly turned his head away from Sophia and looked at Bryan. His fear that what his sister was saying might be true grew when he saw his Alpha's cold face, but he still did not believe it. With a shaken voice, he asked, "Alpha, what is she talking about?" Sophia gave a disbelieving shake of her head, as though she were shocked that he was still holding faith in his Alpha. "Alpha?" he asked again. Bryan answered, keeping his gaze fixed on Sophia. "It's true. I asked her to be my mistress a year ago." Abraham was shocked beyond words. His heart clenched inside, and rage rose in his mind. He was losing his cool as a brother, but his wolf was keeping him under control as a Gamma. Abraham took a step back as if he had lost everything. He looked at his sister, who was staring at him with pain in her eyes. Abaram's eyes became blurry because he did not know how to react. Sophia rushed to him. "Be brother," she mumbled. She was stunned to see his reaction. For the first time, he looked at her with a pale and broken expression. He did not even look like this when he lost his position 2 years ago, or when his mother became ill. He looked like he had failed at something. Sophia thought about it and decided not to say anything more. She could not tell him about the deal that she made with Bryan about his position. She could not tell him about how he had made her his slave 1 year ago. She could not tell him how he played with her heart. It was because she did not want his brother to abandon his position for her. If he found out she had to spend nights with his Alpha in order to secure his position, his brother would break down. All of his confidence would shatter like glass, which she did not want. Abraham suddenly yanked her grip and walked over to Bryan. He grabbed his collar in rage. "How dare you? How could you even consider offering that to my sister? Do you think she is just a woman with whom you can play whenever you want? My sister was devastated by your brother, and now you." Though Abraham was the Gamma of the pack, right now, he was a brother. He dared to speak to his Alpha in such a way, despite the wolf inside of him growling. But he caged him inside. Gamma Abraham! There was a loud growl coming from the hallway entrance. All the lights switched on, and 3 men rushed toward Abraham. It was Beta Robert who growled at Abraham. Delta Edger pulled Abraham away from Bryan and punched him hard. "Brother!" Sophia ran to her brother and touched his swollen cheek, but Abraham lost his temper. His glowing eyes swept over every official standing beside their alpha. He dared to disobey their alpha, and for that, they were furious with him. Ask him why he did that. My sister was living a good life. What made him break her that way? Did he think my sister is a plaything? Abraham asked furiously. Beta Robert glared at Abraham and muttered, "Have you completely lost your mind, Gamma? Did you have the audacity to touch the collar of our alpha? Aren't you here for protection? Do you want to die for the disrespect?" Sophia frowned at Beta Robert. "Don't scold my brother. Your alpha is the one who has been deceiving my brother this whole time. He betrayed his own Gamma. He was giving him false hope and doing whatever he needed to gain power." Sophia's eyes were filled with rage. The hatred that she felt for Bryan was plainly visible in her eyes. A furious expression appeared on Robert's face as he turned his head toward Bryan. "Are you going to listen to this shit? Don't you think you should say something? I have heard everything. You did not say a word to her. How can someone talk to their head alpha like this?" Bryan blinked his eyes as if he had just come back to reality. It was as though he had been lost in a maze. All this time he was observing only one thing, and that was how much that woman hated him. She was speaking like a wild beast. Her words were like arrows, piercing his heart one after another. He shifted his gaze to Abraham, who appeared angry at him. Abraham had never shown anger toward him. It was below the belt. "Calm down, Gamma," Bryan commanded with his alpha voice as his eyes turned red. Abraham clenched his teeth as he lowered his head. It was his wolf who submitted to his alpha. He had no control over it now. "Go back to your home. I will speak with you later," Bryan said, turning away. His eyes met Sophia's furious orbs. He parted his lips to say something, but then pursed them when he could not let out any words. Abraham grabbed Sophia's hand and left the hall. He was mad at himself. He had no idea why everything had turned out like this. He had been with Bryan for a few years. He had never seen Bryan with any other woman besides Mila. He used to think Bryan was a loyal man to his fiancée. "Where are you taking her?" Victor's voice halted Abraham's steps when he was about to walk out of the party hall. They drew the attention of others at the party. Sophia slowly released her brother's grip on her hand and said, "Brother, come down." Victor walked over to them. "I asked you something. Where are you taking her?" Abraham gave Victor a fierce look. "Do I need to answer you?" "Of course, you have to," Victor replied, giving him a look. "You are not my alpha, but she is my future Luna. You can't take her anywhere." Sophia glanced at Victor before turning to face her brother. "Brother, you go ahead. I'm coming." Abraham averted his gaze from Victor and left the party hall. Sophia turned to Victor and saw his frowning expression. "I am leaving right now." Victor grabbed her hand and pulled her close to him. "You cannot leave now." Sophia was stunned by his response. With a glare in his direction, she yanked her hand away from him. "What you did today went beyond my expectations. I would have talked to you right now, but I have to go see my brother." "That is not what you will decide." Sophia was dumbfounded. She went closer to him and muttered, "Don't try to mess with me. What did you think? Your Luna's announcement will make me happy, and I will submit to you?" His eyes became still as he murmured, "I was only teasing you. You can go with your brother." "I don't know what's wrong with you. Why can't you just tell her what her boundaries are? She always speaks to you disrespectfully." Beta Robert's irate voice echoed throughout the study room. He was in Bryan's home study with the other 2 officials to have a conversation with Bryan. The moment Sophia left the party, they did not continue to stay there any longer, and they left as well. Bryan's family and Mila's parents tried to stop Bryan, but he did not even remain there for 10 minutes. Mila requested that he at least wait for the dinner, but he did not listen to her. "If you will allow it, let me speak with Sophia. I will make her understand that what she is doing is not right. The past is past, and she should move on. Revenge is not a way," Delta Edger said. Theta Noble nodded his head in agreement. However, their alpha was silent. In fact, he fell silent as soon as Sophia left his sight. "Are you going to speak or not?" Robert asked with a frustrating tone. He had a long night tonight. He was terrified because of the man sitting on the couch in front of him. He was afraid that he would lose control. His fear was that Bryan would attack Victor after the conversation he had with Sophia and Abraham. However, to his surprise, Bryan was calm all the way. He did not even glance at Victor and left the party hall with a blank face. Suddenly, someone flung the door open in the study room. "Brother." It was Bruce. He looked really mad. Robert rubbed his forehead. He glanced at Theta Noble and muttered, "Didn't I tell you to stop him from going to the party?" "I tried. I believe his friends informed him about what happened at the party," Theta Noble replied. Meanwhile, Bryan was listening to everyone in silence. He ignored his officials' gazes and focused on Bruce. He spoke for the first time since returning home. "What?" Bruce walked inside and replied, "What am I hearing? Sophia is going to marry Alpha Victor? How is that even possible?" With a clam face, Bryan replied, "You heard right. She is the soon-to-be Luna of the Moon Valley Pack." Bruce's eyes widened. He shook his head with a disgusted face. "How could you allow all of this to happen?" Bryan raised a brow and asked, "Now, what do you want me to do?" Bruce was about to say something, but then he paused. He looked into his brother's eyes and then let out a chuckle. "I also heard about what you did at the party, brother. I heard how you reacted." After diverting his attention away from Bruce, Bryan reached out and grabbed the packet of cigarettes that was sitting on the tea table in front of him. He lit a cigarette and inhaled the smoke. "I have a history with that man. I don't like him. That's why I wanted to stop it. But it looks like both of them want this marriage." Bruce smirked at his big brother. "Brother, I had to sacrifice my love for you. Now the karma is returning to you. I know you don't want to share her with anyone. You want to keep her for yourself. But you can't stop the wedding now. Everything has already been announced." Bryan's fingers around the cigarette froze and his eyes darkened. He glared at his brother. "Just because of Mom and Dad, I am letting you go today. Don't dare speak to me in that way ever again." His deep voice shook everyone in the study room. He had gotten back to himself. Bruce dropped his head and clenched his jaw. He was mad at his brother. He did not let him get close to Sophia, but now he had to give her up to another alpha. He turned around and stormed out of the study room in fury. Bryan turned his gaze at Theta Noble and said, "Go and see if he does anything stupid." "Yes, Alpha." Theta Noble exited the study room and followed Bruce. After a long silence, Delta Edger spoke up. "Bryan." After brushing the ash from the smoke onto the ashtray, Bryan turned his attention to them. Taking a deep breath, Delta Edger uttered, "Your silence is killing us, bro." Beta Robert shook his head and muttered, "Why can't you just accept it already? How long will you behave like this?" Bryan ignored his remarks and looked away from them. He got up from the couch and walked to the window beside the couch. He stood near the window. It brought back memories of the time when he followed Sophia and saw her standing close to the window earlier tonight. He could not put her out of his mind. His friends stared at his back for a while. They were at a loss for words with him. Still, they tried to talk to him. "Everything is messed up, Bryan. Victo." Bryan interrupted Edger, saying, "I don't want to remind him of the past. For that one incident, I went calm and changed myself over the years. But if he keeps pushing my boundaries, I'm not sure how long I will be able to control myself." Robert and Edger exchanged a glance. Edger walked towards Bryan and said, "We don't know what to say." Robert shook his head and asked Bryan, "Why can't you just clarify to us what you want? It is heating up. As your beta, I am not sure what to do. That man is just getting on my nerves." "What will we do to Sophia?" Edger asked carefully. Bryan frowned as he gazed at Edger. The two men were nervous. Robert approached Bryan and said, "You never let your own brother escape your punishment. But today, you let go of Abraham just because of Sophia. How long will you tolerate her disrespecting you? Should we teach her a lesson and burst the bubble she lives in?" Bryan turned around to look outside the window. The forest view and the long trees caught his attention. He could not help but scoff in his mind. Disrespectful? She even dared to slap him a year ago, and he did not hurt her. In fact, he had rushed to save her from the orphanage in a single call. He let out a sigh and muttered, "She may be naive, but she is mine. No one is allowed to hurt my woman." "Your woman? Bryan, she is your mate, but she is not behaving like your woman anymore," Robert said as he walked to the couch. He took a seat and lit a cigarette, concerned about everything that appeared to be slipping through their fingers. It was not only about their lives, but also the future of the Nightshade Pack. He offered Delta a cigarette. Edgar shook his head in denial. Edgar glanced at Bryan one last time, who was busy looking outside. "I'm leaving," Edgar said and left. So it was only Robert and Bryan in the study room. While smoking, Robert stared at his best friend. For him, Bryan was not only his alpha, but also a man whom he could admire his whole life. Since he and Edgar had been Bryan's friends since childhood, they had known each other for a very long time. Robert had been observing everything for years. He only witnessed Bryan change himself once, and that was a few years ago. That time was a very difficult time for the Nightshade Pack, and even Alpha Harry was worried as hell. Bryan Morrison, on the other hand, was a young blood who sorted out every mess he had made. He not only saved himself, but the whole pack. Even though the years had passed, the memories remained ingrained in each and every one of their minds. As a recollection of the past came to his mind, he let out a long, deep puff. It was the time when Bryan was not even their alpha's leader. He was a young man known for his aggressive nature. He was not as calm as he preferred to be right now. He always had a smirk on his face and enjoyed living the life he desired. There was no concern for the pack or his future, despite the fact that he knew he was the alpha for whom his pack had been waiting for many years. That was the real Alpha Bryan, whom everyone was terrified of. Only a few people could encounter that man, and most of them did not survive after that. Fighters of the Nightshade Pack were only able to catch a glimpse of that face during the time of the war. Robert lowered his head as he did not want to remember that man anymore. His best friend had transformed into a very calm man who was responsible for his pack. This man knew how to handle every situation, no matter if it was in the cruelest way. "You know you have feelings for her. How long will you resist it, Bryan?" Robert asked out of nowhere. Bryan's brows knitted in response to his question. He crashed the cigarette butt against the window frame and muttered under his breath, "Don't be delusional." Robert let out a sigh of defeat, knowing he had no choice but to confront Bryan about it. "That night in your office, you said there was no other reason, but I know the reason. Why don't you just accept what you are feeling? How much longer will you deceive yourself?" Bryan's calm face darkened as he turned to face his beta, but Robert did not shut his mouth and said, "You can stop others from giving that look, but I am your best friend. I know you more than anyone else." Bryan did not move his eyes away from him, but his look was enough to indicate that he did not want to talk about it. Robert stood up and continued, "Bryan, deceiving yourself can be the only reason for defeat in a war. It was your words from a few years ago. Why are you taking a step back from your own words?" Robert kept pushing him to understand his feelings. He wanted to tell him that what he was doing was not because of the Maida bond, but because of the feelings he had for Sophia. He had noticed a change in him since Sophia entered his life. She was the only woman who could move his best friend's heart, making him realize that he also had a heart. "Go back to the pack house. I don't have time to discuss this nonsense." After saying that, Bryan walked toward the door to leave the study room. Robert dashed to stop him as he grabbed the doorknob. Bryan scowled at him. "Now what?" "I didn't get your answer, buddy. I think you forgot your position, Beta. You can't push me by saying these things. I want to know how long you will behave like this. At least for once, listen to your heart. I know nothing will change, but you can take a breath of relief after accepting it." Bryan turned away from him and shook his head. "You are misunderstanding my actions. I am giving her all the facilities because she is my mate." Robert scoffed upon hearing him. "Is that so? Then why didn't you kill her when you found out she was your mate? You had the opportunity to change everything on her 18th birthday, the night you learned about it. Killing was not a big deal for you, was it?" Bryan froze when he heard Robert's words. Robert grabbed his arm and turned him around to face him. Bro, why are you lying to yourself? Or you are just lying to us that you don't love? No, I don't. Bryan yelled at Robert as he yanked his arm in anger. His eyes turned red in rage as he glared at his best friend. I don't love her. I can't love her. I can't love anyone. I can't make anyone my weakness, and you know that. Robert smiled at him, seemingly relieved. You already know you love her. I said I don't. You love her, and that's why you wanted her as your mistress, so that you wouldn't have to leave her. If not, why did you approach her? There are so many women dying to be your mistress. But you love her, which is why you continue to let her make mistakes and never express your feelings to her. Bryan clenched his fists as he replied to Robert. Yes, you are right. I love her, but I hurt her so badly that she does not want to be with me anymore. Sophia was lying on the bed, thinking about the conversation she had with her brother. On the way home, Abraham told her that he would step down from his position. She tried her best to make him understand that it was not his fault. He said he could not continue to stick with the man who wanted to use his sister's body instead of giving her a name of respect. Sophia rubbed her forehead as she stared at the ceiling. I think I shouldn't have said those things to my brother. If he resigned from his position, it would be entirely my fault. I made a huge mistake. What will we say to Mom? She shifted left and right on the bed to fall asleep. However, she was unable to sleep and had her eyes wide open. She remembered what had happened tonight. Everything had changed within a few hours. Why did Victor declare something like that? I will tell him to take back his words. She recalled telling Bryan that she was going to marry Victor. She sat up on the bed and shook her head in disbelief. How could I say that? I don't want to be with anyone. Victory is no exception. However, Sophia was so relaxed that she could at least shake Bryan a little. He was helpless in this situation. She could show him how much she despised him. The next day, Sophia had talked to her friends, who were worried about her. They asked if she was really going to marry Victor. Like last night, she did not have any answers. Sophia went to the orphanage around noon. Victor had called her a few times. She told him she would meet him in the evening because she was at the orphanage. Victor said he would pick her up from the orphanage. Don't hit me like this. I am innocent. Ken let out a low yell when Sophia landed a punch on his muscle. I am really mad right now. Take some blows to relieve my stress, Sophia replied, chuckling. Ken gave her a disbelieving expression. You are acting like you are my teacher, and I am your student. Don't speak. Fight me. Ken let out a sigh and began to set his mind to fighting. He attacked her, and she tried to dodge his blows. The fight heated up as Ken became more serious. At the end of the fight, Ken won. Sophia sat down on the ground with sweat all over her body. Ken huffed as he sat with her on the ground. He turned to face her and said, My girlfriend wants to meet you. Sophia frowned when she heard that. Why does she want to meet me? I always talk about you, so she became interested in meeting you. Sophia laughed in response. I bet you tell her all the time about how I beat you. He shook his head and replied, I tell her how a girl came to spread happiness in the orphanage and got trained by me. I have always tried to provide you with the best training sessions. You have the potential to fight against others. It's just that you need to learn to fight in your wolf form. She looked away from Ken and mumbled, I think I don't need that. Ken heard her and asked, Why? She shrugged her shoulders and rose to her feet. Because it's not like I will go to any war and wolves will attack me. I don't need to learn to fight in a war, but only self-defense. When Sophia left the orphanage after taking a shower and changing her clothes, she noticed a car waiting for her outside. Victor rolled down the car window and signaled for her to enter the car. She got into the back seat and sat next to Victor. He was not driving today. He brought his driver with him. The driver started the car as soon as she climbed in. She turned to Victor and asked, Now tell me, why did you change your plan at the last moment? Everything was so fine. Why did you even take that action unnecessarily? Victor's brows furrowed as he spoke. Unnecessarily? I was serious when I announced that. She was stunned. Serious? Serious about what? How can you declare me your future Luna? Didn't you want the position? Who cares what pack you get? The position is still the same. I can assure you that the Moon Valley pack is the biggest pack for you to rule." Sophia stared at him with disappointment in her eyes. This man thought she was doing all those things for power. "Listen, Victor, I can't be your Luna." The driver almost pressed on the brake when he overheard her. Victor glared at the driver, which he noticed through the rearview mirror. The driver gulped and drove the car back to a steady speed. "Just cancel the announcement after going back to your pack. Tell your pack members that I am not good enough to be your Luna. People will not doubt this excuse." Victor chuckled as he shook his head. "You think ruling a pack is an easy game, right? Once the head of Alpha announces his future Luna, it is forbidden to remove her from that position. This law was added years ago to prevent Alphas from changing their Luna over time and giving other women false hope. Only their mates have the power to call off the marriage." "What nonsense." He looked at her and grinned. "It's true. Now you are obligated to be with me. Not even Alpha Bryan can change your fate now. He will never come out as your mate, so there is no way to cancel the wedding." Sophia was shocked. If he was aware of this, why did he make the announcement in the first place? He should have asked her. It was not a game. It was about her whole life. Suddenly a question popped into her head as she questioned him. "What if your mate shows up to cancel it? You will not have any other way." His grin faded as his eyes turned cloudy. He turned away from her and replied, "That's not possible. I am mateless." He took a pause and turned to look at her once again. Then he said, "But I can mark you and claim you as mine." Sophia frowned at Victor. She believed he was lying to her. It was not possible to break the mate bond between Bryan and her. She was mad at Victor. She had no idea how this man could make such a big decision in such a short amount of time. "Why are all of you Alphas like this? Marriage is meaningless to you, right?" she asked. Victor looked at her for a moment before shifting his focus away from her. He turned to look out the window and remained quiet. Sophia did not appreciate his silence. She glanced at the driver and said, "Please drop me off at my house." Victor turned to her right away. "Why do you go to your house? We have just met." She ignored his stare and responded, "You have already messed everything up, Victor. I do not want to marry you. I am no longer interested in any Alphas. I am done with all of you." Victor reached out his hand and touched hers. She quickly moved her hand. "What are you doing?" When he noticed her reaction, he moved in closer. She backed up, almost touching the door with her back. "Victor, what?" His closeness caused her to pause. She blinked at him as he gazed at her. "I have never devoted so much time to a woman. I declared you to be my Luna. I know it surprises you, but I like you, and now you cannot stop me from marrying you." Her lips parted in shock. "Did you just say you like me?" He did not respond, as if he did not have to. He had already answered the question before she asked it. Sophia was astounded by his words and became confused. "You can't like me. We only met a few times. How can you claim that?" He moved closer to her, leaning in with his head down. "I do. Whether you believe it or not, the choice is yours." She stared at him, unable to find words to say. For what reason did he say he liked her? Wasn't he with her to take revenge on Bryan? But again, if he had wanted, he could have stopped everything that Bryan was doing. Then why did he choose to approach her in the first place? Her breath almost caught in her throat when she felt his nose brush against her cheek. She immediately pushed on his chest when it reminded her of Bryan's touch from last night. Her push caused Victor to move back. He was not surprised, as if he had expected it. "How long will you stay away from me, darling?" "Next month is our wedding." "I haven't fixed the date yet. The next month is almost here. Just 2 days remain. Maybe you will not even get the whole month in your hands for the wedding." Reality hit Sophia really hard. She came to the realization that she would have to wed this man regardless of the circumstances. He had just managed to trap her. She shook her head. "I won't marry you." A sly grin appeared on his face as he muttered, "Do you want to try to run away from me? I came so far away from my pack just for you." Her eyes widened. For her? She did not know what was going on or how everything was getting out of her hands. She just wanted to teach Bryan a lesson and hurt him by breaking his arrogance. But why was her confidence getting lowered by the man sitting next to her? "I don't even know you, Alpha Victor," she said with a cold tone. He shrugged his shoulders and took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Sophia saw him lighting a cigarette. She noticed that he held the cigarette differently than Bryan. The smoke he was exhaling reminded her of Bryan. She turned away from Victor, tightening her fists. Everything made her think of Alpha Bryan. She rubbed her forehead in stress as her eyes fell on the landscape outside. After a few minutes, she heard Victor's voice. "You can get to know me. What's a big deal here?" She turned her head to face him. He was smoking calmly, not looking at her. "Know you? How? Forcing myself to like you even if I don't?" He turned and glared at her. "Why are you constantly saying you don't like me? What does he possess that I lack?" She felt uneasy under his stare. He had never given her that stern look before. It was like he was a different man, the man she caught a glimpse of at the party last night. "Who says I still like him? I hate him the most." "Really?" "Yeah." After hearing her reply, he looked into her eyes as if trying to find any glint of fondness for Bryan. His eyebrow shot up as he mocked her. "You are still weak. As far as I know, you don't even know who he is." She was not expecting this. "What do you mean?" She did not know Bryan yet? How did she not know him? He was an arrogant and power-hungry man who could give up his mate for another throne. Was there anything else she should know? Victor's eyes turned red, which took her aback. He muttered in an angry tone, "You are lucky you have not seen his true face yet. He is evil." She let out a sigh, not believing either of the two alphas. "He told me the same thing about you. Now I'm not sure who to believe anymore." He frowned at her and asked, "Don't you think I'm more trustworthy than him? At the very least, I never treated you disrespectfully. You will be the Luna of a pack. What more do you want?" She shook her head in denial. "I never wanted this position, but since my mate is an alpha, I was surprised that he was giving the position of his wife to someone else instead of me. Who wants to be the second woman in her man's life, serving as his mistress? That is something only a greedy woman would want." "I am not that greedy, Alpha Victor." Victor took a deep puff and blew it out of his mouth. The smoke was flying out of the half-opened window next to him. As if he were deeply contemplating something, he hummed and said, "You must intensify your hate for him to be with me. Let me give you another reason to hate him more." After saying that, he turned to her and said, "You don't know what his plan was after marrying Mila. He planned to mark Mila after the wedding." "What?" She could not believe that. Bryan planned to mark Mila? Was this his plan? And here he was, preventing her from getting with another man? He smirked as he observed her reaction. He nodded his head and replied, "Yes, there is a rule that you can't reject, but if you can find a loophole, then there's no rule to accept. He can simply mark someone else, disregarding the deadly impact on his Omega mate's life, and move on without revealing to anyone that you were his mate." Sophia got another blow in her heart when she learned about Bryan's plan. Victor was right. She now had another reason to hate Bryan more. It was extremely difficult for her to get that man out of her heart. He only changed her feelings toward him from love to hatred, but he was still there, which she detested the most. The rage that was bubbling inside her was almost beyond control. She did not tell Victor anything and just told him to drop close to the forest instead of her house. Though Victor wanted to be with her, she told him she would talk to him about their wedding tomorrow. She ran in the forest for a very long time. She was hurt once again, but the pain made her stronger. The rage inside her caused her pure ocean blue eyes to darken in color. She realized it was giving her more strength than before. That night, she made a big decision in her life. She chose to give Victor a chance and move forward in her life. She wanted to kill Bryan as his rival's Luna in a war, just like he had planned to kill her after his wedding with Mila. Marking another woman meant nearly killing your mate. He really wanted her to die. She realized how stupid she was. How could a woman become a Luna unless her alpha marked her? Of course, he had planned to mark Mila. Why did she not think of it before? Bryan kept everything hidden from her brother because he knew he could fool her, but not others. The next few days, the Nightshade Pack was in chaos because Alpha Victor roamed around with his future Luna every single day. People who recognized Alpha Victor were shocked by how he treated Sophia. They thought it was a miracle that he was with only one woman, and even declared her his future wife. Sophia had become the center of attention in every place. At her university, everyone always tried to talk to her, asking how she captured Alpha Victor's heart. She ignored everyone, giving them a grin. She now tried to accept that Victor was the only man she could put her trust in. Victor asked her to accompany him on a visit to his pack before the wedding. She told him that she would talk about it with her mother. Sophia's mother, Hannah Berg, was very unhappy with the wedding. She became more ill after hearing the announcement. She asked Sophia to call Victor at their house so that she could beg him to let her go. Sophia, on the other hand, was shocked to hear that, but she told her mother that she wanted to be with Victor. Her mother had also spoken with Abraham about it, but Abraham was powerless in this matter, so he told his mother that there was no way to cancel the wedding. Abraham was not pleased with Victor either, but after a day at the party, Bryan summoned him to his office and told him that he should not have asked Sophia to be his mistress. However, he stated that he could not cancel his wedding with Mila because it was fixed many years ago. Abraham decided not to make any more decisions for Sophia. He believed it was her life, and he would not interfere again. That day, Abraham informed Bryan that he would resign from his position, but Bryan told him that he would not accept another man as the gamma of his pack, and advised him to keep his personal life separate from the pack's future. Abraham realized that Bryan was only a good alpha leader for a pack, not a good man for a woman. He did not abandon his position for the sake of the pack. In a grand hotel, Victor and Sophia were sitting in a meeting room. "We will soon set the wedding date," Victor said. Victor had a meeting there and asked her to join him. "Good," Sophia replied without any emotion as her eyes wandered around the place. She saw a group of men approaching them. Her brow furrowed as her gaze fell on a familiar man. She seemed to have seen this man somewhere, but she could not remember where. When the group of men approached, they bowed to Victor and took their seats. "I see your Luna is also here," a middle-aged man said, chuckling. Victor glanced at Sophia and said, "She is here to assist his Alpha." "Such a lovely couple! Who expected Alpha Victor to commit to a woman so soon?" Another man said. Sophia looked at each of them with a calm look. She could not identify any of them until Victor said, "They are a few pillars of the Nightshade Pack." Sophia froze in her seat. She gave Victor a puzzled look. "Pillars of this pack?" "Yes," Victor answered with a sly grin. "They are willing to betray their Alpha, darling. Isn't it amazing? They are making our work easier." Sophia raised her eyebrows and turned to face the men. "You are ready to betray Alpha Bryan? What guarantee is there that you will not betray us?" Those men were shocked by her question. They looked at each other, unsure of how to respond to the question. Victor laughed as he said, "My Luna is really intelligent. There is a reason she got such high grades. Now, answer her question before I get bored and kill you all." Those men gulped as they noticed that Alpha Victor was enjoying it. Their eyes were filled with fear that he would actually kill them. "You can rest assured, Alpha Victor," one of them said. Sophia realized there were no men in a pack who were loyal to their Alpha. She could not help but scoff in her mind. "You are so arrogant about your pack, Bryan Morrison. Look at the pillars of your pack sitting in front of me, offering their hands to split it into pieces." After the meeting, Victor received a call from Beta Robert. Sophia cast a glance at Victor as he spoke with Robert. "All right, we will come." When he hung up, Sophia asked him, "What made Beta Robert give you a call?" He looked at her and replied with an impressed grin on his face. "Alpha Bryan organized a family dinner in the pack house. He invited both of us to meet tomorrow night." Sophia looked at herself in the mirror. She wore a well-designed tunic that hung a few inches above her knees. Her beautiful legs were visible, giving her an attractive appearance. She let her hair down while curling it in the lower half. Her delicate makeup did not give her a cakey appearance, but rather a natural and pleasing one. Her pink lips looked soft and matte, almost Satan-like. However, one thing that did not match her look was her eyes. They were not bright but dull. If you looked closely, you could see there was no glint of happiness in them. She appeared to be strong, but she was actually broken on the inside. She did not want to mend her broken heart. Instead, She wanted to feel the pain, which reminded her of her hatred for the man who ended her life. She grabbed her bag and was about to get her phone, which was lying on the bed. Her phone began to ring, which caused her to think that it was her fiancé. Without looking at the contact number, she received the call. "Hello, Sophia." Ken's voice paused her as she was about to go get a pair of high heels. "Ken, Sophia, are you free today?" "No, I am going to the pack house." "Why? Is everything okay in the orphanage?" she asked with worry. "Everything is all right there. I was just asking for your time. It's been a few days since our last training session." She understood why he was asking for her time. It was because he wanted to introduce his girlfriend to her. The last few days were difficult for Sophia, so she could not go to the orphanage to meet the children or get training from Ken. "How is she?" "She is fine. If you are not willing to meet her, then—" "Of course I'm willing to meet her, Ken. She is your girlfriend. I will meet her tomorrow. Is it okay with you?" "Are you sure?" "Yeah." After talking with Ken, she put on heels and exited her room. Sophia realized she had also lost contact with her best friends. She could not get in touch with Sophia or Nolan much these days. However, she believed it was helping her adjust to the new lifestyle because she was leaving the pack soon. She had not talked to her mother about it yet. She was confused about whether she would take her mother with her to the Moon Valley pack after the wedding or not. She had a feeling her brother would disagree. But her mother was seriously ill, so if she went with her, she could take care of her. Sophia heard a deep voice as she made her way to the living room. "Why are you so upset? I won't eat your daughter alive." She took a slow step down as she noticed the man sitting on the couch, speaking to her mother. Victor came to pick her up from her home. Her mother lowered her head without letting out a single word. Sophia did not like it when her mother reacted like that toward Victor. Victor's eyes met Sophia's as he said, "She is going to be my Luna. Anyway, I have no choice but to take care of her." Sophia turned away from him and walked toward her mother. She hugged her and said, "Eat your dinner on time and remember to take your medication. I will come back after dinner." Her mother nodded her head. She did not look happy at all. Sophia was aware of this, but she had no other options at the time. She believed that marrying Victor would be the best option for her. Victor rose from the couch and extended his hand to Sophia. She accepted his hand and left her house. Victor's driver opened the door for them, and they got inside. When the driver started the car, Victor turned his head to Sophia and said, "You gotta be kidding me. Why are you dressed like this? To kill me?" Sophia looked at him. She frowned when he saw that his eyes were on her bare legs. She placed her bag on her legs and replied, "I thought it would look nice for dinner." He moved closer, which caught her off guard. These days, he always tried to get closer to her. But she always gave him stern looks to make him move away from her. "One day, you and your killer looks will make us end up in bed before the wedding," he whispered. Sophia rolled her eyes and mumbled, "That is all you want, ending up in bed." Victor gave a chuckle as he moved away. "Why so scared? I haven't touched you yet." She stared at him. He looked handsome in his expensive suit. However, there was something that always intrigued her, and that was his duality. He had the ability to change his personality whenever he wanted. Sophia had been trying to learn more about him and his pack over the last few days. Nobody could give her accurate information about him. Everyone said the same thing she had read about him. Because the two packs were rivals, they did not have many connections, and the pack members knew very little other than the rumors that circulated. It was as if she could not get to know him unless she went to his pack. "Women say I am good in bed, but then they can never get into bed with someone else," he muttered while looking outside the window. She was bewildered by his statement, but he liked to joke with her most of the time, so she did not take it too seriously. As the car entered the pack house area, Sophia took a deep breath. She did not have any pleasant memories of this pack house. Every time she came here, she was insulted. But she was no longer the Sophia who would accept their humiliations. She got out of the car and took a look around. When she noticed Victor getting out of the car, she began walking toward the pack house. As soon as she entered the pack house, she met Bryan's mother, Bryan Morrison. As if she did not know Sophia was coming, she walked up to her and asked, "What are you doing here?" Sophia lifted her brows in response. But then they relaxed, and a smirk appeared on her lips. "Oh, Aunt Juliana, you must be very upset to see me here, right? But allow me to tell you something." She took a step closer and whispered something in her ear, causing Juliana to widen her eyes. "It would be better if you greeted me with respect, because the person in front of you is not your son's mate, but the future Luna of your rival pack." Sophia moved her head and took a step back to look at Juliana's face. She was satisfied with her stunned expression. Victor walked into the pack house right then. He paused when he saw Sophia standing near the door. He stood next to Sophia and wrapped his arm around her shoulder. "What happened, darling?" Sophia grinned as her eyes fixed on Juliana. Without moving her eyes from Juliana, she replied to Victor, "Nothing. It seems to me that Aunt Juliana is not pleased to see me. Is that so, Mrs. Morrison?" Juliana shifted her gaze to Victor. She frowned at him, but then shook her head. "No." Sophia laughed at Juliana's lie. She turned to look at Victor, and he gave her a sly grin, getting what she was trying to do. "Brother?" Mila's voice reached their ears. Mila moved to the side in a terrible mood. She was not at all happy to see Sophia again. She thought only Victor would come, but she did not expect Sophia to be here. She cast another angry glance at Sophia. "Why doesn't this woman leave my son's life?" she pondered in her head. Meanwhile, Sophia looked at Mila. She stood a long way from them. However, Mila was terrified while looking at Victor, causing Sophia to frown. But she composed herself. Victor walked inside the house along with Sophia. They made their way to Mila. Mila looked at Sophia before turning her gaze to Victor. He raised his hand and placed it on her head. "Oh, my little sister, how are you?" Mila flinched as she took a step backward. I am fine, brother." Sophia observed Mila's expressions. It bothered her as to why this woman looked so afraid. She did not act like that in front of Bryan either. "Brother, please sit. Everyone is in Bryan's office room. I'm going to inform them about your arrival," Mila said, gesturing to him on the couches. Victor gave her a big grin. "Office room? Did they intend to set any conditions? Is that why your fiancé called me here?" "Oh, that clever man." Mila turned around and proceeded to the stairs. Before going upstairs, she glanced at Juliana, who did not seem to be feeling well. "What did you do to her? Why does she look horrified in front of you?" Sophia asked Victor as they were heading to the couches in the large living room. Victor simply shrugged his shoulders. "Her dad is afraid of me. Who is she not to be afraid?" She sat down and gave him a poker face. "What?" he questioned. "When will you start to talk directly? I don't know what's going on in your mind because you always beat around the bush whenever I ask you something." Victor parted his lips to say something, but his gaze shifted behind her. He lifted his gaze upward and leaned closer to her. "What are yo?" Victor cut her off and touched her hair. "Darling, you look wonderful with your hair open. I just want to run my fingers through your hair all the time." She was baffled. She heard someone clearing their throat. She turned her head to see Alpha Lucas and Alpha Harry approaching the couches. Behind them, a man in a black suit descended the stairs with a cold expression. Sophia clenched her jaw when her wolf began to react. She shut her wolf inside and turned her gaze away from, then smiled at Victor without moving his hand. Alpha Harry and Lucas took seats on the couches. Victor looked at Harry and gave him a mock greeting. Alpha Harry is so busy with Alpha Lucas that he must have forgotten that Alpha Lucas is no longer the head alpha of the Moon Valley Pack. Alpha Harry did not mind Victor's words, as if he were prepared to listen to them. He answered in a calm tone, "I have not forgotten about it. Alpha Victor is too preoccupied to enter our house." Victor turned his head and said, "Oh, your son is here." Bryan walked over to the couch and sat across from Sophia and Victor. Sophia cast a glance at him. She realized he was looking at her. However, his eyes appeared to be different to her. There was less darkness in them than other times. On the other hand, Mila came to sit next to Bryan. Her mother followed her, as did Juliana's mother. "Where were you, Miss Laurent?" Victor asked Mila's mother. She gulped and responded, "In the kitchen with Juliana." Victor gave her a cold look which shook the woman. He turned to Sophia and asked, "Do you think she mixed poison into our food, Sophia shook her head. I don't know about her, but I doubt Aunt Juliana can do that. Actually, she doesn't like me very much. So I think. What are you saying? Why would I mix poison? You are making fake accusations against me now, Juliana said in a furious tone. Victor frowned at her. Slow down. You can't talk to my woman with this high pitch. Juliana tightened her fists and shut her mouth while glaring at Sophia. Sophia blinked a few times at Juliana with a sarcastic smile. This woman had slapped her in the past, but she let it go. She had attempted to humiliate her several times, but she also let it go. But she offered her a check and tried to buy her respect. She could not forget it. She remembered how she used to send seductive maids to her son's house to make Bryan lose interest in her. But what about her son? He was much worse than his mother. Like mother, like son, Sophia thought in her head. Bryan was silently observing everything. As everyone revealed their grudges against one another, he shifted his gaze away from Sophia and to Victor. I see. You accepted my invitation and came here. Victor turned his attention to Bryan and replied, Don't underestimate my Luna. Since you invited her as well, she is with me here. I am pleased that Alpha Bryan has accepted my decision. I can't wait to invite you to my wedding. Bryan sneered at him and muttered, That time will tell. Victor scowled at Bryan. Darkness crept into his eyes, indicating that he did not like what Bryan had just said. Time? Of course, time will tell who gains what, Victor replied with a clear voice. Bryan stared at him with a calm face, as if he did not mind his words, which made Victor mad at him. Alpha Lucas cleared his throat and spoke up. Victor, I got a call from our Gamma. Victor frowned when he heard his father. He turned his head to Alpha Lucas and asked, Why did he contact you instead of me? He is very sick. He is unable to continue in his current position. His family was begging me to talk to you. And why are you being so sympathetic to him? His father was my Gamma. I can't see him begging for his son's life like that. Victor rolled his eyes as if he were not impressed by his words. Look who's talking. The man who does not care about his own son is now concerned about other people's sons. Sophia looked at Victor. For the first time, she felt sorry for him. She wondered if what Victor had told her about his father was correct. She suspected that after marrying Mila's mother, Alpha Lucas had treated Victor really badly when he was a child. She reached up and put her hand on Victor's shoulder. He turned his head and glanced at her hand, then met her gaze. In response, she smiled briefly. On the other hand, Bryan shifted his gaze from Victor to Sophia's hand, which she placed on that man's shoulder. It was getting harder for him to remain composed. His heart was pierced by the smile she was flashing at another man. How long is Alpha Victor going to stay in my pack? Doesn't he have his own pack to rule? Perhaps he is a lazy alpha who is only busy with something else rather than thinking about his pack members. Bryan's words caused both Sophia and Victor to turn to him. Bryan did not look at Sophia. Instead, he focused on Victor. Sophia removed her hand from Victor and placed it on her lap. Victor raised a brow at Bryan and asked, What is your hurry, Alpha Bryan? It's not like I am banned in this pack, like how you are banned in the Moon Valley pack. Sophia froze when she heard Victor. Her brows furrowed as she looked at Victor. What? Victor let out a chuckle. Oh, yeah. You may not be aware of it, but your head alpha, Alpha Bryan, the greatest alpha of all time, is banned from the Moon Valley pack. There is a law there that says if he crosses the border, he will be killed immediately. Victor seized every opportunity to mock Bryan with his words. But what caught Sophia's attention was the law in the Moon Valley pack. Why is that? She asked with confusion. Mila's voice rang out as a warning. You are asking too much. You don't need to know. Victor looked at Mila, which interrupted her. Sophia looked at Mila, who looked at Victor with a nervous face. When Sophia glanced at the other people sitting on the couch silently, she noticed they also looked nervous. She wondered what had happened that caused Bryan to be banished from Mila's pack and why they all looked terrified like that. Mila blinked her eyes nervously and shook her head at Victor. Brother, let's not talk about it. Victor's eyes grew darker as he looked at her. His gaze shifted to everyone in the living room. Sophia could not deny that Victor looked scary at that moment. It was as if he was ready to kill everyone there until his eyes came to a halt at Bryan, and his eyes flashed red for a moment. Every pack's alpha wants you to visit their pack at least once during their rule. But I am curious why you were banned from the Moon Valley pack, Alpha Bryan, Victor remarked sarcastically. Bryan did not speak as his eyes were digging into Victor. He could not remain calm as his eyes turned cold. The look in his eyes could kill anyone. Mila gulped as she grasped Bryan's hand. "Bryan, please let it go for tonight." Bryan did not respond to Mila, nor did he turn to look at her. When everyone thought Bryan would burst out in anger, he surprised everyone by letting out a chuckle. His laugh was so dark that it shook everyone in the room. Shaking his head, he answered Victor, "I see that you have forgotten everything and moved on. It's a really good thing for you. But why do you wonder why I got banned from your pack? Do you want me to remind you again?" Victor clenched his jaw as his fists tightened in anger. Rage was clearly visible in his eyes. Sophia did not understand what was going on between the two alphas. It bothered her that she had no idea what they were talking about. She noticed Victor move as if he were about to stand up and attack Bryan. She quickly grabbed his arm and rubbed it gently. "Victor, calm down," she whispered. Victor's hand was shaking in anger, which she could feel while holding it. She did not know how to make that man relax. She did not want to get into any fights right there. She looked at the elder, who looked good for nothing to her. Why did they not intervene when they noticed the young people were fighting verbally? That was something they should have done. "We came here for dinner. Hope we can do that peacefully," Sophia said to others and looked at Bryan. Bryan watched how she was calming Victor. He did not like that at all. At that time, Bryan's officials entered the pack house. They made their way towards Bryan. Beta Robert glanced at Victor, then told Bryan, "Alpha, we completed the paperwork. You need to sign and seal it once the other party signs." When Victor heard that, he scoffed. "I had a feeling that something was up. Otherwise, why would Alpha Bryan call me here for dinner?" Bryan grabbed the file that his officials handed him and read it. After finishing the file, he looked at Victor and said, "As the head alpha of her pack, I set a condition for her marriage." Sophia was stunned when she heard Bryan mention a condition. "Condition? What condition?" she asked with confusion. She turned to face her brother Abraham, who was also present along with the other officials. He did not look mad, upset, or angry. He looked indifferent, as if he did not care. She remembered her brother apologizing to her, saying that he had done the wrong thing by preventing her from living her life. He was clearly unhappy with the marriage, but he also stated that he would not stop her. He would give her the freedom to choose her own path. "I already knew it. Didn't I say he called me here for a business plan? Terms and conditions are what Alpha Bryan is made of," Victor said, laughing. Bryan looked at his officials. Theta Nobel gave a nod and turned to Alpha Victor. "It is not a business plan, but rather a personal condition." "What personal condition?" Victor asked with a frown. Delta Edger cast a glance at Sophia, who looked puzzled. He moved his gaze to Victor and said, "You can't marry her forcefully." Everyone was taken aback because they were unaware of the condition. They gave it some thought, wondering if Victor was really forcing Sophia to marry him. But didn't she look happy with the decision? Then why did Bryan set such a condition? Sophia looked at her brother and said, "Brother, you know I agreed to this decision." "Then why the condition?" Abraham responded calmly, "We never know. Maybe you are lying to us because he is forcing you. He is our rival Alpha, and we can't trust your life with him. But if you yourself want to marry him, then we have no say there." "Do you think your sister is unwilling to marry me?" Victor asked, glaring at Abraham. Abraham shrugged his shoulders and asked, "Why are you even opposing the condition? Didn't you claim you like her and she likes you too at the party?" Bryan leaned his back against the couch and muttered, "Perhaps he is afraid that despite the announcement she will not marry him or will flee." Sophia frowned at Bryan and said with a cold tone, "I will marry him. He is not forcing me. It is entirely my decision. And yes, I do like him, so there is no way I would back out of the marriage." Bryan raised a brow and asked, "Is that so? Then tell your fiancé to sign. He doesn't look confident in you. Maybe he doesn't trust you. Is it called the likeness you mentioned that night? Sophia tightened her fists and stared at Bryan angrily. She wondered what he wanted. She inhaled deeply before turning to face Victor. I don't know if you can trust Mem. I'll sign it, Victor said, looking into her eyes. She was surprised. Did he believe her so much that he was ready to sign a contract even after the announcement? Victor looked at Bryan and said to Sophia, He believes you are so weak that anyone can shake you from marrying a powerful alpha, but he is unaware of your strength. Sophia cast a chilly glance in Bryan's direction. Victor is right. This man thinks I am weak. He is still trying to stop the wedding. How much more will I hate this man? She thought. Bryan stared at Victor for a while without letting out a single word, as if he did not expect him to be ready to sign the contract. What happened, Alpha Bryan? Did you think a contract could stop me from marrying her? Did you expect me to fight over a silly condition? Even if you had included a condition about giving up a few properties, I would have been willing to sign it for her. You don't know me yet, but I know you very well. Sophia was moved deeply by Victor's words. Bryan never gave her this kind of value. In fact, he had sacrificed his mate bond for the throne. Bryan gritted his teeth and warned him. Think about it again, Victor. Victor laughed at seeing how Bryan got mad when his plan did not work. Victor motioned for Robert to give him the file. He did not want to sign such a contract. However, he held the belief that Bryan could not stop the wedding, as he would not reveal himself as Sophia's mate, and there was no chance Sophia would later disagree. Sophia was ready to be his Luna, and he was sure about it. She would never be able to get over her hatred for Bryan. Robert handed the file to Victor. When Victor opened the file, he read the condition. No consequences? He asked as he lifted his gaze from the file and looked at Bryan. There will be no consequences, Robert replied on behalf of Bryan. Victor gave him a derisive look. Reaching for the pen Robert had offered, he was about to sign it when Sophia caught his hand and pulled him away. She looked at Bryan and said, We have already announced our wedding. We don't need to sign to prove anything to anyone. Why did you set this condition? What is it? A love test. Victor turned to her and whispered, If I don't sign it, I can't break his ego. He thinks you still love him. His voice was so low that only she could hear it. She let go of Victor's hand slowly. She stopped loving Bryan a year ago. Now she only hated him. Sophia Berg, that's not my condition. That's your brother's condition, who is also my gamma. I am merely granting his request. Nothing else. If you don't want it, tell your brother, not me, Bryan replied to her coldly. Victor smirked at Bryan. Of course, this has nothing to do with you, because you don't want me to sign it, do you? Isn't it useless? Sophia and I, we both want each other. Abraham glanced at his sister and said to her, I won't stop you from doing anything, but as a brother I have some responsibility. If a man expresses a desire to marry you, I want to make sure he truly wants you by heart. If he really likes you, he will sign it. After reviewing the agreement, Victor signed it. He tossed the file on the coffee table in front of Bryan. Then he shifted his gaze to Abraham. I like your sister, and here is proof. No more discussion today, but since you all made me sign a condition, I made another decision. I hope none of you mind. Even if you mind, I don't care. He wrapped his arm around Sophia and turned his attention back to Bryan. I am going to marry her in 2 weeks. Our wedding ceremony will be on the second Friday of next month. Second week? It is too early to prepare everything, Bryan's mother, Juliana Morrison, stated. Others in the living room agreed with her and nodded their heads, except Bryan Morrison. He was staring at Victor. His eyes reflected rage. Victor was also looking at him. The smirk on his lips was broad. With a sly grin, he showed Bryan, who was defeated. Bryan had no way to stop this wedding. Victor turned to Sophia and moved his hand to stroke her hair. Are you happy with my decision? I hope you do not mind if it is the second or last week, as the wedding is next month. Sophia shook her head in response. She had no problem with anything now. She was ready to marry Victor. However, she was upset because she had to leave this pack. This was where she lived her whole life. Her family was here. She felt bad because if Abraham did not agree, she would have to leave her mother here. Her brother was the gamma of this pack, so he might not be allowed to visit the Moon Valley pack either. Did she choose the right thing to take a step toward Victor in order to destroy a man? She would have to abandon her family for this one vengeance. She glanced at Bryan, and the rage inside her heart was fueled. She could not take any more steps back. She moved far away from the stage. There was no way she would leave him to hang her as his mate forever and let him live happily with his soon-to-be wife. "I am happy," she replied with a smile. Even though the smile was phony, she did her best not to show it. Mila's mother, Bethany Laurent, glanced at Alpha Lucas and signaled him with her eyes toward Bryan. She wanted to set her daughter's wedding date as well. Alpha Lucas shook his head in denial. When others were busy adjusting to the new discussion, Bethany leaned close to him. "Lucas, talk to Alpha Bryan about Mila and his wedding. Let's set the date now." He mentioned the timing of Victor's decision at the party, didn't he? Lucas gripped her hand and patted it. "Calm down, Bethany. We can't do anything in a hurry. Have you forgotten who he is? He is Bryan, not Victor, so we can't talk and make a decision like that." Bethany wrinkled her brow. How long would her daughter have to wait for the wedding? It had been years since Mila's marriage was fixed with Bryan. Every time they tried to speak with Bryan, they had to leave empty-handed because he was not someone they could approach easily. "Push your fear aside and speak with him right now, Lucas. It's about our daughter's life." Bethany was a little too loud to be heard close to the people around her, so Juliana overheard her. "Let me talk to him after dinner," Alpha Lucas said with an assuring tone. Bethany took a quick glance at Bryan before shifting her attention to Mila. Mila looked stunned as she stared at Sophia. She was not pleased with the wedding date. As if she were angry, she stood up from the couch and said to Sophia, "You can't marry him." Everyone was shocked. They turned their attention to Mila. Sophia raised her eyebrows. "Why can't I?" "No, you can't." "Did you say something, little sister?" Victor let out his cold voice. As if Mila realized what she was doing, she immediately looked at Victor with wide eyes. "She doesn't deserve you." Victor shot her a cold look. Bethany got up quickly and went to Mila. She grasped Mila's hand and muttered, "What are you doing? Have you completely lost your mind? Or do you want us to get killed in that man's hands?" "But Mom..." "Shut up." Mila looked at Bryan's mother, who shook her head as if signaling not to speak. Sophia noticed that Mila was unhappy with her marriage to Victor. She did not like how she insulted her again. "Well, you are very deserving of Alpha Bryan. However, I am wondering, after all of your capabilities, why Alpha Lucas has to give up his half-pack to your soon-to-be husband." Mila glared at her upon hearing that. Victor let out a chuckle as if he were impressed by her words. "Sophia, nobody wants us to tie the knot, but still, we will be together in the future. Maybe we will meet them in a war." Sophia nodded in agreement and gave Mila a glare in return. Bryan and his officials remained silent as they observed what was going on around them. They had no say in this. Victor glanced at them and understood that their plan had failed. He stood up and reached out his hand to Sophia. "I think we should leave now." As soon as Sophia held his hand, Bryan got up from the couch and said, "Where are you both going? I summoned you for dinner. Let's have dinner together." After saying that, he began walking toward the dining room. Victor raised an eyebrow. "Are you really in the mood for dinner? I thought you had lost your appetite." Bryan paused in his step and turned to face him. "Since I invited you to my house, I cannot let you leave with an empty mouth, can I?" Sophia did not want to eat dinner here anymore, so she tugged on Victor, saying, "Let's leave already." Victor shook his head. "No, let's have dinner." He pulled her along with him as he made his way to the dining room. Sophia felt annoyed. She did not like how Victor had begun to act dominantly. But he was a head alpha, and right now she could not say anything to him. She let out a sigh and went with him. He pulled out a chair for her, which was a nice gesture. She sat down and he took a seat next to her. As Bryan took the head chair at the table, all the maids hurriedly served the dinner on the table. It was more than just dinner. It was a feast. There were a variety of foods on the table, but no one was in the mood to eat except for Victor. Mila took a seat close to Bryan. Her eyes were focused on Sophia. "How time changes everything. The last time I saw you in this house, you used to call Bryan big brother-in-law," Mila mocked Sophia. Sophia froze as she heard that. Victor noticed it and said sarcastically, "It's okay. I am a few months younger than him. You can still call him that." Sophia was taken aback. She looked at Victor before shifting her gaze to Bryan, whose expression had changed slightly. A grin spread across her face. "I don't mind calling him that. He should not be bothered about it either." She then asked Bryan with a mocking tone, "Am I right, big brother-in-law?" As Bryan did not respond, there was complete silence in the dining room. However, his expression changed as he lifted his gaze from the plate and fixed his eyes on Sophia. He was trying to calm himself, at least till the dinner ended, but Sophia seemed to join hands with Victor to mock him. He set the spoon on the plate and leaned back in his chair. "I remember you are no longer with my younger brother Bruce and this guy." He shifted his gaze to Victor, who continued eating with a satisfied look, and said, "He can't be my brother, so." Sophia caught Bryan's mocking tone as if he were giving it back to her and Victor. She scoffed at him in front of everyone, which shocked the four elders seated at the table. Sophia continued to eat before saying, "It looks like big brother-in-law doesn't like it when I call him that, but I will still call him that." Victor patted her hand gently and asked, "Do you know something interesting?" "What?" she asked. "He's going to marry Mila, and you are going to be my wife. So even if he doesn't want to, you are allowed to call him that." Both Sophia and Victor chuckled together. Bryan's officials were also seated at the table. They kept glancing at their alpha. Abraham looked at his sister as if he were thinking about something. He was lost, trying to find a way to save his sister from the conspiracy around her. He was unhappy with her marriage to Victor, but since Victor had agreed to the contract, it was clear that he wanted his sister to be his Luna. What could a brother want more of? He just wanted his sister to be happy with a responsible man. He was curious whether Victor could do it. Alpha Harry Morrison had been observing everything all these times. He could not understand why Bryan called Victor here and offered a contract with a nonsense condition. It was a baseless contract until Victor rejected it and denied the marriage. What was the point of imposing such a condition when two people agreed to marry each other? Bryan's calm demeanor in front of Victor surprised him. In fact, he even told him to have dinner with him. His gaze shifted slowly to the young woman who had just spoken boldly with his son. No one had ever dared to do that. He had a negative impression of Sophia from the moment they discovered she was Bryan's mate. It was shocking that Bryan was letting her do that. Otherwise, even old alphas were afraid to talk like that to his son. Victor was an exception, as he had a different story with Bryan, so no one could include him in the count. However, who was Sophia to mess up everything in his son's life? "Where is your other son, Alpha Harry?" Victor spoke out. Harry heard Victor's question and glanced at Bryan. Bruce did not attend the party and was not present at the family dinner. He suspected Bryan was behind it. "He's a little busy." "Busy in what?" "He is going to join business very soon." Victor nodded his head, then asked Sophia, "I just missed meeting your ex-boyfriend." Sophia shrugged her shoulders in a careless manner and said loudly, "So what? You can look at big brother-in-law, because his brother is no better than him." Juliana Morrison could not hear more about her son, as she said, "You are lucky that my son is quiet today." Sophia looked at her and smiled with a reply, "And your son is lucky that I remain quiet every day." Mila and her parents became nervous at the thought that Sophia would reveal the Madibond in front of Victor. Alpha Harry gave a stern look to Abraham and said, "Tell your sister to shut." "Dad." Bryan's one word stopped Harry Morrison. He looked at his son. Bryan's gaze was telling him not to say anything to his gamma. Victor was enjoying the family drama as he ate quietly while looking at everyone. Bryan got up from his chair and said, "I'm done here." Sophia glanced at his plate and saw that he had not finished his food. She moved her gaze away from it. Did Bryan lose his appetite? She could not count how many meals she skipped after he abandoned her in the hospital with a broken heart, revealing how little he thought of her. When Bryan exited the living room, all of his officials quickly finished their meals and left. Sophia and Victor also got up and left the pack house. When Sophia got out of the pack house, she let out a deep breath. "Are you okay? Do you feel weaker after meeting him? Victor asked. His words made her realize that she did not feel okay after leaving the pack. She knew it was because of her wolf, but she refused to give in. No, I'm not. That's great. Sophia remained silent throughout the ride, and Victor did not push her to speak to him. He only asked her once if she had any issues with the 2-week decision. She replied that, since he had already decided and announced it to others without consulting her, there was no point in asking her now. Sophia wanted to ask Victor many things tonight, but her wolf was not pleased, so she had to prevent herself from speaking further. After dropping her off at her house, Victor left. Sophia entered her house and checked on her mother, who was soundly sleeping. She proceeded to her bedroom afterward. Instead of changing her clothes, she lay on her bed. She stared at the ceiling for a long time. This was all she wanted, to humiliate Bryan Morrison. Then why was she not feeling happy? She would have to push herself more. Like Victor said, she could not get weaker in front of him. While staring at the ceiling, she didn't even realize when her eyes closed, and she fell asleep. It was midnight when she opened her eyes. All of the lights in her room were turned off. Only the moonlight shining through the window lit up the dark room. Sophia rubbed her eyes and looked around her room until her eyes landed on a man. Her eyes widened in shock. A man was standing beside the window. With one hand tucked into his pocket, he held a cigarette in the other. The smoke around him, along with the moonlight, was glowing. She immediately sat up on the bed and gasped loudly. "You!" The man inhaled the smoke deeply, as his eyes were outside the window. After a few seconds, he let the smoke out of his mouth, blurring his vision in front. He heard Sophia's voice but did not turn to face her. Her shocked voice was telling him that she never expected him to be here. "What are you doing here in my room, Alpha Bryan?" Sophia asked, as she could not believe her eyes. Bryan's eyes grew hazy before becoming clear. His face was glowing in the moonlight. If any woman had seen how he looked under it, she would have wanted to keep watching him. He was the moon child that every Night Shade Pack member had been waiting for many years. He possessed powers that others were unaware of. His ability to think and act was far superior to anyone else's. The man with so many abilities did not need to be bound by a mate bond. It was only the law that prevented him from moving. However, given how he handled every situation on his side, he could have simply killed the person he did not want and moved on. Since no one would have been aware of his mate, nobody would have ever spoken out against him. Then what was there to stop him? What was it that he could not push out of his heart? Why could he not plan anything under control when it came to one woman? Did he really love her that much? Did she finally become his weakness? "I'm asking you something. How dare you come?" Sophia paused when he turned to face him. She looked stunned as she saw his face. It was as if something had stopped her. She stared at him, and he also did not break eye contact. He noticed her changing expressions until they became cold, so cold that her sharp gaze could cut right through his heart. Sophia, on the other hand, clenched her jaw. Why is he here? She thought in her mind, since he was not replying to her. Bryan took one last deep puff from his cigarette and crashed the butt against the window frame. After placing it on a side, he walked over to the bed. Sophia observed him silently, but when she saw him approach the bed, she could not help but back away a little. "How dare you come into a woman's room like that? I will call my brother." He came to a halt in front of her and looked at her. His silence was making her feel uncomfortable. But then he broke the silence and asked, "What will your brother do to me?" he asked calmly. She frowned at him after hearing his question. She shook her head in disbelief. "Is this the way an alpha should behave? You think you can come into just any woman's bedroom at any time without her permission?" "You are not just any woman to me," he muttered. "Yeah, you are right. I'm your rival's woman." His calm face darkened after hearing her words. It was as though he did not want to put on a calm face anymore in front of her. Sophia did not feel afraid about it. Instead, he yelled at him, "Leave my room right now, or I will scream to call my brother here." Immediately after that, she was on the verge of screaming, but before she could do so, Bryan positioned his knee on the bed and pressed his palm against her mouth. She was surprised by his actions. The closeness caused her eyes to widen. He was so close to her that it caused her wolf to react. She glared at Bryan with a furious expression. She did not like how her wolf behaved so submissively in front of this man. She tried to move his hand, but was unable to do so because he was as solid as a stone. His gaze lingered on her face, seemingly capturing every detail. She became enraged and bit his hand. He raised a brow to mock her because it did not hurt him that much. She then bit him so hard that she felt a taste of blood in her mouth. "Your brother is not at home. Therefore, there's no need to make a fuss over calling him. Your mother is sick, so we should have a quiet conversation." Sophia paused, then stopped biting. She had almost forgotten that her mother would wake up. She did not want to make her worry. When Bryan removed his hand from her mouth, he noticed that there was blood on his palm and that it was coming out of the bite marks. "Even if your brother was present, he could not have stopped me from coming here." Saying that, he sucked his palm where she had bitten while looking at her. It surprised her. She realized that she could not talk to the man in anger. It would only give him pleasure. So she tried to calm herself first and took a deep breath. "Alpha Bryan, may I ask why you are here?" she asked with a tone as if she were talking with a stranger. Bryan removed his palm from his mouth. Sophia looked at it in the faint glow of the moonlight and noticed that it had already healed. "I wanted to see you, so I thought, why wait for the next day?" he said after sitting on the bed in front of her. She tried to move back, but her back pressed against the headboard because there was no room to move backward. She did not respond, simply staring at him, indicating that she did not appreciate it at all. Bryan moved his gaze across her face until it rested on her lips. There was blood on the corner of her lips. He lifted his hand and used his thumb to wipe it, and then he put his thumb into his mouth. Sophia's eyes nearly changed color from what he was doing with her. His charms enticed her wolf, who desired to take control. However, she froze when he looked into her eyes and said, "Don't marry him, Sophia." Sophia was stunned. She immediately pushed Bryan, causing him to move slightly. Then she rose from the bed, moving away from him. She made her way to the switchboard and turned on the lights in her room. When she turned around, Bryan had already risen. She glared at him and said, "Just leave my room right now. I will not tolerate this disrespect, Alpha Bryan. I am no longer any ordinary woman but the soon-to-be Luna of the Moon Valley Pack." Bryan gave her a serene look and muttered, "Stop taking the name of that pack." Sophia lifted her brows. "Sorry? Why can't I take that pack's name? Let me guess what offended you." She folded her arms across her chest and tapped her finger on her chin as if considering the reason. "Oh yes, I got it. It is because you have been banished from that pack," she said sarcastically. He frowned at her, noticing how she began to speak in different ways. He turned away from her and looked around her room. "Nice room," he said, ignoring her remarks. She parted his lips in surprise. She was trying to humiliate him, but he was complimenting her room? Was he even real? Bryan moved to the other side of the bed when he noticed a photo frame. He grabbed the photo and noticed it was a family portrait of her family. In the photo, she appeared to be happy. It was taken when she was very young. He stared at the photo for a while, as if thinking about something. Sophia made her way to him and snatched the photo frame from him. "Don't touch any of my things." He gave her a look and said, "I have no intention of breaking it the way you broke mine." Sophia realized he was talking about their first encounter. That day, he entered his room and mistook it for Bruce's. She broke his photo frame that day. She remembered how he yelled at her that day and how his fiancée entered the room after him and mocked her about being Bruce's girlfriend. It infuriated her. This man had been belittling her from the start. It was her turn to give it back to him. She put the photo frame back in its place and responded, "What is the point of displaying fake love for your brother by keeping a photo in your room? Your brother doesn't like you that much anyway. He knew your true colors and had warned me numerous times before." Bryan did not like her words, but instead of reacting, he sat on the edge of the bed, pulling out a cigarette packet and a lighter. He placed the packet on the bed after pulling out a cigarette from it. He held the cigarette between his lips and was about to light it, but Sophia snatched the cigarette from his lips and threw it to the floor. Bryan lifted his gaze at her. She shot him an angry look. You are such a chain smoker, all the time, cigarette, cigarette, and cigarette. He turned off the lighter and placed it next to the packet. He let out a sigh and muttered, Then what should I do? I came here to talk, but you will not let me do so. I am not interested in listening to you. Just leave my house. If you really want to smoke, just go to Milla Lawrence's house and smoke there. She is going to be your wife, so she should see how her future husband actually is. A dirty smoker who enjoys smoking while mentally planning the futures of others. Bryan lost his cool after hearing her. He glared at her and asked, Why did you bring her into the conversation? Should I bring up the fact that you started to cross your limits these days with that man? With raised eyebrows, Sophia said, What did you just say? The person who has exceeded all limits will now tell me what my limit is. Bryan noticed she was becoming angrier. He lowered his tone and softened it. Look, I did not come here to argue with you. Yeah, sure. You came here to order me not to marry Victor, and you expected me to obey you while bowing my head. Bryan stared at her. She appeared enraged at him, but her rude tone deeply hurt him. All of a sudden, he reached for her hand, grabbed her wrist, and pulled her close to him. He wrapped his arms around her waist and leaned his head against her chest, tightly hugging her. Sophia was frozen by his sudden action. It was as if the sensation of the mate bond had returned to her, and she felt a jolt inside her body. Her wolf started howling in an attempt to get closer to her mate. Like a spell, his warmth engulfed her completely. She wondered if he was a magician capable of enchanting anyone with his charms. She came back to her senses when he uttered something. I missed you. She blinked her eyes. Unbeknownst to her, the emotion that had been roving in her eyes for a few seconds was slowly fading. Her eyes flashed ocean blue for a moment before returning to black. She looked fierce with her dark, emotionless eyes. They were the coldest anyone had ever seen. She grabbed his arms and tried to free herself, but his firm grip did not budge. When he raised his head to look at her without unwrapping his arms, she spoke coldly, staring at the blank wall. Stop uttering nonsense. There was nothing between us to make you miss me. His hands loosened as his brows furrowed. There was nothing between us. Are you talking about the deal of fulfilling your desire that you forced me to agree to in order to save my brother's position while I was your personal secretary? Don't marry him, he muttered while gritting his teeth, avoiding her question. She realized all of his words came to a stop in one thing. He was only concerned that she was marrying Victor Laurent, nothing else. I will. You told me you loved me. How can you marry another man? He asked in disbelief. She moved her gaze away from the wall and glanced down at him. She slowly leaned down toward his face and smirked at him. Her gaze was fixed on him, as if she were trying to remember Victor's words about becoming weaker by looking into his eyes. That was just my foolishness in the past. And love? In this world, love doesn't matter, only power does. Isn't that what you told me a year ago, Alpha Bryan? I am just walking down the same path as you. Bryan looked intently at Sophia. It was his own words that he had said to hers, and she brought them back to his mind. Suddenly, the temperature of the air in the bedroom rose. The eye contact between the two people was something else. One of their eyes was cold, while the other was soft. Time seemed to have turned the table, and they found themselves on the other side of where they had been. After giving him a shoulder pat, Sophia kept her posture straight. She took a step back when she realized that after saying those words to Alpha Bryan, she did not shake even a little bit. Let's not talk more. Just go back. I have no desire to have a friendly relationship with my rival Alpha. It will be awkward to hurt him during the war, you know. I mean, if war breaks out in the future. By the way, don't think my fiancé is after your pack the same way you are after his. Her mocking tone affected Bryan. He got up from the bed and said, Fiancé and all, huh? You turned down my offer to be my mistress, but accepted that man's, Luna's, position. Do you even know that man? Because I see no difference here. She scowled at him after hearing what he said. She could not believe he was comparing a Luna's position to a mistress position. A Luna was the Alpha's wife, whereas a mistress was a woman who satisfied the Alpha's sexual desires. The main difference was that one woman slept with her own husband, while the other slept with someone else's husband. A dignified woman would never agree to be a mistress of a man if she had the option to back out. Are you kidding me? Now you are thinking that both positions are the same? Or did you come here to brainwash me with these things? Because I may look stupid, but I am not that stupid. You were the one who brought me to this stage. When he took a step forward, she took a step back. Don't get too close to me. My fiancé will not like it. As you said, he is evil. He can kill you too. He scoffed upon hearing that. Kill me? Does he have the balls to even think about it? She glared at him. Don't talk like that in front of me about him. You cannot even speak properly when he stands in front of you. He is always one step ahead of you. Do you really think so? He asked, moving close to her. She did not move, demonstrating that she was unconcerned about his closeness. It would not even shake her a little. When he came to a stop in front of her, he said, 2 weeks is more than enough time to realize that you made the wrong decision. He is not a very nice man. There is never a moment when he is not surrounded by women. He is not going to bring you joy. For you, the position would be nothing more than a showcase. She was taken aback by his words. Nevertheless, she did not respond. She believed what Bryan told her about the women around him might be right. Victor himself had told her this. But because he said he liked her, she believed he could change himself. It was not like she loved him, though, even if he did not change. It did not bother her. If you can think of having a mistress, why can't he? She shot back at him. He raised an eyebrow and inquired, So you do not have any issues with it? No. You are completely ignorant of everything there is to know about him. I know him. He told me about himself. And you trusted him? Of course. At least he is not keeping any fiancé a secret from me. He plans to marry me directly. I am going to be his wife. In a fit of rage, he drew her closer to him while tightly gritting his teeth. Shut up. Stop saying this crap. What makes you so angry? You thought he and I were just faking it in front of you, right? I bet you never imagined we would be ready to marry so soon, she said, pushing his chest. Bryan tried to calm himself because he did not want to be rude to her. Don't ruin your life with foolishness by getting between two alphas' chests. It will only make you a pawn, vulnerable to death at any time. She stopped struggling after hearing him. She gave him a closely scrutinized look. You did not come to see me at any point during the entire year. You were living happily with another woman and were planning a married life with her. What happened to you suddenly? Are you, by any chance, afraid of Alpha Victor? Bryan released her, causing her to step backward. He planted some misinformation in your mind. Ask him who Alpha Bryan is. If he is a real man, he will dare to tell you about me. She was baffled. What was there to ask? They were rivals. They had no good relationship with one another. So why would she ask him about Bryan? Someone hit her mind as she asked, Who is he to you? Why do you hate him so much? If you are the one who is grabbing his pack, then it is supposed to be him who should hate you the most, not you. His expression eased after hearing the question. Sophia frowned at him before asking another question. Why are you banished from that pack? What sin did you commit that caused them to ban you there, Alpha Bryan? He averted his gaze from her, as if he did not want to talk about it. Sophia observed his look. Her curiosity led her to wonder what had occurred in the past. All of the members of the pack were in the dark about it. The only people who were aware of it were the two families. She was going to be a part of one of the families, so why could she not know it? Why are you nervous, Alpha Bryan? Bryan gave her a piercing look with his sharp gaze and answered, Nothing can make me nervous, not even the thought of my death. I am forbidden from saying anything. But why don't you ask your so-called fiancé about it instead of me? The situation was utterly perplexing for Sophia. If he had committed a sin, why did he tell her to ask Victor about it? Is he too proud of committing sin? Otherwise, why would any pack banish another head alpha? She turned around and made her way to the door. I will ask him when I feel like it. Your banishment has nothing to do with me or my marriage to Victor. I just want you to leave me alone and let me sleep peacefully. He walked in her direction. She assumed he would leave her room. Instead of doing so, he paused to the side of her near the door to the room. You are being too disrespectful to your head, Alpha. You need to learn some manners. If nothing else, you ought not to behave that way toward me in public. Sneering, she turned to face him. I am a bad woman. Now what will you do? Punish me? A small grin formed on the left corner of his lips. She could not believe he would be back in this mood after the way they had ended the conversation. He stepped close to her and whispered, Punish you? I can't tell you how badly I want to punish you, baby girl. You have grown too bold in a single year. Shut up. She could not help but stutter as she remembered the past and realized what kind of punishment he was talking about. He stood firm and raised his hand. He began to stroke her hair slowly but gently. She glared at him but did not push him. He ignored her anger and muttered, I can't tell you how I kept myself from chopping his fingers whenever he touched you. He paused for a moment, then met her icy gaze. His eyes grew darker as he spoke. I noticed that you were also touching him. I wanted to punish you for that. If you keep doing it, I'm not sure how long I will be able to control myself. What will you do? Kill me? He did not respond to her questions. His hand, which was stroking her hair, slowly moved to her cheek. He caressed her cheek with his knuckles and murmured, Stop overthinking. Sophia stared at Bryan. Her wolf was feeling his every touch. She had the intention of pushing him, but she believed that her wolf was preventing her from doing so. In this world, the mate bond was a strange phenomenon. One mate did not value it, and the other mate could not get over it. Fate was really unfair to her. In front of her was the man who she had loved the most in the past. But now she hated him. She hated that her body and her wolf reacted to him. She despised how he was controlling her wolf and keeping her frozen in place. You can only bother me for 2 weeks, because after that I will leave forever, she said. His eyes turned red as he asked, Do you think I will let you go? This time she pushed his hand and replied, You are not the one to stop me. I am not obliged to fulfill your desire forever. You claim to have freed me a year ago, so why are you here now? As he moved closer to her, she leaned her back against the door in order to keep some distance from him. What about you? Did you set me free, Sophia Berge? I let go of every mistake you made, ignored your disrespect, did not punish your brother for how he reacted, and let go of all the humiliations I had to endure in the business world for you. But now, I can't let go of one thing, and that's you. There were no words that Sophia could utter. She recalled all the things she had done in this 1 year. This man is the master of manipulation. I can't get into his words, she said to herself. Her recollections of the past came to her in the form of flashbacks. The night she first told him about her feelings, he made fun of her. On his birthday, she gave herself to him with the hope that he also had feelings for her, but all she got in return was a reminder of the old deal, which she had completely forgotten. He left her all alone on her birthday, breaking her heart before she could even cut the cake. When he got engaged to another woman, he did not even consider returning to her or going to see if she was all right. How would she forget these things? They penetrated her mind like arrows. How could anyone ignore what she had gone through? Your game is over, Alpha Bryan. I am no longer that Sophia anymore. You came here only after you realized your rival was winning over you. I am fully aware of your intentions. You will never cancel your marriage and lose that half-pack, so you came here to persuade me to cancel mine. How selfish you are. She moved him away from her and opened the door so he could leave. He looked at the door and said, My marriage to Mila is an agreement that I must keep no matter what. My hands are tied, but not yours. I cannot see you getting married to another man. I will never let you do that. Cage? You mean your hands are tied to have another pack in your name forcefully? Oh my God, you really think I am that dumb? You are making so many excuses to get me to cancel the wedding, as if you have feelings for me, she said mockingly. He turned his head to look at her and asked in a deep voice, What if I tell you that I do have feelings for you, and that is why I don't want this wedding? Will you believe me? Sophia stared at Bryan for a few seconds without saying anything, and then she burst out laughing. I can't believe it. A wedding shakes you so much that you start to talk about feelings and all. She grabbed her stomach and used the other hand to support herself against the door. Bryan looked at her face. He liked how she laughed, even though she was just mocking him. Strive to laugh and smile at all times. Even though your glare looks cute to me, a smile suits you better than that scowl. When she heard him, she went completely still. She glared at him with a scowling face. My glare looks cute to you? Yeah, he replied with a chuckle. He did not bring up what he was talking about, as if he knew she would never believe it. Grabbing his arm, she shoved him out the door. Don't bother me again. She was about to close the door, but he grabbed the corner and stopped her. Get used to feeling bothered, because I am going to bother you until you cancel the wedding. In your dreams. That's true. You sometimes appear in my dreams. Do I need to tell you what you do? She did not let him finish his sentence because she bit his hand to remove it from the door. The moment he removed his hand from the door, she shut it on his face. I hate you. Keep it in your mind, she shouted from inside. She huffed as she heard the sound of footsteps fading behind the door. She went to lay down on the bed. Her hands were covering her face as she tried to calm herself. She did not want to face this man. She removed her hands and recalled when he talked about feelings. It did not move her heart because she was not an idiot anymore and would not fall for his words. Look how far you have come, Alpha Bryan. Now you are talking about feelings to the woman whose heart you brutally rejected. On the following morning, she hurriedly got ready to go to the university. She made the decision to apply for a transfer certificate. She would leave the pack soon, so she could no longer continue her studies here. When she left her bedroom, she found her mother preparing breakfast. She spoke with her mother about her wedding. Her mother was not surprised because the wedding was scheduled for next month anyway. However, she asked her one question. Do you really like that man? She thought about Victor and realized that he respected and accepted her in front of his family and the world. No man could be a better match for her. So her response was simply yes. Sophia tried to tell her mother that she wanted to take her to the Moon Valley pack, but her mother flatly refused, saying, Your father died in this pack. How can I die anywhere else? This is our pack, and I want to stay here until I die. This pack is more than just a place. It is also a memory of my parents and husband. Sophia felt terrible inside, thinking that she would have to leave her family. She believed she would come here to meet her family often after the wedding, since Victor and his family were allowed to come here. Sophia respected her mother's decision and did not convince her. She went to the university to apply for a transfer certificate. The office staff assured her that they would inform her. Everyone was aware of Sophia and Victor's wedding date because word had spread throughout the pack. People started to stay away from her. Some of them even asked if she would invite them to her wedding. I can't believe you are leaving us. Everything is moving so fast. I can't just accept it, Sarah spoke out with an upset tone. Sarah and Nolan came to speak with Sophia. They looked so sad, which made Sophia upset. I will come to meet you both often. Don't be sad. Sarah shed tears as she hugged Sophia. I can't live without you, Sophia. We are best friends. How can you leave me here? Sophia hugged her back. Nolan is here with you. I believe he will take care of you. You know why I am getting married to Victor. Sarah broke the hug and looked at her. Is it only because you are mad? You have to abandon everything. Is Alpha Victor really worth it? Sophia nodded her head. I certainly hope so. At the very least, he is better than Alpha Bryan. Nolan told her that he had nothing to say about the wedding. The wedding was announced and the date had been set. So, all they could do was wish her well. Sophia left the university and went straight to the orphanage. She had not spoken with Victor today. She wondered if everything was okay. He texted her that he would meet her tomorrow. Sophia remembered that Ken was going to introduce her to his girlfriend today. He mentioned that his girlfriend was eager to meet her. She was looking forward to meeting his girlfriend as well. She called Ken in the evening after spending time with the orphanage's young children. Ken sent her the address of a club. Sophia took her leave from Mr. Davidson and then made her way to the club. When she entered the club, she was immediately enveloped by the colorful smoke and loud music. Ignoring men's stares, she searched for Ken. Ken waved his hand at her from the bar. Sophia walked to the bar while avoiding the men around her. You call me to a club to meet your girlfriend? You could have picked a cafe or a decent place, she complained to him. Sorry, my girlfriend is a little party freak, he replied with a laugh. Sophia rolled her eyes and asked, So where is she? I can't wait to meet the unfortunate lady. Her tone was sarcastic. She was pulling his legs for fun. He laughed in response to her words. Here she is, he said, gesturing to a beautiful woman sitting on a stool nearby. The woman turned her stool to face Sophia. Sophia was taken aback when she saw the familiar woman. Angelia Gulliver? The woman smiled at her and lifted her glass to greet her. I was right. It's you, little birdie. Sophia was surprised to see the witch. She was the same witch she met at Morrison Company. She was the head Alpha's clothing designer. She reflected on how close she and Bryan were. It gave her a bad impression about them that day. However, she later discovered that they were longtime friends. How can it be possible? Sophia murmured under her breath. Ken noticed her puzzled expression and patted her shoulder. What happened, Sophia? She came to her senses. Huh? Nothing. Angelia rose from the stool and grasped Sophia's hand. She turned to Ken and said, I have met your friend before. She is a sweet little princess. Ken raised his eyebrows and asked, Are you serious? Sweet little princess? She is a bomb. For the first time, you could not recognize someone's personality, baby. You should see how she enjoys beating me while training. Sophia was lost in her own thoughts while Ken was having a good laugh. Angelia patted her hand and said, Why not sit somewhere? Sophia cast a glance at her hand. Angelina's long, sharp nails reminded her that witches wielded immense power. Sure, let's go. Ken led them to the launch area. Angelina and Sophia took seats for themselves. When Ken was about to sit beside Angelina, she said, Why don't you grab a drink for your friend? It's okay. I don't drink, Sophia said, preventing Ken from going. A soft drink would be fine for her, Angelina said to Ken. Ken let out a sigh and went to the bar to grab Sophia a soft drink. Sophia turned to Angelina and inquired, How come you are Ken's girlfriend? There was a protectiveness in her tone that Angelina could catch easily. She smiled at her and asked, Why? Am I too old for him? He is just 2 years younger than me, she said and laughed. Sophia shook her head in denial. I didn't mean it. I didn't say anything about your age. Age doesn't matter in love, but Ken is a really good person. Do you really love him? Angelina's eyes carefully observed Sophia's face until they shifted on her forehead, and her smile froze. Sophia frowned at her, suspecting that her question had made Angelina nervous. What happened? Don't break his heart. He is a soft-hearted man. Angelina let out a shaky breath and mumbled, Your forehead. Sophia touched her forehead and asked, What happened to my forehead? The lines have changed. Which line? Sophia rubbed her forehead, not knowing what the witch was talking about. Am I getting old fast? Is she talking about wrinkles? She thought. Angelina looked away from Sophia, and her behavior toward her changed slightly, making Sophia feel awkward. I thought you were still the same girl I had met a year ago, but it looks like I made a mistake. I shouldn't have called to meet you again, Angelina said, sipping her drink. Sophia was completely taken aback by her words. What do you mean? Angelina cast a glance at Ken, who was talking to the bartender. I love Ken. He is a caring man. I cherished him. But his dad... I know, he doesn't like witches. Ken told me about it, Sophia replied, focusing her gaze on Ken. Angelina shook her head. No, his dad doesn't hate witches. He just hates me. Sophia could not help but turn her head at her with a surprised expression. Why? Angelina turned to face her and asked, Do you really want to know why? Yeah. Angelina's smile, which had vanished, reappeared as she answered, I am the main witch of this pack. If the officials are our Alpha's right hand, then I am his left hand. Sophia did not know what to say. She was unaware of this. Her brother had never told her about this either. She had been with Bryan for nearly 6 months, but he had never told her much about Angelina. Main witch? Our pack doesn't have many witches, Sophia said. Yeah, that's why I'm important to this pack, you know, she replied, chuckling. Sophia looked away from her. She expected Ken's girlfriend to be a soft woman. She never imagined he was dating the most powerful woman in her pack. Does Ken know about this? Yes. Oh. Sophia rubbed her forehead. She felt she was surrounded by all of Bryan's people. No matter how hard you rub your forehead, There is something written there that even if you peel off your skin, you can't remove it. Sophia froze as she slowly turned her head toward her. What exactly are you saying? With another quick look at her forehead, Angelina uttered, Your fate has changed. Let me look into your eyes. Sophia stared at her, trying to understand her deep words. Angelina's eyebrows furrowed. Death is not so easy that you can give it to anyone at any time. Use the weapons of your hands after thinking twice. It can ruin your life and change your loved ones in a blink of your eyes. Sophia was about to ask what she meant by it, but before that, a glass of apple juice appeared in front of her. I am sorry for being late. The bartender is a friend from school, so I was just talking to him for a while, Ken said, handing the drink to Sophia. It's okay, my baby. Come here, Angelina said to Ken, patting the seat next to her. Sophia could tell Angelina was a dominant woman, but she also noticed warmth in her eyes for Ken. She is getting married to Alpha Victor, Ken said to Angelina about Sophia. When Ken started talking to Angelina about Victor and her marriage, Sophia sipped her drink and paid attention to them. Angelina scoffed as if she did not care. That man is a psychopath. Marrying him means killing herself daily. Sophia's calm face turned infuriated. How could Angelina say that about Victor? Maybe you do not like Victor because I know you are close to Alpha Bryan. But I would appreciate it if you could refrain from making absurd remarks about my fiancé. As soon as she finished saying that, a deep voice reached her ears, which froze her. Someone is very protective of their fiancé. Sophia looked over and noticed Bryan standing near their couch. Without delay, Ken got up and bowed to him. Alpha, you are here, he said while bowing. Angelina gave Ken a smile and stroked his hair when he bowed his head. You brought me here to introduce me to your friend. How could I pass up the opportunity to introduce mine to you? Alpha is here to join us. Sophia looked away from Bryan and tried to stand up from the couch, but Angelina grabbed her hand and made her sit back down on the couch. Where are you going? I think I should leave right now. Ken glanced at Sophia while shaking his head. He was still bowing, so Bryan walked toward him and said, Raise. Ken slowly stood up straight and addressed Bryan politely. Alpha. How are you, Ken? Sophia sat back on the couch, watching Bryan and Ken take seats on two other couches. Did they know each other? She thought. Angelina looked at her and whispered, What are you thinking about? Sophia shrugged her shoulders and replied, I am thinking about leaving. Don't you think that I should keep a distance from my rival Alpha? Angelina acknowledged her with a grin. Why so serious? When your rival Alpha is this hot, you should enjoy staying close to him, she said, winking at Sophia. Sophia was stunned. Didn't you say you loved Ken? How can you talk about another man like that? Angelina let out a sigh and turned her head at Ken and Bryan, who were talking to each other. One is my boyfriend, and the other is my childhood crush. Childhood crush? Sophia murmured. Looking away, Angelina gave a nod. Yeah, in the past I used to have a huge crush on him. Then it hit me that I was not on his same level. He is untouchable. Sophia rolled her eyes and muttered, It looks like everyone has a crush on him. Angelina leaned close to her ear and whispered, Jealous. Sophia moved back and cleared her throat in response. Why would I feel jealous? Angelina nodded with a calm expression as if she believed her. You mentioned you used to, so how did you get over your crush? Sophia asked with curiosity. While looking at her beautiful nails, Angelina said, Something happened that caused everything to change. Sophia cast a frown at her. Angelina sounded agitated and cold. Sophia became even more intrigued. What happened? Angelina glanced at Bryan and muttered to Sophia in a low voice, He lost both his temper and himself. His past is quite dark. Sophia stared at Bryan. There was something mysterious about that man. Every time someone spoke of him, she became more perplexed. Past? What happened in his past? That is not something you are allowed to know, but I will still tell you. Just give me some time. She took a pause and then remarked, Bryan used to be very different. What is the difference? Less cold? Sophia inquired, her gaze fixed on Bryan, who was speaking professionally with Ken. He did not even glance at her again. He did not look like the man who broke into her house and came to her bedroom at midnight. He appeared to be a cold alpha talking to a member of his pack. She heard Angelina's chuckle. Less cold? Do you think Bryan is cold now? It caused Sophia to shift her gaze toward Angelina. He is not. What are you? More cruel than him. How can you say he is not that cold now? Angelina lifted her hand to stroke Sophia's hair. Calm down, little birdie. Don't put too much pressure on your head. It will be used heavily later. Sophia did not understand Angelina's words. Her words seemed so enigmatic to her. However, she soon heard Angelina's voice once more. He used to be a bad boy who enjoyed breaking rules. He was not this composed at all. His sassy remarks could defeat anyone with words. Alpha Harry and Luna Juliana treated him like a spoiled brat, and he took full advantage. Girls were always swooning over him, but he was a bad guy, not a playboy. That's why the girls were even more moved by him. Sophia parted her lips. She could imagine Victor with these words, not Bryan. She had always seen Bryan keep his cool around everyone. He was cold, but he used his brain rather than his words. I am not sure who you are talking about. I have never seen that Bryan, so I don't know, she said to Angelina. Pray that you will never have to meet that man. Sophia glanced at Angelina. And why is that? Sophia was taken aback when Angelina's eyes briefly flashed emerald. Because the man sitting with my boyfriend is a powerful alpha who can defeat evils like your fiancé. But the man I am talking about is the devil himself. Sophia felt a shiver down her spine as she heard it. She did not understand why she took Angelina's words so seriously. Perhaps she was teasing her. He is already the devil. I don't know about others, but I have seen his true colors already. Sophia replied to Angelina with a sarcastic smile. The anger in Sophia's eyes caught Angelina's attention. She smirked as she was thoroughly enjoying it. She turned to Bryan and noticed he was drinking. I assumed you would not come here. You were refusing me. I wonder why you suddenly showed up. Perhaps you have heard that someone is coming. Bryan glared at Angelina. His gaze shifted to Sophia, who appeared puzzled about something. What were you feeding her? Bryan asked coldly. Don't worry. I didn't spill any dirty secrets about you. After all, she will be your rival's Luna, Angelina said with a wink. Meanwhile, Sophia paid close attention to Angelina. This was a truly formidable woman. The way she spoke to Bryan clearly demonstrated that she possessed powers. Bryan cast a chilly glance at Angelina, his eyes growing darker. Ken started to feel nervous as he quickly got up from the couch and went over to Angelina. He was concerned that Bryan would harm his girlfriend if she continued to bother him. Let's dance for a while. Alpha has just arrived. Let him have drinks first. He glanced at Sophia and whispered, Don't offend Alpha. I will be back with my crazy girlfriend in a while. Sophia nodded as she did not want to ruin Ken's good mood. He was thrilled about tonight's meeting. She was going to leave this pack in a few days anyway. When Sophia saw them moving toward the dance floor, her mind began to think about Angelina's words. After a few seconds, she felt the couch dip slightly beside her. Someone approached and sat next to her. The moment she turned her head, she saw Bryan. He sat next to her, crossing his legs over one another and resting his left head on the backrest behind her. He turned his head to her and asked, Was she bothering you? She glared at him and replied, Don't worry, no one can do that better than you. Oh, really? Bryan smirked, sipping his drink as he looked at her. She blinked and shifted her gaze away from him. She moved slightly to create distance between them. Why did you come here? She asked him coldly. For you. What? He nodded his head and replied with a soft tone. I had no intention of coming here, but when I heard you were coming, I thought why not come here and bother you? She looked at him right away. She wanted to scold him, but she was surprised to see that his eyes were not as cold as they had been before. She recalled Angelina's words. She was astounded by how quickly he changed his mood. You are an excellent actor. You talk in this fake tone when you are alone with me, but when everyone is around you, you show others how cold you are. What a fake personality. She expected him to mock her in return. However, instead of doing that, he moved closer to her and looked into her eyes. This low voice and soft tone are not fake. They are only for you. I don't speak like this to others. For a second, Sophia's heart skipped a beat at his words and the closeness. On her lap, Sophia sensed a vibration. Without any delay, she lowered her head and looked away from Bryan. She grabbed her bag and pulled out her phone, which was vibrating inside. She noticed it was Victor who had called. She cast a glance at Bryan, who was staring at her phone screen. She received the call and was about to get up from the couch to speak with Victor. But Bryan grabbed her waist and drew her closer to him. "What the hell?" Sophia said and tried to move from his grip. "Are you okay?" When Victor's voice reached her ears, she attempted to calm down. She eased up on her struggle as she considered telling Victor nothing about it. She shot a hard look at Bryan and answered Victor, "Nothing. There was someone bothering me. I think I should kill him." "Him? Who?" Victor asked. "Someone very little in front of you. Leave it." Bryan rolled his eyes after hearing her words. He pulled her closer, and she found herself pressed against his chest. She nearly gasped, but she restrained herself. She gritted her teeth and glared at Bryan. He was taking advantage of the situation. "Where are you?" Victor questioned him as if he were doubting something. "Where am I?" She smirked at Bryan. Bryan glared at her, indicating that she should not tell him. It was clear to her that Bryan did not even want to see Victor for a moment. She wanted to call Victor here, but after seeing their behavior in the pack house last night, she did not want to start a fight while everyone else was having fun at the club. "I came to meet one of my friend's girlfriends." "I see. I wanted to tell you something." "What?" she inquired, trying her hardest to remove Bryan's hand from her waist. She became so enraged that she wanted to kill this man right then. "I am leaving the Nightshade Pack today." Sophia was taken aback for a moment. "Why?" "My Gamma is deadly sick. I need to go." "Oh," she mumbled, stopping struggling. "I will be back a few days before our wedding. I also need to get everything ready in my pack. They are getting their Luna, so they should have the opportunity to plan a celebration." Sophia closed her eyes, realizing that everything was moving much faster. There were so many questions she wanted to ask Victor. Now, how would she talk? On the phone? But he would not answer her like that. "Okay," she said before cutting the call. She let out a sigh, almost forgetting that someone was holding her with his strong arm. "Why are you so upset? Let him go. He doesn't deserve you." Bryan's words made her furious. She gave him a shove. Her nails brushed harshly against his neck. She noticed the nail marks when he raised his other hand and touched his neck. "Did you hurt your head, Alpha?" "Hurt? I want to kill him." "Why so angry, huh? Just because he is leaving you for a few days?" "Do you really like that man?" he asked angrily. "Yes, I do. I like him so much that I can't even live for a few days without seeing him." "Then don't be sad. I am here to accompany you. I despise you so much that I can be with anyone here but you." He released her waist immediately after hearing that. Sophia got the chance and looked at a boy who was passing by. "Excuse me?" "Yes," the boy replied, turning to her. The boy cast a glance at Bryan, unaware that he was the head alpha. "Are you alone? I mean, I'm in a bad mood. Would you like to accompany me?" Sophia asked him, then glanced at Bryan with a grin. Bryan glared at her without letting out anything. "Sure. Would you like to dance with me, my beauty?" The boy asked, approached her, and offered her his hand. Sophia was about to take his hand, but Bryan got up from the couch and pushed the boy. "Go find someone else." "No, he is no." Bryan interrupted Sophia by grabbing her hand. "What are you doing?" He pulled her up to stand her up before dragging her. When they got to the dance floor, he came to a stop. She cast a glance at others who were engrossed with their partners. Looking back at Bryan, she questioned, "Why did you bring me here? Didn't you just get ready to dance with that boy? Now dance for as long as you can." After that, he grabbed her waist and pulled her closer to him. Sophia clenched her jaw, trying not to create any scenes there. "It's your plan to send him back to his pack, isn't it? I'm going to do something out of anger. I swear, you have no idea how much I hate you." "What will you do? Throw me out of this club the way you threw me out of your room?" She tried to push him, but he twisted her body around and pressed her back against his front. He lowered his head and rested it on her neck, firmly wrapping his arms around her waist to keep her from moving. "I know you don't hate me. That's why I'm here with you. I will never let you throw me out of your life, baby girl." "What are you say?" Sophia could not speak as she closed her eyes and felt Bryan move his hand and run his fingers over her bare arms. She was wearing a sleeveless dress, so it was easy for him to touch her more intensely. She was not sure if it was the loud music or the flickering lights that were driving her insane. She had not even drank today, so why was she feeling drunk? As soon as Bryan's lips touched her neck, her eyes flew open. She immediately turned around to look at him. "What are you doing?" she asked him coldly. He pretended he was not listening to her because of the loud music. He lowered his head close to her and muttered, "I am doing nothing. You know what I can do. Do you think this is even something to count?" Her body shivered at his words, and she shook her head, realizing she could not give this man control over her. She tried to calm herself as she stared at him coldly. His hands encircled her waist and pressed her body against his. His legs were moving, and she was trying to follow his steps on the dance floor. "Why don't you dance without thinking about anything? There is no one who will recognize you. Even if they post a single article about us, I will burn the company." She frowned her brows as she tried to look at this man carefully. She realized she had not seen this man closely for a long time. When she thought about how much she had loved him in the past, she scoffed at herself in her mind. She had always respected him and had never spoken to him rudely, but everything was different now. He had changed his face, his heart, his home, and his safe place. He gave everything to another woman. "What do you want, Alpha Bryan? You told me that revealing your secrets didn't suit me. I left that work. Now what? Why do you care if I marry someone else? Or is it just because of Alpha Victor?" Bryan did not reply as his eyes caressed her face quietly. If someone watched them from a distance, they would not believe they were no longer together. "I want you to be mine, as simple as that." Sophia's eyes grew icy as she exhaled. "I told you before your engagement, that was your last chance, and like every time you took me lightly." She could feel his hands loosen after hearing her. She seized the opportunity and pushed his arms away from her waist. "I don't want to dance anymore." She left the dance floor and looked around for Ken. She found both him and Angelina. She noticed them dancing as if they were in another world. She did not disturb them and left the club after sending Ken a message about her leaving. Meanwhile, Bryan stared at the entrance of the club after Sophia left. He turned his head and found Angelina smirking at him. He gave her an angry look. She laughed and hugged her boyfriend as she focused on her dance. Bryan did not waste any time and left the club. He noticed Sophia's car was not outside the club, indicating that she had already driven away. When his driver noticed him walking out of the club, he opened the car door. Bryan got into his car and told the driver, "Pack house." His driver started the car and drove directly to the pack house. When Bryan arrived at the pack house, he stepped down from his car and went inside the house. He ignored everyone in the living room and went straight to the head alpha's office. That was his workspace. Whenever he was at the pack house, he worked there. His mind kept playing back what Sophia had said to him. After grabbing a glass and a bottle of wine, he moved over to the couch. His mind became jumbled as he poured the drink into the glass. His face was calm, but he was fuming inside. The door to his office room was opened while he was sipping his drink. He thought it might be any of his officials, but instead of them, Mila entered the office. Bryan looked at her with a frown. "What are you doing here?" Mila closed the door behind her and stood silently. She gave him a quick glance as he was drinking. She lowered her head and did not say anything. Bryan chugged down his drink and placed the glass on the table loudly. Mila flinched, but she maintained her silence. "I am not in a good mood. I don't want to be rude to you. Just go to your room." Mila lifted her head and looked at him. He turned away from her and poured another glass. With slow steps, Mila walked toward the couch. She took a seat beside him. Bryan ignored her as if she were not there. Mila cleared her throat and started speaking. "The wedding." Just as Bryan was about to take a sip, his hand paused. He turned his head toward her and said, "I saw how you tried to stop the wedding yesterday." Mila's brow raised as she looked at him. I appreciate it." Mila let out a sigh when she heard him. He gulped his drink and said, "You raised your voice in front of him. I liked that. You did well." Mila directed her gaze toward him. She noticed that the man was drinking while his eyes were fixed on the blank wall. Everything stopped when he asked something. "Do you think I will let him marry her?" Mila's calm expression turned dark as she gazed at Bryan. "Bryan, do you know who I hate the most after Victor?" "Who?" Bryan inquired, chugging another glass. His throat was burning from the alcohol, and his mind was going through a lot of different things at the same time. However, he frowned when he heard Mila's response. "Sophia Burge." He gave her a look. She grabbed his arm with a bitter smile on her face. She leaned her head against his arm. Bryan tried to move her away by saying, "I think it's not me who is drunk but you. Go back to the room. It's getting late." She shook her head and looked at the floor. "No, Bryan. Today, let me tell you what is on my mind. Mila, I despised her for so many years. I have hated her for more than 4 years, and you know the reason, don't you?" He froze as his eyes moved slightly, which she noticed. She leaned away from his arm and examined him closely. "How can I not hate her? She has been capturing my man's heart for a long time." Bryan was about to get up from the couch, indicating that he did not want to hear any more, when Mila grabbed his hand and stopped him. "Didn't I say you needed to hear me?" she questioned him. He glared at her and then shifted his gaze to the hand that was holding him. She slowly released his hand and mumbled, "You never allowed me to touch you. How will you keep away from me after our wedding? Or do you intend to leave your wife alone and spend every night with your mistress?" "Just shut up," he muttered, gritting his teeth in fury. Mila laughed at his rage. She saw how angry he became after calling Sophia his mistress. "She didn't agree, did she? She is running after power, not you. If I were in her shoes, I would have lived with you in any circumstance. She abandoned you and chose that man. What a silly woman." "Stop annoying me. Be a good woman and go to sleep," he said with a calm tone. He was doing his best not to erupt in anger, but Mila was pushing his limit. "You took a vow in my pack in front of my whole family that you would never leave me and always protect me with your life." "Am I not doing that, Mila Laurent?" he asked, glaring at her. "Yes, you are. But what about my heart? Isn't it a part of my life, too?" He raised a brow and replied, "I am not obliged to take care of your heart. It was not part of the contract." Mila averted her gaze from him and nodded. "It's all because of her. She is the only reason you never look at me." Bryan got up from the couch and walked over to the desk. He sat behind his desk, grabbed a file, and began reading it. Mila noticed how he was ignoring her. She grabbed the bottle and took several sips. Bryan moved the file and looked at her. "What are you doing?" Mila did not look at him after hearing his question. She let out a chuckle and mumbled, "She will never choose you. I am telling you, she is not the woman you expected. She is more interested in the position than in you." Bryan avoided her remarks and called his beta, Robert. "Come into my office right now." "I am on my way," Robert told him. Bryan tossed his phone and rubbed his forehead in annoyance. He was growing tired of everything. Just when he thought he could calm down, Mila spoke out again. "You know why I hate her. You have had feelings for that woman for years but never told her." "How couldn't you?" "It's because you are bound to me, Bryan Morrison," she exclaimed, laughing as hard as she could. As she walked toward the desk and pressed her hands against it, the alcohol slowly overtook her. "When I saw her in your room 2 years ago, I mocked her, not because she was Bruce's girlfriend, but because she was the woman my man liked. Although I had never told you before, I was fully aware of you. I knew how you used to observe her in the past. Abraham Berg, how could I forget that name? Because of him, you two brothers got to meet that woman." Bryan's eyes flashed red as he gave her a stern expression. At that time, Robert opened the door and saw what was happening inside. "Get her out of my office right now before I lose control." Robert dashed to grab Mila, but she jerked her hand away from Robert. "Why don't you all show a mirror to your alpha instead of treating me like garbage?" Robert took a quick glance at Bryan before gulping. "Look, if he loses his mind, you will cry after being reprimanded. He doesn't like it when someone talks to him like that. Now let's get out of his office." Robert tried to make Mila understand the facts. Mila had already gotten drunk before arriving at this office. She wanted to say what she was thinking. She looked at Bryan and said, "That woman chose your younger brother over you 4 years ago. Now she is choosing your rival over you. I am telling you she is after your throne. Victor will prepare her for your demise, and you will have to lose your life for her." Bryan moved his chair and stood up. Before he could move a step, Robert pulled Mila out of his office in fear that Bryan would break into anger. Bryan looked at the door when Robert closed the door after taking Mila away from his office room. Though Mila was drunk, she did not say anything wrong. Having consumed alcohol, she finally worked up the nerve to tell him that. Bryan tucked his hands into his pockets and proceeded to walk towards the window that was located close to the desk. His mind was preoccupied with what Mila was saying. Was she telling the truth? She was right when she said he had liked Sophia for a long time. She was in high school at the time, roughly 4 years ago. It was common for her to visit her brother in the training hall in order to bring him his lunch. Most of the time, boys in the training hall observed her. She was a true beauty who grabbed everyone's attention. Abraham wanted to introduce his sister to him, but he denied it and silently watched her from afar. He once decided to approach her, but that day he saw her with his younger brother. From then on, he ignored her. If someone asked him why he did not kill her when he discovered she was his mate, he would not be able to answer. However, the truth was that he had been quietly in love with that girl for a long time. Just like a silent lover, there was a knock on the door that moved Bryan's gaze from outside the window. The door opened, and Beta Robert peered his head inside. "May I come in?" "No," Bryan replied. Robert breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Bryan's calm voice. He opened the door wide, entered the office room, and then closed it. "If you have to enter the office, then what is the point of asking?" Bryan asked, turning around to face him. Robert looked at Bryan carefully. He was trying to figure out if he was angry. He was surprised by how much control he had over himself. "I came to talk to you." "About what? What brought you here? You usually don't come to the pack house." Bryan raised a brow and asked, "Do I need to get my beta's permission before coming here?" Robert ignored his question and asked once again, "Don't mind Mila's words. She looked drunk to me." Bryan moved in his direction before walking past him. He reached for another bottle of wine. Robert cast a glance at the bottle on the coffee table. He was about to tell Bryan that there was a bottle on the table, but a lipstick mark caught his attention. It prevented him from saying anything. He understood it was Mila's lipstick mark, so Bryan did not touch it. "Bryan, what are you going to do to Sophia?" Robert's question paused Bryan. He looked at him with a frowning face. The office had a huge space. The office had a large desk, a few couches, including a coffee table and several large bookshelves. For Alpha's comfort, there was a little bar too, so that Alpha could ease his mind whenever he felt exhausted by his work. "What is there to do?" Bryan inquired, bringing the bottle close to his mouth. Instead of pouring the wine into a glass, he began chugging it directly. Robert approached him and grabbed the bottle to stop him. "You should not drink. You quit drinking a few years ago. After that, you only drink at gatherings and parties. Why are you drinking so much today?" Bryan pushed his hand and took a few gulps. After placing the bottle on the bar, he muttered, "How is Gamma Raphael?" Robert took a glass, pushed it toward Bryan, and motioned for him to fill it with wine. Bryan poured the liquor into the glass while waiting for Robert's reply. Robert took a sip from the glass and said, "His health is not good. I worry that he will not make it." Bryan let out a deep breath, thinking about Gamma Raphael. He was his man. His father was a very important man for the Moon Valley Pack. When Alpha Lucas was the head Alpha, Bryan suggested he make Raphael the next Gamma. Gamma remained the same, while head Alpha's position changed. It was not easy to change the officials from their positions until they made some mistakes. Robert noticed that Bryan looked disturbed by something. He knew the reason. That was why he sent Mila to her room, and he immediately came here to talk to him. "Angelina called me a while ago." Bryan listened to him without replying. It was as if he was unconcerned. "She told me you met Sophia and all, but what made you so angry? What happened?" Bryan shifted his gaze at him. Nothing happened. Robert grabbed his arm when he was about to walk away from the bar. "Bryan, we have been friends for years. I know you really well. I can feel what is going on inside your head. But what Mila said was not a lie. You have been interested in Sophia for years. She was young. and you did not even know that she was your mate until she turned 18. But that day was really awful. It turned out to be your engagement day. All this time I wanted you to admit your feelings for her, but now it appears that she is slipping out of your grasp." Bryan glared at him, muttering, "Why can't you all just leave me alone for a day? I am already in a mess. I am doing what I should not do. I came here to think about everything calmly." "Think about what? How are you going to stop her wedding with Victor?" "But it would not stop her from moving away from you. As far as I am aware, she denied being your mistress. How are you going to convince her to stay with you? There is no way you can call off the wedding with Mila. She will have to be the Luna of our pack." Bryan looked away from him and walked to the desk. "Robert, bring me the contract." Robert's eyes widened, and the hand that held the glass shook. "What are you saying, Bryan?" he asked with a shaky tone. Bryan grabbed the chair behind the desk and sat on it. His eyes locked with his, and he answered, "You are thinking right. Take out the contract of years." Robert walked to the desk with a terrified face. "Brr." He paused himself as he took a deep breath and continued, "Alpha, I think you had a lot of drinks today. Let's not talk about this matter tonight." Bryan stared at him, giving him a blank look. "I stopped drinking years ago, but that does not mean my body cannot handle a few drinks of alcohol. I am not drunk. Just do what I am saying. I need to give it a check." Robert understood what it meant. In the last 5 years, Bryan had never looked at the contract. If he wanted to check, it indicated that he was thinking about something. He shut his eyes and exhaled. He took slow steps toward the bookshelves, grabbing the keys and opening the middle one. There was a small chest hidden behind the old books. Robert entered the password and unlocked the chest. After taking out a black folder, he closed the bookshelf and returned to the desk. He handed Bryan the folder after glancing at it briefly. Bryan grabbed it and looked at Robert's terrified expression. He opened the folder and stated, "Stop looking so scared. I am totally fine." Robert lowered his head without responding to him. His eyes moved to the contract papers inside the folder that Bryan had just unfolded. There were bold red letters that were clearly written words. Agreement of indemnification. When Bryan saw the word indemnification, his gaze paused. His eyes flashed red for a moment as the past flickered in his mind for a moment. "Alpha." Bryan raised his head to look at Robert. His gaze cut off Robert. "Is this how you continue to be my beta? Fear like this? Am I eating someone alive? Why so afraid? Just relax. I'm just checking." His eyes returned to the contract. As he began to read the contract silently, Robert glanced at him from time to time. He did not want Bryan to recall his past. It was something very unpleasant. The more Bryan turned the pages, the more his face turned furious. "That old bustard is really something else," Bryan said, tossing the folder on the desk. Robert reached for the folder and went back to the bookshelf to place it back in its place. After locking the bookshelf, he looked at Bryan. "Alpha Gabriel Laurent was a moron. His whole pack used to dislike him when he ruled the Moon Valley Pack," Robert said. Bryan nodded his head. "Yeah, just like his grandson, Victor Laurent. Sometimes I feel like that man went on with his grandfather, but then I realized I was wrong. He is worse." Robert agreed with Bryan. He noticed Bryan lighting a cigarette and took a deep puff of smoke to ease his nerves. "That's why I told you not to read the contract again. It ruined your mood," Robert said, walking back to the desk and taking a seat on a chair. "Bryan, there is no way you can call off your wedding. It's inevitable. It's good that Alpha Lucas is on our side. Don't forget this wedding contract saved you years ago." Bryan rested his head against his chair and closed his eyes. "Victor got his wings. It seems that I have to send him to the place where he belongs once again. I really wish I had killed him that day." Robert shook his head and replied, "Alpha Gabriel would have killed you. He loved his grandson more than his own son. You were not the head of Alpha at that time." Bryan opened his eyes, and they gleamed. A smirk formed on his lips as he said, "But now I am the head of Alpha, and he is no longer in this world to look after his grandson. Who will protect his beloved Victor from me?" Robert stared at Bryan, catching a glimpse of the old Bryan. There was a maniacal look on his face when he talked about Victor. "Bryan, this wedding is not only important for you, but for the whole pack. It is the reason why the Laurent family does not bother you about having a mate. They don't care. But if you take a step back, you know what can happen. Their pack's laws are unavoidable. It's about your life, too. Bryan closed his eyes again as if thinking about something. Robert rubbed his forehead and said, "We are forbidden to talk about it. Otherwise, I would have spoken with Sophia myself. She is the woman my best friend is in love with. I would have never let her leave you. But she chose Victor, and he has already announced their wedding date. Bryan, you have no choice but to let her go." A week passed as Sophia was counting the day when Victor would return to the Nightshade Pack. In the last few days, Bryan did not let go of a chance to come across her path. He started sending gifts, flowers, chocolates, and other things. She wondered if he sent those things to the wrong address. She could not believe he thought he could buy her with those things. So she ignored everything. It was a day when she got a call from the dean of her university. She asked him about her transfer certificate so that she could start applying to a university in the Moon Valley Pack. But in return, they denied her proposal. "We got the order from the upper side. We are unable to issue you a transfer certificate." It was what she got to hear. There was no doubt the upper side meant their main shareholder, Alpha Bryan. She was irritated because Bryan was making her life miserable. Today, there was a conference at the university, so she decided to attend the conference and question the dean directly about the papers. After having breakfast with her mother, she left for the university directly. She avoided other people's stares and walked to the dean's office. She knocked on the door, standing outside. "Come in." When she heard the man's voice, she opened the door. As soon as she stepped into the office room, she froze. A man in a black suit was seated in a chair. The dean was looking afraid while looking at him. Sophia turned her gaze away from the man and cleared her throat. "Sir, could I please have some of your time? I need to talk to you." The dean gave Sophia a quick glance before motioning her toward the man sitting across from him. Sophia rolled her eyes and realized that she had not bowed her head yet. She was about to bow, but then she stopped herself. "You forgot that I was going to be some other Pax Luna, so I don't think I need to bow to him now." The dean was stunned. "Sophia, bow down your head, Alpha, right now. You will be another Pax Luna, but you are still this Pax member. I will never tolerate this level of disrespect in my office." Sophia turned her head to Bryan, who was looking at the dean, not giving a glance at her as if he were not the man who had been disturbing her the whole week. "I am sorry, Alpha Bryan." Sophia said it sarcastically and bowed to him. The dean looked at Bryan. "Alpha, she is requesting a transfer certificate from our university. What's wrong with it? Give it to her." His simple answer shocked the dean. "But you were the one who told me." "I have changed my mind. Since I changed it, I expect something in return." Sophia frowned at him. "What do you want?" Bryan looked at her and replied, "Your one day." "Excuse me?" Sophia asked as her brows knitted together. The atmosphere of the office room turned heated up as Bryan's eyes lingered on Sophia. The dean glanced at Bryan, then at Sophia. Everyone was aware that Sophia used to date Bryan's younger brother. The professors who were unaware of their students' personal lives or university news learned about Sophia and Bruce's relationship from the pictures shown in the competition 1.5 years ago. "Alpha, I also don't understand what you're trying to say," the dean said politely. Despite his seniority, he had no authority over the man sitting in front of him. He was bound to respect the head Alpha. There was a fear in his eyes about offending the mighty man. Bryan looked away from Sophia's confused gaze and focused on the dean. "Tell your student to assist me for one day, and I will allow her to keep the transfer certificate. After that, she can go anywhere she wants." The dean pursed his lips tightly, not knowing what to think. He assumed that Sophia used to be Bryan's personal secretary, so it could be the reason why Bryan was asking for a day. The dean let out a low chuckle. "I see. You need her assistance in your business. I am so proud that one of my students can assist you." He looked at Sophia, who was staring at Bryan. "Sophia, assist Alpha for today. I will issue you your TC as soon as you receive permission from him." Sophia tightened her fists because she did not understand why Bryan was doing that. She wanted to leave peacefully, but it looked like he did not want that. Assist? Does he even believe me? Is he not concerned that I will reveal the secrets to others? Her remarks astounded the dean. He was shocked by the way Sophia was talking in front of the head alpha. However, he understood that she was going to be the Luna of the rival pack. He suspected Victor wanted to continue the beef, so he may have instructed Sophia to do so. No, I am not concerned, Bryan said, rising from his chair. The dean got up immediately and led him to the door. Alpha, it is a pleasure meeting you. Thank you for your visit. Bryan gave him a nod and left the office unhurriedly. The dean let out a sigh as if he were holding his breath for so long. He turned his head to Sophia, who was looking at the door with a mad face. Sophia Berg, do you really want your TC? With a frown on her face, she turned to look at him. Pardon me, sir. Are you forcing one of your female students to spend the entire day with your head alpha simply because she requested a transfer certificate? The dean walked over to his desk and sat down in his chair. Everyone knows how Alpha Bryan is. There is no way he would do something wrong to you. So if he asked for you to assist him, why not? Don't try to convince me because I don't have anything in my hand right now. He glanced at the door and said, You can leave now. Sophia tightened her fists in anger. Her mind was on fire with rage. She turned around at the door and left the office room. She was unsure whether to go to Bryan or not. How would she be able to study in another pack if she did not have the transfer certificate? She needed that badly. She did not want to be a Luna who would show her power to get admission to the best university in her pack without any papers or without giving proof of her past scores. In a terrible mood, she made her way to the entrance. As she walked out of the building, she noticed Bryan standing outside his car, leaning against it. Her footsteps came to a halt. The people around him were staring at him. Ignoring them, Sophia moved in Bryan's direction. You did it intentionally, didn't you? I see that you want me to give up on my studies. Bryan ignored her words and opened the front door for her. She saw that there was no driver inside the car. She frowned and looked at him. Seat, he said. I never said I would go with you, Alpha Bryan. He nodded his head. Okay, if you really want that, then... He was about to close the door as he responded, but she grabbed it and stopped him. I'm going with you, but I will remember it. I will repay you when I become the Luna of the Moon Valley Pack. Bryan did not respond to her remarks and had no expression on his face. He was as calm as always, but he was not cold. Other students were shocked when they saw Sophia getting inside their head Alpha's car. Why is she going with Alpha? I don't believe this woman. She is with Alpha Victor now. Yeah, and their wedding is this week. Can you believe that? But what happened to Alpha Bryan? What has he seen in her that he has to cheat Mila Laurent? Isn't he very loyal to her? No one had seen him with another woman before. She used to be the personal secretary of Alpha Bryan, remember? I wonder what kind of work she used to do that Alpha had to come here to get her. Stop it, guys. If Alpha hears us, he will kill us. The whispers around the students kept moving as they saw Bryan's car driving away from the area. Inside the car, Sophia was sitting with a furious face. Bryan gave her a quick glance before returning his attention to the road. After a while, calming herself, Sophia asked Bryan, What will I do for the entire day? Hearing her, he grinned while looking at the road. He steered the car in a direction Sophia had never gone. She was shocked when he turned the car into the restricted area. Her eyes widened as she turned her head at him. Where are you taking me? What are you doing? A smirk appeared in Bryan's face as his eyes flashed red. Since you will not listen to me, I have to choose the last option. She blinked her eyes as she gazed at him. Fear rose in her heart, but she tried to be bold and asked in a relaxed tone, What are you talking about? He looked at her and answered, I have to kill you, Sophia Berg. Sophia froze when she heard Bryan's words. She looked away from him as she clenched her jaw. This man is really after my life, she thought. But she was not a weak girl who was afraid of dying. She remembered Victor driving so fast that she nearly had a heart attack. That day he told her that she should overcome her fear of death. She realized that both alphas took her lightly. They thought she was a fragile woman whom they could twist at any time. But she was not that vulnerable. At least to herself, she was not. She took a deep breath and replied to Bryan, "Do you think you can kill me? What if the situation turns the other way and I will kill you?" Bryan's eyes were on the road, but he could feel the cold tone in her voice. His smirk faded as if he did not expect that reply from her. "You can't kill me," he muttered as he drove the car. She scoffed at him. "Why not? You can think of killing me, and I will let you go." After a little silence, he mumbled in a low tone, "Did you really think I would kill you? I was just—" He did not continue, as if he were thinking about something. He went silent, and the entire car became quiet. "You were just kidding? I thought you were so scared about the wedding that you really planned it," Sophia said, turning her head to Bryan. His eyes were fixed on his side profile. He was a man of good looks and power. However, he was not a good person. He was driven by a desire for power. He desired more power than he possessed. For power, he could do anything. So his killing her did not seem like a big deal to her. "If I wanted, I could have killed you 2 years ago," he muttered. "I told you to kill me that night, but you chose to let my throat go. You thought, why not have a wife and a mistress together? This world is really strange. A man can have so many women if he gains some power, but women can't do that." Bryan chuckled as if he found her words amusing. "So you want to do that? Do you plan to have another man besides your husband if you become Luna?" Sophia was stunned. She was about to say no, but then she laughed sarcastically and replied, "Of course not. My man is enough for me, but if my future husband had been an alpha like you, I would have done that for sure." Bryan accelerated the speed of the car. Sophia looked at the road and did not say anything else. She wondered where he was taking her. It was away to the forest, where most of the time people ended up being caught by rogues and never came back. Did he plan to throw her to the rogues? Her gaze swept the 2 sides of the road. She could see the dark forest. She was confused as to why he chose to go there. She pulled out her phone when she began to feel that something was not right. She believed there would be no networks available here. Surprisingly, all the networks were fine. She could call anyone for help if she needed it. She felt relieved and closed her eyes to calm herself down. As the car entered the forest and began to descend, she immediately sat up straight. The car drove through the forest for a while before coming to a stop in front of a large wooden house. Sophia parted her lips as she was shocked to see such a beautiful house inside the forest. The house looked bigger than her house. Around the greenery, its wooden black color could catch anyone's attention. She could see small fountains used as decorations outside the house. They resembled small mushrooms, and the beautiful white marbles were boiling in the water. She was in awe as she stared at the house. She was so lost that she had no idea when Bryan got out of the car and came to open the door beside her. He extended his hand to her. She glanced at his hand, but ignored it. She did not take his hand and stepped out of the car by herself. She closed the door and looked around the house. "What is this?" Bryan ignored her rude behavior and turned his gaze to the house. "I built the house a few years ago, right after I became the Nightshade Pack's alpha." Sophia listened to him without saying anything. Her eyes focused on the house. The more she looked at it, the more she was mesmerized by the beauty of the house. Bryan walked to the door and pulled out a key from his pocket. He opened the door and gestured with his hand for her to enter. She looked at him. As if he could see the insecurities inside her eyes, he asked, "What? You don't trust me?" "No." He entered the house while saying, "I don't believe it. If you did not trust me, you would not have come here with me in the first place." She rolled her eyes at him. "You have a misconception about me, Alpha." He turned to her while holding the door. "I can read people really well. Now, will you come inside or stay outside the whole day?" Sophia did not want to say yes, but she was curious to see the interior of the house. She was kind of excited for no reason. She entered the house and was surprised to see how stunningly decorated it was. She was left speechless as it was furnished so beautifully. Though it was in the middle of the forest, it was luxurious. She looked around the house as she took everything in. When she turned around to look at Bryan, she saw him staring at her. "Looks like a nice place to live." He did not move his eyes from her and replied, "I have never brought anyone here before, not even my parents." She was taken aback. She looked away from him and asked, "Why did you bring me here then?" She took a step back when he walked toward her. He took her hands and replied, "I really wish we could stay here together, just you and me." Sophia was stunned. She snatched her hands away from his grip. She turned away from him and looked around the house. "Is this where you would have taken me if I had agreed to be your mistress?" There was a mockery in her tone. She could not help but laugh. She turned to face Bryan and asked, "So why did you bring me here? To sleep with me?" Bryan's brows lifted as his expression changed. He stared at her without replying. She sneered at him when he became silent. She assumed he had nothing to say. With a sigh, she moved in the direction of the stairs. She wanted to take a look upstairs. She could see there was a door. She assumed it was a bedroom. The whole house only had one bedroom. The bedroom was upstairs, and the living, dining, and kitchen areas were all together downstairs. Just as she was about to take her first step up the stairs, Bryan spoke up behind her. "I brought you here so that I could spend the day with you here. I didn't have anything else in mind." She decided not to go upstairs and turned to Bryan. "Why? What is here to spend the day? I am not your friend or your fiancée Mila, who can give you their time. I have my own man who is currently out of the pack. My wedding is in just a few days. My family is planning everything for my wedding. And here you are, my head alpha, thinking about taking my time." He turned away from her and walked to the open kitchen. "I don't want to hear anything about your wedding. Let's not talk about it. You are with me for one day, so let's push everything aside and enjoy our time." "Are you kidding me? What will I do with you the whole day?" "I am hungry. Why not cook for me?" he asked while pulling out an apron from a kitchen drawer. She gave him a furious look. "Are you serious? You brought me all the way here to cook for you? Do you see me as a maid who will do your chores? You are neither a friend nor a family member. Why would I cook for an enemy?" When she saw him emerge from the kitchen, she blinked. Instead of coming toward her, he walked to the couches. He took off his suit jacket and placed it on the couch. He rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt. She was struck by the man's perfection. The veins on his hands became visible as the sleeves were rolled up. When he went back to the kitchen, she turned away from him. He was so attractive that any woman would struggle to look away from him. His scent made it really hard for Sophia to calm herself in that wooden house. It looked like nature was trying to push her toward his scent. She looked over at Bryan and was surprised to see him wearing the apron. "What are you doing? Since you don't want to cook for me, let me cook for you." She parted her lips. She was perplexed about why Bryan was doing that. But then it dawned on her. He was doing all these things to make her get back to him and call off the wedding. She scoffed in her head and walked to a couch. She observed him while sitting on the couch. She realized he was a perfectionist. The way he was cooking, it was like she was watching a cooking show, and a handsome chef was cooking on the screen. After a while, she began to use her phone. She checked her inbox. She glanced at the convention she had with Victor the whole week. She asked many questions. He only told her one thing at a time, and that was, "I will reply to all of your questions when I am back, but for now, just stay away from Bryan Morrison." She tried her best the whole week to stay away from Bryan, but her study was something she could not leave. She believed she could protect herself, and she should not be afraid of Bryan. "Lunch is ready. Come, let's eat together." She heard Bryan's voice. She raised her gaze from her phone and saw Bryan setting the round wooden table with the dishes. He pulled a chair for her and waited for her to come. She placed the phone on the couch and moved toward the table. She sat on the other chair instead of the one he was holding. Bryan did not say anything about it and sat on the chair he had just pulled out for her. When Sophia looked at the food, she was surprised. He had prepared her favorite dishes. She tried to ignore the fact and started eating quietly. She just wanted to get through the day quickly so she could go back. She was surprised that Bryan was really a good cook. She glanced at him when he put food on her plate. "Eat more. You need to gain more strength if you want to be my enemy." His taunt did not make her feel angry. She continued eating, and when she was finished, she went to wash her plate. She did not want him to do anything for her. When she was wiping her hands with a towel, she heard him from behind. "See? You trust me a lot. Otherwise, why would you eat the food I cook for you? I could mix poison in your food, too." She paused as she wondered why this thing had not come to her mind. Did she still trust him? She shook her head as she said to herself, "No, I can't. Was Victor right? Is he melting my heart by doing these things? How ridiculous am I? I cannot let my guard down around him. I want to leave this place right now," she stated, turning to him. Seeing that he was doing dishes, she waited for him to reply. She saw how calmly he was doing everything, as if he had a habit of staying here. She wondered if he stayed here often. She realized that this man had something in his head. That was the reason he brought her here. She did not wait for his reply anymore, as she went to the couch and grabbed her phone, then put it in her bag. She walked to the door and said, "I am leaving." But his voice reached her ears and stopped her. "Wait." When she turned around, she noticed him looking at her with a puzzled expression. "What's the big rush? You haven't looked at the beauty upstairs. Let's go there." Saying that, he made his way to the wooden staircase. "I don't need to. I'm not here on vacation. Remember that your one day is not over." She stomped her leg on the wooden floor and strolled behind him. When she entered the large bedroom, she noticed a beautiful balcony attached to it. She did not notice that when she saw the house from the outside. She pondered whether it was visible from the house's back. She was surprised by the seating arrangements there. Bryan opened the glass door of the balcony, and she stepped onto the balcony. When he was about to enter, she turned to the door and locked it from outside. When she saw him look dumbfounded, she burst out laughing. "You are not coming outside. Let me enjoy my time alone." He knocked on the door, saying, "This is not fair. Open the door." She sneered at him. "I would rather stay here alone than spend time with you. My fiancé told me to keep my distance from you. I'm just listening to him. Sorry, Alpha." After that, she went to sit in the hanging swing chair. She stared at the forest view. Though she looked bold from outside, she was broke from inside. She was clueless as to why she was experiencing all of this. She hated the man who was looking at her from inside the room. She used to love him deeply, but he rejected her heart, even though she was his mate. Now, when she was trying to move on with someone else, he was trying to stop her from every side. She laughed at the thought that he was doing all this not to win her heart, but to get her to cancel the wedding. "I will never cancel the wedding," she muttered to herself as she looked at the dark green trees. She was unaware of how quickly time had gone by. When she took a quick look at her phone, she saw that she had been there for hours. She turned around and peered into the room. She did not look at the room carefully before coming to the balcony. It was an absolutely stunning bedroom. It was best to live here. But it was far from the town, so it was not possible to live here in loneliness. When her gaze shifted to the other side of the room, she gasped. On the couch, Bryan was smoking while staring at her. She looked away from him immediately. She considered spending a long time on the balcony. He said one day, "How could I give him one day? Did he plan something?" She thought as her eyes widened. She did not want to sleep with him. She believed he planned to do that. Otherwise, why did he bring her to a place where they were alone? She felt disgusted by his cheap mentality. Did he think that having sex would make her cancel the wedding? As time passed, the sky slowly became darker. She was feeling bored. How long would she have to stay there? She walked to the railing and gazed up at the beautiful moon in the sky. She was captivated by the moon's beauty. She did not know how she would pass her days in the future. Everything was tearing her apart inside. All of a sudden, she felt a pair of arms wrap around her waist. She gasped when Bryan rested his head on her neck. "How did you come? I made sure the door was locked." He chuckled at her surprised expression and muttered in her ear, "This is my house, baby girl. I have the keys to every lock." She was taken aback. If he had the key, why did he not come at that time? She tried to break free and asked, "So you pretended you could not get inside?" He responded by nuzzling his nose against her neck. It made her tighten her grip on the railing. "I don't want to disturb your alone time when you asked me for it. Watching you from afar is my favorite thing to do, by the way." She bit her bottom lip as he tried to seduce her with his actions. She turned around and tried to push him, but he did not move a little bit. He stared at her with a calm look. "Please, Sophia, don't marry him." She could not help but laugh. "I knew it. You brought me here to make me a fool again. I am not surprised at all." He shook his head, slowly moving his hand to cup her cheeks. "I brought you here because I could not think of what to do. I wanted to spend some time with you to ease my mind." She locked her gaze on him. Her eyes grew colder with each of his words. "I can't cancel my wedding with Mila. It's impossible for me. It's not only about me, but also about my pack. I wish I could explain it to you, but I still want to be with you. Tell me what is right to do." Sophia did not move her eyes from him. She grabbed his hands and pushed them away. "Then be loyal to the woman you are marrying. Stop pestering another woman." Her cold tone and deep words altered his expression. He shook his head and mumbled, "I can't. You are my mate. Why are you blind to the fact that Victor wants you only because you are my mate?" He left her speechless. Did he think no man could like her? She glared at him and said sarcastically, "So you know he is aware of it? Is that why you came after me? Then do one thing that will solve all your problems. Reject me as your mate, Alpha Bryan." Her words seemed to freeze him, leaving him looking stunned. But then he shook her head in response. Sophia felt there was no point in speaking with this man. "You know what? You don't have to give me any transfer certificates. I will talk to Victor about it. He will use his power to make the dean give it to me, just as you forced him not to. And you still have time to reject me if you don't want me to marry Victor. Even if I die, it has nothing to do with you." She pushed his chest to move him away and walked to the glass door to leave the balcony. However, her steps came to a halt when he spoke up from behind. "I can't reject you as my mate because my heart will never accept it." Sophia turned around slowly as her heart skipped a beat. She looked at Bryan, whose head was down. She stepped toward him without moving her eyes from him. "What did you just say?" He lifted his gaze from the floor and looked at her. "I don't want to reject you, Sophia." She shook her head and asked, "What did you say after that?" He took a deep breath and replied, "My heart will never accept it if I reject you." She stared at him for a moment, and then she gave him a bitter smile. She shook her head, and her smile turned into laughter because she could not believe what he was saying. Bryan's eyes froze at her reaction. He clenched his jaw while staring at her. "That's not funny," he muttered. She stopped laughing and fixed her gaze on him. Her eyes were sharp, digging into his heart. "Heart? Do you even have a heart?" Her question stirred something in his eyes. He looked away from her and sighed. "I know you won't believe me, but..." "But what? Did you fall in love with me in a few days? Let me guess, did you realize your feelings for me when Victor announced the wedding?" Sophia saw Bryan could not meet her gaze. She had a feeling that she wanted to hurt this man to the point where he would never dare come after her again. Because there was no way this man could have any feelings for her. She stared at him with an angry look. "I used to hold you in such high regard, Alpha Bryan. I always thought of you as someone so high that no one could ever reach you. But now, you stoop down so low. But why am I not surprised?" He looked at her. She could see a glimpse of a painful look in his eyes, but she assumed it was an illusion. "I know you can do anything to get what you want. You brought me to this place where no one else is here. You sent Victor out of the pack so that you could change my mind. Why? Just because you are afraid he will reclaim his pack, which you intend to take away from him?" Bryan let out a shaky breath. "If you know the truth, then why are you marrying him foolishly?" She got enraged. "Foolishly? What is there about foolishness? He is a head alpha. He will make me his Luna. He will accept me before the whole world. I don't need anything else. He told me he likes me, and I believed him." He grabbed her hands and shook his head in denial. "He is not a good man when it comes to women. You are not safe with him. Listen to me calmly. I know you don't hate me. It's just your anger, nothing else." Sophia snatched her hands away from him. "The man who has had a fiancée for years but still went to bed with another woman doesn't deserve to talk like this. Just oil your own machine and keep him away from your conspiracy." Bryan's eyes lingered on his hands, which she had just yanked away. They froze in the middle of the air. He shut his eyes as if he were controlling himself. She saw his action and took a few steps back. I think we will never have a conversation like this. Don't come after me again. After saying that, she was about to turn, but he opened her eyes and looked directly at her. Don't leave. I am sorry if I hurt you. A year ago, you asked me if I loved you. He paused and walked toward her. It was like he was adamant about not letting her go tonight. There was any way he would find to make her stay. She tried to move back, but he grabbed her hand and drew her toward him. I love you, Sophia. Sophia's lips trembled as he spoke, and his deep voice reached her ears. She blinked her eyes as she did not know how to react. He raised her hand and placed it over his heart on his chest. I also have a heart. It's not a stone. Don't do anything to break it, because I don't think I can handle it. She felt the pounding of his heart against her palm. Her hand began to shake as her heart started beating faster. She felt like she was lost somewhere and could never come back. He leaned down and kissed the corner of her lips. Please forgive me for breaking your heart. I promise I will never break it again. Just give me a chance. You don't need to handle any thrones, but you can have me all. I am all yours. She almost melted at the touch of his lips and his words, but when she heard him talking about thrones, she got back to her senses. At that time, her phone began to ring. She turned her head to look at the swing chair. She was about to move to grab her phone, but Bryan's grip tightened around her hand. Don't take it. Without even glancing at him, she shoved him. She went to take the phone, and when she saw who had called, she realized she had once again lost her self-respect. She received the call with a shaky hand and spoke. Victor? Where are you? Sophia could not answer, as she did not know what to say. Hearing her silence, Victor said, I am outside your house. Your mom said you haven't returned home. Where are you? Sophia shut her eyes as she felt tears scrambling inside them. When she opened her eyes, they were blank. She looked at Bryan, who was staring at her. She cleared her throat and replied to Victor, Someone almost captured me in his lies, but thanks to you for pulling me back to reality. Wait for me. I am coming back. Sophia cut the call and turned to the glass door. She did not wait for a single second and dashed out of the balcony. While leaving the room, she felt tears stream down her cheeks. But she wiped them off and walked down the stairs hurriedly. When she left the house and began to walk, she heard a voice that almost stopped her, but she didn't stop. Don't go to him. Bryan was running after her. She ignored him and began to run forward. Leave me alone. I don't want to hear any more lies. I am not lying, Sophia. I really love you, he said, then grabbed her hand to stop her. She withdrew her hand abruptly. I don't care anymore. He frowned at her. What do you mean you don't care? She looked at him with anger. Even if you beg in front of me that you love me, I will never love you back. You don't deserve a woman who loves you. I just hate you. As soon as you get it in your head, it will be better for you. He loosened his grip and muttered, So you have decided to marry him no matter what? Yes. I don't believe in your lies. I am not that Sophia anymore. He clenched his jaw and nodded his head. I tried my best to talk to you, but you don't trust me. I will never trust you. She turned around and started walking ahead. He did not stop her again. She had been walking in the dark for a long time. She wanted to go for a run. But she told Victor to wait outside her home, so she did not want to shift. I can't believe how a man can be so shameless. When he saw all of his plans were going to fail, he changed his mind and said that he loves me. Is love a joke to him? The man who clearly said even a few days ago that he only wanted power suddenly fell in love with me? How can he play with my heart like that all the time? How? She pulled her hair in anger. She did not know where to go. She was not familiar with the way. She was about to sit down a little far beside the road when she saw a car coming from the way she had just come in. She noticed the familiar car and looked away from it. The car stopped beside her, and Bryan got out of the car. Why are you here? She asked. Bryan did not look at her, as if he did not want to. He opened the front door and said, Get in the car. I will not go back there, she replied with a furious tone. This area is not safe. I will drive you to your house. No need for that. He let go of the door and came toward her. He lifted her into his arms, returned to his car, and pushed her inside. She was shocked by his actions. She was about to protest, but he shut the door and came to sit in the driver's seat. She tried to open the door, but she realized that he had locked it. She turned to him and asked, "What are you doing?" Bryan did not reply to her, as if he were raged at her. He drove the car at high speed, which took her aback. She noticed her phone, which she was holding in her hand. A message popped up in the notification bar. "Come back safely. I am waiting for you." The message was from Victor. She did not reply to Victor's message. She was mad at both of the men. Bryan was exceptional because she believed she hated him. But Victor was different. She believed he was not as bad as others portrayed him. He never lied to her about anything, but he never told her anything clearly either. Tonight, she wanted every answer from him. If he truly wanted to marry her, he would have to respond to all of her questions. The ride was silent. Sophia did not give a glance at Bryan. Even after a year, she felt Bryan was still trying to play with her, which fueled her hatred. The car moved on the bumpy road a few times while making its way to her house, but he did not lower the speed for a moment. It was like he wanted to drop her off as fast as he could. When the car reached her house, Sophia noticed a car park outside. Victor was standing next to the car while holding his phone close to his ear. Bryan stopped the car and unlocked the door. "You think my feelings for you are fake. I can accept your anger, but always keep in mind that if I can let him roam around this pack, I can kill him too. Don't let him touch you again, because I am doing my best to calm myself right now. I am not sure what will happen to others if you push your limits beyond my tolerance. Only a few days. Keep your warning to yourself. I will take everything away from you very soon." Sophia challenged him directly and got out of the car. Victor saw her and removed his phone from his ear. His gaze shifted from her and moved to the black car. "Victor." He shifted his gaze once more toward her when he heard her. "Why were you with him? Didn't I tell you to stay away from him?" Sophia turned her head and saw Bryan driving away. She returned her attention to Victor, who did not look calm at all. She took a quick glance at her house and decided not to disturb her mother. So she grabbed Victor's hand and pulled him toward the forest side near her house. "Are we going for a run?" Victor asked in a relaxed tone. Upon entering the forest, she turned to him and replied, "No, I need all of my answers tonight. If you don't answer me, I will not marry you." Victor's brows furrowed as he asked, "What did you just say? You won't marry me? Do you know what you are saying? It's impossible to stop the wedding. There is no way you can cancel it." She crossed her arms over her chest. "This is not the answer, Alpha Victor. Tell me, why is Bryan Morrison banished from your pack?" Victor stared at her for a while, then let out a lower tone. "He changed your mind, didn't he?" She shook her head. "No way. Except for myself, no one has the ability to change my mind. You promised me that you would reply when you returned." Victor averted his gaze from her and exhaled deeply. "I hate the man more than anyone in this world." Sophia felt irritated to get the same answer from everyone. She became disoriented and lost her sanity. She could not help but yell at him. "How can you two alphas make me lose my mind? Why can't you, the man who will be my husband in a few days, answer a simple question? Why does everything seem twisted? Just answer me, Aura." Victor's calm face became fiercer, and his eyes turned red as he interrupted her. "Because he killed my mate. He is banished from my pack because he killed the future Luna of the Moon Valley pack. I hate him and want to destroy him because he made me mateless to snatch everything away from me." Sophia's eyes widened as she took a step backward. She could not just believe Victor. Bryan could not do that. She hated him, but that did not mean she did not know him. In truth, she knew him quite well. He ran after power, but he could not kill someone's mate. He craved power, but he was not the person in her eyes who could descend to such depths as to roam the world and kill the other alphas' mates in order to obtain their packs. "You are lying," she mumbled. She could see the fierce face of Victor, who was glaring at her as if he would rip her head any time. However, she was unfazed by his gaze and said, "He can't do that. Victor came toward her and grabbed her arms. "So you mean I am lying to you about my dead mate? Do you even know what else he did to her? When you learn about it, your soul will tremble. so it's better if you keep yourself away from our past." "Why did he do that?" she asked, feeling broken inside. The more he learned about Bryan, the more he shattered her heart. How could he turn out like this? He used to think of him as a really good alpha, though she used to think he was arrogant, not this ruthless. She considered the act of breaking her heart as cruel, but what Bryan had done to Victor was even more brutal. She could see the pain inside his eyes. Victor let go of her arms and ran his fingers through his hair. "I can't believe that man has shaken you again. I thought you were strong and would not," come into his words again. Sophia shifted her gaze away from him as she felt her cheeks wet. She touched her cheek and realized that she was crying. She could not understand whether she was crying after learning of Bryan's horrible crime or whether she was feeling terrible for Victor. "I will never forgive him. My only desire is to destroy him," Victor muttered in fury. Sophia looked at him. While wiping her tears, she said, "So you were not mateless, but he killed your mate." He turned to her. His eyes turned back to black as he controlled his rage. "I am sorry if I was rude to you. I did not want to lose my temper." She nodded her head as she looked away from him. "So you really want to marry me because I am his mate?" "No," she gazed at him when she heard his reply. "Then why?" He took her hand on his and replied with a soft tone. "When I met you the first day, you were close to my pack's border. I saw you and felt attracted to you. You are different from others, not like the women who can do anything to end up in my bed. I really like you, Sophia. I can't claim that I love you because I can't lie like Bryan Morrison." She frowned at him. "How do you know he said that to me? Otherwise, why would you talk about not marrying me?" She lowered her head and mumbled, "I know nothing about you. Sometimes I felt days running really fast without knowing you." While grabbing her hand, he pulled her along with him. "What do you want to know about me?" "Everything," Sophia replied while looking at him. He took a deep breath and walked with Sophia ahead. "I was an unwanted child from childhood. My father never loved me when I was a kid. My mother was sick, but he always ignored her, and when my mom died, he came home with another woman and a child. He cheated on my mother, and their daughter was the proof. My grandfather rejected the woman because he harbored a persistent suspicion that my father had murdered my mother. My grandfather really loved me a lot, so he refused to accept another Luna for my father, as he decided to give the throne to me and not any other heir of my father. But when he tested Mila's DNA and found the result, he had to declare her mother as the Luna of our pack." Sophia paused, prompting Victor to also halt. He turned to her and asked, "Do you want to know more?" She felt really bad for Victor. She sensed that Victor's childhood had left him broken. How could his father do that to his mother and him? "When did Bryan kill your mate, and why?" Victor's eyes darkened as he said, 5 years ago. "Let's not talk about it. I don't want to remember that again." "I know it's painful for you, but why did he do that?" "He wanted me to lose all my strength because he feared I would grow stronger than him, so he killed my mate to weaken my wolf." Sophia did not know how to react. But no matter how cold she had become, she could not lose the part of her heart that was still soft. She felt sad for Victor. She held his hand and whispered, "I'm sorry for what happened to you. Even though everyone treated you badly, you still managed to maintain your composure in their presence. Your dad and Bryan will both get their karma. I believe they will." She felt the hatred in her heart that had piled up for Bryan increase so much that it filled all the space. Now, there was no way she would feel even a little bad if he got hurt. "Do you know why he wants to stop this wedding? It's because he knows if we actually pair up, we can destroy him. He is afraid of my actions. He can show his anger in front of me, but he can't kill me. If he kills me, it will cause problems for his throne, as he has already killed my mate and has been banished from my pack." The wind touched her body, giving her shivers, but she did not feel anything inside. It was as if she had lost all of the feelings that were left inside for Bryan. "I want to marry you because I like you. Don't you want to marry me?" he asked, looking at her. She gulped as the question now felt heavier in her heart. However, it was not as tough for her as before. She looked into his eyes and nodded at him. "I will marry you. That man should be punished. He killed your mate and then wanted to cage his own mate as a mistress. He is a cruel man who deserves to die." The day was bright, but Sophia's mood was totally opposite. It did not look like her wedding was knocking on the door. She was broken once again after learning about Bryan last night. The way Victor expressed himself really hurt her heart. She could feel his pain about his mate. He said he used to love his mate, and he missed her. Sophia could relate to him. She also used to love her mate. Her mate was alive but did not value her, whereas Victor's mate was killed by someone else. She was shocked to know that Bryan could kill someone's mate without even a war. Victor told her last night that it was not even a war, but a conspiracy in which Bryan killed his mate. The reason was that he did not want Victor to get stronger than him. He was insecure about his powers. "Sophia, come down. Alpha Victor sent dresses for you," her mother told her as she opened the door to her room. Sophia was sitting on her bed while thinking about last night, so when she heard her mother's voice, she turned to her. Tonight, Victor was throwing a party in a club for all the youngsters. It was a pre-wedding party before his wedding, and all of his officials would join him too. He sent Sophia dresses for that party. "Mom." Her mother looked away from her. Sophia frowned when she noticed her mother looked paler than before. She got out of bed and walked toward her. She hugged her mother and asked, "Mom, are you okay?" Her mother placed her hand on her back and stroked her. "I am fine, my dear. Are you okay? Is everything fine? You said you liked that man, and that was the reason you wanted to marry him. But why don't you look happy?" Sophia broke the hug and cupped her mother's cheeks. "Mom, I am happy. I got a man who has a soft heart. He may look aggressive, but he is not terrible from the inside." Her mother looked at her carefully to see if she was lying to her. But when she saw Sophia's gentle smile, she sighed in relief. "I hope you will get all of your happiness. Your brother and I protected you from every danger from outside because we loved you. Your brother never let you face the world like other girls usually did. So, in the future, it may be difficult for you to understand all the people around you." Sophia lowered her head while thinking, "Mom, it's getting difficult for me now too. I can't understand how people think so differently from me. I always wanted to love them, but they always broke me. This world is not for someone with a fragile heart, but for cold-hearted people. I have to be like them." When her mother noticed her silence, she caressed her hair and spoke. "I want to see you smile all the time." Sophia nodded her head and hugged her mother again. She felt calm when she embraced her mother. She loved her a lot. "Mom, where is brother?" Sophia inquired as she headed downstairs with her mother. "He is out of the pack." Sophia paused and asked, "Out of the pack? He knows my wedding is in 4 days. Then why?" "Don't worry. He said he would be back in 3 days." "That's a relief." Sophia watched many dresses lying on the couch in the living room. All of them were party dresses. She chose the red one. When it was time for the party, Sophia went back to her room to get ready. When she put on the dress, she saw how the dress hugged her body perfectly. She put on makeup to conceal her broken look. She heard of someone's death, and it was not easy for her to forget it so soon. She put on red high heels and left the room. Her mother told her that she looked beautiful in the dress. She thanked her and exited her house. She saw a car waiting for her outside. Victor's driver opened the door for her. When she got in, she noticed Victor was not inside. The driver told her that Victor would meet her directly at the club. In an hour, Sophia arrived at the club. She realized that it was the club where she had been before. It was the most expensive one, and only alphas could afford to throw a party here. She went inside the club and was immediately embraced by Sarah and Nolan. Sophia was surprised that Victor cared for her so much that he invited her friends too. Her mood lightened, and she tried to be a party person for tonight. She felt a hand grab her wrist, and when she turned, she found Victor. His gaze moved from her face to her dress, then returned to her face. "I never thought you would look this hot in this dress, darling." She blushed as she did not expect him to compliment her like that. She thought he would be upset since he had talked about his past. But then she realized it had been 5 years since his mate died. He let go of that woman's memories, but he did not let go of the person who killed her. "Come, let me introduce you to my officials." Sophia walked with Victor toward three men. They stopped speaking when they noticed Victor approaching them. Sophia felt a little uncomfortable when they looked at her. Their gazes were like roaming around her body, which she did not like. Victor introduced her to them and told them that his gamma was absent since he was sick and on the edge of death. Sophia said hello to them, and they politely replied. She felt she misjudged them about looking at her in another way. Sophia looked around the club and saw how people were enjoying the party. They were not someone she knew, but related to Bryan and Victor both. Her gaze shifted to the entrance when she noticed people looking at it. She saw a man and a woman entering the club. Her brows furrowed as she glared at the man from afar. "What is Bryan doing here?" she asked. Victor glanced in Bryan's direction and replied to her, "He is my sister's soon-to-be husband. He should be present here with Mila." Sophia looked away as soon as Bryan's gaze met hers. She shifted her gaze to Mila, who was holding Bryan's arm. Sophia scoffed and turned her gaze away. "Didn't he confess to me about his love yesterday? Look how he came here with Mila like a shameless man," she thought. Sophia felt a hand wrap around her waist. She turned to Victor, who grinned at her. "Let's welcome them. After all, we are the hosts of the party." She nodded her head and made their way toward Bryan and Mila, who had just taken seats in the launch area. When Mila noticed Victor, she spoke out. "Brother." Sophia noticed her trembling tone. Now she understood why she always looked so afraid of him. It was because she had a fear that Victor would kill her, just like Bryan had killed his woman. Victor glanced at Mila, then turned his attention to Bryan, who was sitting on the couch calmly. But his eyes were not calm. His eyes were fixed on Victor's hand, which was holding Sophia's waist. Victor pulled Sophia a little closer to him to remove all the distance. Sophia was stunned by his pull, but when she looked at him, Victor smiled at her. "Try to stay close to me. In 4 days, there will be no distance between us anyway." Sophia tried not to react in any way. She looked over at Bryan, who was sipping his drink. She took a deep breath and nodded at Victor. Her eyes were on Bryan, who looked so calm, as if he were not the man who killed someone's mate. She wondered how he could sleep so peacefully after taking someone's life away. It was not even a war where he needed to kill an enemy. In fact, Victor told her that his family had been good to him at the time. Their packs had a great friendship until he killed Victor's mate, and everything changed. "Let's sit down with them," Victor said to Sophia, and they settled on a couch. At that time, Bryan's officials had entered the club. They searched for their alpha and eventually located him. They approached him. They then took seats close to him. Sophia ignored them while sitting silently. "I did not expect Alpha Bryan to show up," Victor said mockingly. "Why not? Alpha Victor is getting married. I should be present at every party and celebration," Bryan muttered. Sophia felt enraged inside just hearing his voice. She was not like Victor, who could mock and taunt around even after getting hurt. She was a person who wanted to end everything and every connection if she thought to get over it. She ignored the conversation between two enemy alphas and looked around for Sarah and Nolan. When she saw that they were drinking, she waved at them. She stood up from the couch and looked at Victor. "I am going to my friends." "Sure, darling. I am coming back to you in a few minutes. Since Alpha Bryan is here, I need to give him some time, you know." Sophia turned around and headed to her friends. She talked to Sarah and Nolan for a while. "We just want you to be happy," Sarah said as she hugged Sophia. "Let's have a dance," Nolan said to Sarah and Sophia to cheer their mood. Sarah's eyes brightened and she held Sophia's hand. "Let's go for a dance. It will be our last dance before your wedding." Though Sarah was sad, she wanted to enjoy the last moments with Sophia with a happy face. Sophia sighed and gave her and Nolan a nod. She went to the dance floor and began to dance. Sophia tried to follow their lead and laughed as she saw Sarah begin to jump on the floor with every beat of the music. While dancing, she turned her head and gulped. Bryan and Victor were both staring at her. She saw Mila glaring at her. Sophia could see how much she despised her. Sophia smirked, liking Mila's reaction, and returned her attention to dancing after looking away from them. After a few seconds, a hand reached out and pulled her into the crowd on the dance floor. She gasped and tried to control her steps, but the man who was holding her kept her from falling. She raised her head and saw the man with a frown. "Beta, Robert?" Robert looked at her and helped her to stand straight. "Let's dance," he said. She was stunned but did not deny it. She looked at him carefully, wondering why he had suddenly approached her. Perhaps Bryan sent him to her to convince her to call off her wedding. "Sophia, if you are here to talk about canceling my wedding, then don't," she said to him beforehand. Robert exhaled deeply as he turned his head to glance at the couches. She shifted her gaze and realized they had come far to see that area. Robert turned his head back to Sophia. He leaned down so that only she could hear him and said, "He is on the edge of losing himself. Don't do anything to make him lose his temper." She rolled her eyes when she heard him. "I don't care if he loses his temper, so don't worry about me." He moved back and looked at her while shaking his head. "I am not worried about you, but about us. Don't push him to the point where he has to change again, Sophia. It will only bring out the worst of him." Sophia did not understand what he meant, but her heart was filled with rage against Bryan. How could his beta expect her to think about his temper? Did he mean Bryan would kill her just like he killed Victor's mate? Before Sophia could say something to Robert, someone else interrupted her. "Excuse me, she is with me. How can you dance with her before her alpha?" When she turned around, she noticed Victor glaring at Robert. Robert let go of Sophia and moved back. His eyes were fixed on Sophia as if telling her to listen to him. Sophia ignored him and looked at Victor. "I am not in the mood to dance anymore. I am going to the restroom. Upstairs." While glaring at Robert, Victor told her to use the VIP restroom upstairs. She nodded her head, left the dance floor, and went upstairs to use the restroom. She came to the realization that the upstairs was not in use for tonight. The place was empty, and all the rooms were closed. She went to use the restroom. Her mind was replaying what Robert had told her. She was certain that Bryan had sent him to her. When Sophia came out of the restroom, she thought about staying upstairs for a while. She did not want to see that man's face again and again. "Want to stay here?" When she heard a voice behind her, she turned around. She saw Victor walking toward her. He was holding a glass of wine. He chugged down the drink, placed the glass on a table near him, and continued to walk in her direction. I thought about staying here for a while." He halted in front of her. "For what? To clear up your mind?" His gaze remained on her face until it moved slowly down to her body. She was unaware of his gaze as she started speaking. "No, it's not like that. I was just—" Victor suddenly came closer to her, which caused her to retreat. Her body was pressed against the pillar behind her. "Victor." He lifted his hand and wrapped it around her neck. She gasped when she thought he almost choked her. He smirked at her reaction. His other hand moved to touch her bare arm, causing her to shiver. "Victor?" "Shh!" He moved his hand away from her neck and lowered his head. She gasped again as he planted a kiss on her neck. "How long are you going to make me wait? Just 4 days, and you will be mine." She blinked at his words. She felt uneasy by his touch. Maybe it was because she was not used to his touch, or it could be her wolf who did not want anyone else to touch her. She lifted her hands to his chest to push him, but before she could do that, he moved his head from her neck and pressed his lips on hers. She froze in her place. He began to move his lips, which brought her back to her senses. She did not like how he suddenly kissed her without her consent. She tried to push him, but he pressed his body against her and tilted his head to kiss her deeply. Her hands patted his chest in an attempt to move him, but he remained unmoved. She stopped struggling when her wolf wanted to take over and push him away from her. She shut her eyes to control her wolf and decided to push Victor herself, but she froze when a loud growl reached her ears. Everything seemed to go silent after hearing the growl. Even the music downstairs was inaudible to her ears after that. Victor broke the kiss and turned around. Sophia raised her eyebrows in surprise upon seeing a pair of red eyes staring directly at her. It was Bryan who had just growled. He was gazing at them. He tilted his head left and right, as if he were trying to control himself from doing something he shouldn't. But when he got closer to them, Victor spoke out. "Alpha Bryan, you should not come here. You just interrupted our passionate kiss." Bryan did not allow him to finish as he gripped his neck and pushed him against another pillar. Sophia let out a loud gasp. Bryan glared at Victor and yelled, "How did you kiss her?" Victor scoffed at him as if he did not care about how tightly Bryan held his neck. "So what? She is my Luna. I can kiss her anytime I want." "Anytime you want?" Bryan asked, kicking his abdomen. Victor grabbed his stomach when he felt pain. Sophia tried to dash toward Victor with a stunned face. "Victor!" But she paused near him when Bryan turned his head to look at her. His eyes were still red, as if he did not want to calm himself anymore. "Why are you hitting him? Leave him," she said to Bryan. "You enjoyed his kiss, didn't you?" Bryan muttered angrily. She was stunned by his question, but there was no way she would say no to him. Victor grabbed Bryan's collar, turned him to the pillar, and punched his cheek. Sophia gulped when she saw the two alphas fighting with each other. She did not know how to stop them. Fortunately, their officials rushed toward them. They tried to move the alphas away from each other. It was good that neither of their gammas were present. Otherwise, they would have attacked the other alpha for attacking their head alpha. "Victor, let's not fight," Sophia said, reaching out her hand to pull Victor away. On the other hand, Bryan shifted his focus to Sophia's hand, which was holding Victor's. He clenched his jaw and grabbed Victor's neck again, this time more firmly. "I let you go every time you touched her, but how did you dare kiss her?" "I will kill you tonight," Bryan said, pressing him against the pillar again. Victor chuckled as he shook his head. "Kill me? Like how you killed my mate?" Everyone turned silent after hearing that. Bryan moved his gaze at Sophia as if trying to see her reaction, but he did not see any surprise in her eyes. He sneered as he let go of Victor's neck. "So you told her about it?" Victor laughed at him. "Of course. How long will you hide your crime, Alpha Bryan? How long will you hide yourself under this goody image? It's a vassal over your true face." Bryan smirked at him as he moved toward him. "You are so right. I should stop hiding who I am. What else have you told her about me? Is she aware of the location where I sent you many years ago?" Victor's expression darkened as he glared at Bryan. He attempted to hit Bryan's head with his own head, but before that, Bryan moved his head and slammed Victor's head hard against the pillar. Sophia screamed in shock as she saw blood gushing from Victor's head. "Victor!" Victor's officials tried to push Bryan to move him away from Victor. Bryan mocked them. Like Alpha, like officials, cowards and weaklings. Victor held his head and touched blood. He found himself dizzy. Bryan stared at Sophia when she rushed to Victor and held his arm. He saw how she touched his head and how she told him to go to the hospital. Sophia became furious after witnessing Victor's state. She glared at Bryan and pushed on his chest. "How dare you hurt him? What was his fault? He has a right to kiss me. He is my fiancé, and you." She pointed her finger at him and continued, "You are no one to tell me who I should allow to touch me, so just stay away from us." Bryan clenched his jaw. His eyes caught Victor's gaze at him. He wanted to give him another blow, but his officials stopped him by grabbing his arms. "Alpha, calm down. I swear you need to relax right now," Delta Edger said with a shaky tone. Theta Noble lowered his head, unsure of what to do next. Meanwhile, Robert was staring at Bryan. There was a fear in his eyes that no one noticed. He gulped as he tried to calm himself first. He glanced at Edger, who shook his head in defeat. Edger's eyes were also filled with fear. Robert noticed that Victor's officials were looking at Bryan. He cleared his throat and said, "That's an issue between two men, not between two head alphas. So I believe we should wrap things up here." Sophia ignored Robert's words toward Victor's officials and wrapped Victor's hand around her shoulder in order to support him. Victor was not weak, but the way Bryan struck his head against the pillar caused his blood to continue rushing out of his head. Victor looked at Bryan as he drew Sophia closer. 4 more days. When Bryan heard him say that, he rushed towards Victor again, but Robert blocked his path. Robert glared at Victor and said, "Shut your fucking mouth, bastard. You are poking him continuously. Do you really want to die the same way as your mate?" Sophia frowned at him. "How can you talk to a head alpha like that? He is not hurting any of you, but you all kept hurting him again and again." Robert glanced at her. His eyes were sharp. If you were not my Alpha's mate and he did not want you to be alive, I would have killed you that day when you dropped to your knees in front of all the guests to stop the engagement." Sophia was shocked. Bryan's officials were just like him. They did not value anyone's life. They just wanted to clear out anyone who came in their way. Even though Victor was in pain, he laughed. "I see. Alpha Bryan is getting so weak that he took a step back and moved his beta forward to warn others." His officials wanted to move Robert, but Victor shook his head to stop them. Sophia did not know how to react. The situation had gotten messed up. The way Bryan had treated Victor really enraged her. He gazed at Bryan with icy eyes, capturing his attention. Her expression changed and turned into a stunned look when she caught a glimpse of the shape of a flame burning inside his red eyes. His face grew fiercer as he refused to look at anyone else but her. It was as if the face was the same, but the person had changed. His eyes moved at how Victor's arm was wrapping around her. He knitted his brows and said, "I gave you so many chances to return. However, you ridiculed me in the presence of my enemy. I have always chosen to overlook this and let you do whatever you wanted." He took a pause before walking toward her. Sophia did not move, but Victor's grip around her tightened in response. Bryan stopped in front of them, but his eyes were solely on Sophia. Robert immediately turned to him and grabbed his arm. "Alpha, let's—" Bryan yanked his arm away from him and said to Sophia, "I thought you were different, Sophia Berg, but I was wrong. I should have understood that a woman like you couldn't be different. You." He pointed his finger at her and muttered, "You can't be any throne's Luna. Because people can manipulate you at any time, how will you rule a pack with it? Did you want to be my wife and Luna with this personality? With this attitude? Will you take revenge from me for your broken heart? You must be kidding me." Sophia felt her heart shatter. She stared at him, refusing to let out a tear. Seeing her pale look, a smirk formed in the corner of his lips. Sophia's eyes moved slightly, but she gathered up her courage to not break eye contact. "The man who can't even protect himself from me, how will he protect you from me?" Victor removed his hand from Sophia, pushed her gently to the side, and moved to face Bryan. "Talk to me. Don't humiliate her in front of me." Hearing Victor, Bryan laughed at him. It was a dark laugh that shook everyone around them. "Now a psychopath like you will tell me how I should talk to my mate." Moving closer to Victor, he whispered, "Should I remind you about your mate, Victor Laurent? Just 1 year of doses made you forget her death? Then I shouldn't have sent you there in the first place." Sophia was confused about what Bryan was talking about. She did not like how he called Victor a psychopath. "Move away from him. You have already killed his mate. Now, what are you talking about? How can you speak so proudly instead of feeling guilty?" Bryan sneered when he heard Sophia. He glared at her and replied, "Guilty and Alpha Bryan? That might work in your dreams, Sophia Berg. I will send your beloved fiancé back to the mental asylum where I sent him years ago after killing his mate." "Mental asylum?" Sophia murmured in shock. As if Victor had finally lost his temper, he grabbed Bryan's collar and growled at him. "Just because I am quiet doesn't mean you will keep running your mouth and hands. Everything will affect your throne. Mark my words." Bryan raised a brow as though he did not care what he was saying. He grabbed Victor's wrists and yanked them away from his collar. As if his touch were dust on his shirt, he patted his collar to brush away. "Victor Laurent, why are you calm? To show the woman next to you that you are a nice guy, and don't give me these hollow threats. Because of the game you are playing, you are just a student, and I am the principal there." Victor intended to strike Bryan, but his officials stopped him. "Alpha, it's not our pack. Control yourself. We will take action about it after going back." Bryan chuckled when he heard Victor's officials. Joker and his official team. His eyes shifted beside Victor and focused on Sophia. She was staring at him. Her gaze was filled with disbelief. Her eyes conveyed her feelings towards him at the moment, which were pure rage. "How could you kill his mate and then send the man to be tortured in a mental asylum, Alpha Bryan? How much more do I have to get shocked by learning about your true face?" she asked in a lower tone. Bryan shook his head and replied, "You haven't known me yet, Sophia Berg. It's all because of you. You started everything, but I will end it. You want to marry a man who appears innocent to you, but will reveal his true colors later. I warned you many times, but you ignored me and made fun of me in front of him. I am talking about you. You are a heartless man, she muttered with a broken expression. Bryan took a step back while responding to her. I tried not to be heartless just for you, but it looks like I shouldn't have treated you differently. You are just the same as other women. You are going to marry him in 4 days, right? Now let me see how you will get married. Just 2 days and you will come back to me. Sophia's broken look slowly turned fierce as she gave him a stern look. Back to you? I will never go back to you. Even if you are on the edge of death, I will never return to you. You don't deserve love. You deserve to get punished for torturing others. Robert tightened his fists as he roared at her. Hold back your tongue before he... Robert, let's go. Let her spend her sympathy time with her so-called fiancé, Bryan interrupted Robert, turning around and heading back to the staircase. Robert turned around and left the floor. Behind him, Delta Edger and Theta Nobel also left after glancing at Sophia and Victor for the last time. When the floor turned silent, Sophia turned to Victor. Are you okay? Victor stared at the way Bryan and his officials had just gone. I am fine. She glanced at his head, which was still bleeding. No, you are not. You need to go to the pack hospital. Victor held her hand and asked, I am happy that you chose me over him. I am sorry that I hid that thing from you. I thought you would. He paused, as if losing his words. She glanced at his hand and slowly removed it from hers. You have such a great temper. I am surprised you didn't lose it in front of him. He noticed how she moved his hand away from hers. He frowned but then replied, I did not want him to hurt you. I was afraid he would kill you just like he did to my mate. Sophia raised her gaze to look at him. She wondered if he really cared for her this much. Later, Victor went to the pack hospital with his officials and Sophia. His officials kept talking about how Bryan wanted to kill Victor just like his mate. Sophia felt really bad for Victor. She was shocked to see how Bryan behaved today. It was like he was not the same person who was very calm and cold. He almost turned into someone else today. She had so many questions in her head, and she asked Victor about them. In response, Victor replied, My father did not want to give me the whole pack and wanted to give half to Mila's husband. I opposed the idea that Mila should not marry Bryan because his pure motive was to get our half-pack. Bryan saw I could create a problem in his way, so he planned with my father and caged me in a mental asylum. He made his men torture me for a whole year. His plan was to take over my whole pack, but I got out of there and returned to my pack. After that, my father had no choice but to make me the head alpha immediately. Sophia lowered her head after listening to him. The more she learned everything from him, the more she felt sad. It was like he was creating a soft corner in her heart for himself, because he showed her his vulnerable side. I am sorry for whatever happened to you, Victor, she said, looking at him sadly. Victor's head was bandaged, but he looked fine. So Sophia took a deep breath and said, I think I should leave now. It's getting late and I have to go back home. Victor nodded at her and said he would drop her. She tried to refuse, saying that she could leave by herself and he should rest, but he did not listen to her. In the car, Sophia felt a little tired and sleepy. Victor noticed it and said, Why not sleep for a while? I will wake you up when we get to your house. She recalled how he kissed her in the club, but that was not the situation when she could talk about it. However, she would have to accept him since she would marry him soon. It's okay, she replied, refusing the idea of sleeping in the car. However, she felt so sleepy that she did not know when she fell asleep. When she opened her eyes, it was already morning, and she was in her bedroom. She went to her mother and asked about last night. Her mother told her that Victor carried her to the house and then left after settling her into the bed. Sophia realized that Victor was a gentle guy. Though he was in pain, and Bryan humiliated him a lot, he did not lose his cool and still treated her well. She spent her whole day with Sarah and Nolan. They asked what had happened last night since all of Victor's officials had told the guests to leave the club. They did not want anyone to see their alpha's wound, so they did it before leaving the club. Sophia did not tell her friends about the fight either, since it was confidential for Victor. Sophia returned home in the evening. When she entered her house, everything was silent. She noticed her mother was not in the living room, so she went to check on her in her bedroom. However, when she entered her mother's room, Sophia was shocked. Her mother was on the floor, unconscious. Though she was breathing, her eyes were closed, and she was clutching her chest. "Mom!" "You will be fine, Mom. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to you, I promise," Sophia said while crying. The emergency staff lifted her mother onto a stretching bed, moving forward. When she noticed her mother's condition at home, she immediately called the ambulance, and they were taken to the hospital. "It's an emergency," a nurse said when they checked her mother's pulse. It startled Sophia, and she bit her lower lip to stop her tears. She saw them take her mother to an operating theater. She stood outside, looking at the door. She had no idea what had happened to her mother. Last time, her mother got a heart attack when she learned Abraham had lost his position. It was because she could not take the pressure. But if everything was fine today, then how did her condition turn so serious? She remembered that her mother looked pale today, and her condition was getting weaker daily. She wiped her tears, not wanting to cry more. She wanted to be strong and face the situation. She believed her mother would be fine. The door opened, and a doctor emerged from the operation theater. It was not the doctor who treated her mother last time. "Doctor, are you related to the patient?" "Yes, she is my mother. How is she?" The doctor shook his head as if something was not right. "Doctor, what happened?" she asked. Her heart was clenching inside out of fear. "She is in very critical condition. He had a severe heart attack. We must start her surgery immediately. The chances are 50-50. But we have to take the chance because if we don't, she will die." Sophia was taken aback. 50-50? Fear of losing her mother sent a shiver through her entire body. "Doctor, please save her. Please go and fill out the form as a family member. You have to sign before we start the surgery. Please come back after doing that as fast as you can. Because I am concerned that if we do not start the surgery quickly, we will lose the patient's life." Sophia rushed to the reception and told the receptionist to hand her the papers. When Sophia saw the papers, she noticed the agreement stated that the PAC hospital would not be held responsible if her mother did not wake up after surgery. She did not know what to do. She hurriedly called her brother. When she realized his phone was unreachable, she gripped it tightly, her heart pounding with fear. Why is this happening today? She grabbed the papers and signed her name. She did not want her mother to die. If there was a half chance that she could save her, then why would she think so much? She believed her brother would have done the same. When she returned to the operation theater, her brows furrowed. She saw that many men were present outside the operation theater. They looked like guards. She ignored them and rushed to the doctor, who was talking to one of the men. "Doctor, I signed all the papers. Please start the surgery. Don't worry about the fees. I have some money, and my brother will pay all the bills as soon as he returns. He is the gamma of this pack, and currently he is out of the pack for business." She explained everything in advance to avoid wasting time and to speed up her mother's surgery. The doctor looked at her without replying. She glanced at the closed door and inquired in a shaky voice, "Doctor, what happened?" She thought something had happened to her mother before the surgery. She was not ready for it. She prayed in her heart that her mother would be fine. "I am sorry, Miss Berg. We can't start the surgery now." "What? Why?" The man, who was conversing with the doctor before, turned to her and said, "Alpha Bryan has ordered us to cease all treatments for your mother. He wants you to go meet him now. If you don't go, your mother won't stay alive." Her eyes widened. "What did you just say?" The man nodded his head. "You need to go to the training hall. He is there. The doctors can't start your mother's treatment until Alpha permits them to do so." "Are you all out of your mind? She will die." The doctor lowered his head and replied, "It's better you get his permission as soon as possible. We are afraid we can't save your mother." She took a step back. "You are a doctor. How can you do this to your patient?" "We can't overtake our Alpha's order." After saying that, the doctor went inside the operation theater. She rushed to the door and began banging on it. "You can't do this to my mother," she screamed in anger. "You are wasting your time. You should go to Alpha before something happens to your mother, the men behind her said. She rushed to the entrance of the hospital. On the way, she learned from the receptionist that Victor was discharged last night. She tried to call Victor, but Victor did not receive her call. She had no choice but to leave the Pack Hospital and take a cab to go to the Pack House area where the training hall was located. She cried the whole way as she was getting mad at Bryan. Her wolf began to growl inside her, telling her to control herself. But her face turned fiercer as she thought about how cruel Bryan was. How could he play with her mother's life like that? She knew what Bryan wanted. He would tell her to cancel the wedding with Victor. She knew him really well. He was a heartless man. The hatred that filled her heart burned inside her, causing her to lose her sanity entirely. She wanted nothing but to kill that man. When the cab entered the area of the Pack House, she paid the driver and rushed to the training hall. She noticed the guards outside the hall gestured for her to enter there as if they were aware of her arrival. When she entered the hall, she saw no one there until her eyes fell on the man who was hurling wooden stakes at the target. He was shirtless and wearing brown training pants at the bottom. His body was covered in sweat, giving the impression that he had worked out a lot today. Sophia's eyes turned ocean blue as he looked at his back, filled with anger. Her wolf was warning her inside not to do anything in anger. But she shut her eyes, and when they opened, they were dark black. She caged her wolf inside and made her way to the ruthless man. I knew you would come. There is no way you can let your mother die. But guess what? You can only save her if you listen to me. Bryan spoke out without turning around to her. He grabbed another stake and looked at the target, which was far enough away to get in touch. But when he hurled the stake, it pierced the black dot of the target perfectly, as if it were just a few feet away from his hand. Sophia's eyes moved to the wooden stake plate that was perched on a wooden stand. She clenched her jaw as she lost herself completely, dashing over to grab one stake. All you need to do is sign a few papers. I will tell them to start the SOAR. While speaking, Bryan turned around to face Sophia as he felt her presence behind him. He was interrupted when he saw her fierce face, but then he realized what she had done. Out of rage, Sophia grabbed a wooden stake, and when he turned around, she pierced the stake in his chest without thinking twice. Bryan felt a sharp pain in his chest. He could feel the sharpness of the stake. It was close, but it did not reach his heart. The pain was unbearable because it was a very sharp wooden stake. He stared at Sophia as he saw the hatred in her eyes. He could not just believe she could do that to him. You tried to play with my mom's life. How could you? He ignored her words as if he did not believe the hatred in her eyes. He still believed she was just angry and naive. But his heart clenched inside when he slowly moved his eyes from her face to her hand. His brows lifted as if he were in disbelief. He saw that the woman's hand was not shaking at all as she pierced the stake in his chest. What are you looking at? Didn't you say I would become your enemy the day I pierced your heart without shaking my hand? Should I twist the stake to show my strength? Sophia asked while giving him a stern look. Bryan stared at her hand as if he were lost. He was in pain, but the pain inside his heart was unendurable. On the other hand, Sophia pulled the stake out of his chest and noticed how blood was gushing out of it. I swear I would have killed you today. But it's just a warning, she muttered while taking a step backward. Bryan's head was down, so she could not see his expression. Tell the doctors to start my mother's treatment. If she won't make it, next time I will kill you with my own hands. Saying that, she loosened her grip on the wounded stake. The bloody stake fell to the ground and made a loud sound in the silent hall. She turned around and left the training hall. Bryan stared at the floor as if he were not in his mind anymore. After a few seconds, he came back to his senses and let out an ear-piercing growl. His eyes turned red, and his expression changed from calm to rage. Hearing his growls, the guards outside rushed inside. They noticed Bryan's wound and screamed in shock. Alpha! But no one stepped out of the hall to catch Sophia. Bryan glared at them and roared, Why didn't you go to catch the woman? The guards were surprised as one of them said, Alpha, you told us a year ago not to hurt her, even if she hurts you. Bryan clenched his jaw in fury. "Go and bring her here right now." His yell shook every guard, and they dashed out of the hall to catch Sophia. Bryan held his chest and felt blood flowing out of it. "It's an attempt to murder the head alpha," a guard said to others. "She deserves to die. The only punishment is killing her. How dare that girl hurt our alpha? The man who no one can touch is injured by a young woman. How on earth is that even feasible?" The guards whispered when Bryan told the rest of them to leave the hall. They called the officials except Abraham, who was not in the pack, and informed them about it. Within a few minutes, 3 of the officials dashed into the training hall. They were shocked to see Bryan with the wound, but Bryan was not trying to stop the blood. Instead, he was smoking as if he were trying to calm himself. Beta Robert rushed to him and grabbed his arm. "You need to treat your wound. Did it reach your heart? I believe it's not since you are standing tall." Bryan yanked his hand away from his grip and turned to face him. "Bring that woman back to me, Robert. She thought a wooden stake could kill Alpha Bryan." Robert's eyes widened as he took a step back. Behind him, the other 2 officials were also shocked. It was not because of Bryan's words, but because of his look. Robert's lips trembled as he said, "Hey, Alpha." Last night, when Bryan lost his temper, Robert noticed a resemblance to the old Bryan. But when Bryan returned to his house, he tried to push himself to calm down. It was because he loved Sophia and did not want to hurt her, even if he was enraged at her. There was tranquility inside his eyes, which was a hope that he would be able to keep his cool and maintain the look he had been wearing for 5 years. However, after observing Bryan's current state, all hope vanished from Robert's heart. Because in front of him, it was not the Bryan who always liked to be calm. It was the old Bryan, the one everyone feared. He did not care about anyone, not even Sophia. He was a free man who could do whatever he wanted without considering the consequences. It looked as though he experienced a deep pain in his heart, which made him get back to his old self. Robert took another step back as he got enraged at Sophia for changing his best friend. He warned the woman not to do anything to lose Bryan's mind. But she did not listen to him. She went so far as to try to hurt Bryan to the core, from which he could not return. "Alpha, you need to treat your wound," Delta Edger said, bowing his head. Bryan turned his head and looked at papers that were lying on another stand. "Theta Noble." "Yes, Alpha," Noble said, lowering his head. Bryan walked toward the papers and grabbed them. The clauses in the agreement were simple. "I, Sophia Burge, will not marry Alpha Victor and will leave the Nightshade Pack safely with my mother because I don't want to be with my mate, Alpha Bryan, either. I am now free and not responsible for any future conflict between the 2 alphas." Everything was in Sophia's favor, but she did not even look at the papers before hurting him and leaving the hall. Bryan clutched the papers in his hand and said, "Fuck this agreement. Make a new one. She hates me, right? I will show her what the real hatred is." Sophia was trying to call Victor. She prayed that he would receive the call and help her mother because she knew Bryan would never help her. Like before, he did not receive the call. She got so annoyed that she almost threw her phone on the ground. She felt her heart shaking inside. She shut her eyes when she realized what she had done. "I don't care. It's about my mother's life. How can I let him go? He deserves to die. If he doesn't allow the doctors to start my mother's treatment, I will kill him," she said to herself as tears rolled down her eyes. She realized that her family's life was in jeopardy due to royal politics. She wondered if her mother would be fine if she stayed away from Bryan. She was furious at Victor for not receiving her calls when she was in danger. Her brother was also out of contact. Why was it all coming to her? As she walked forward, her steps came to a halt, and her eyes widened when something hit her mind. Didn't Bryan say that in 2 days she would go back to him? Did he plan everything? Did he do something to her mother? Did he plan it? And was it the reason why he sent her brother out of the pack? Her body began to shake as she realized that it was her fault that her mother was in this condition. Suddenly, she felt someone grab her arms. She turned and saw the guards. They grabbed her arms and started to pull her back to the pack house area. "What are you doing?" she yelled at them. "You dared to harm our alpha. You have to die." She frowned at them and tried to break free. "Leave me. It's your Alpha's fault. He hurt my mom. She is dying right now because of him." The guards did not listen to her, but instead of taking her to the training hall, they dragged her in the other direction. She asked them where they were taking her, but they did not reply to her. She tried to free herself, but it was of no use. They came to a halt in front of a small house. It was one of the houses in the pack house area. There were many buildings in the entire area. In addition to the pack house for Alpha and his family, there was also a large training hall, a big quarter for pack fighters, several halls for gatherings and pack meetings, and a few guest houses for guests from outside the pack. The guards were taking her to the guest house. She stopped struggling when the guards outside the house opened the door. As soon as the long gate opened, her eyes fell on the man sitting on the large couch. The guards held her tightly as she entered the house. They pushed her harshly toward the man sitting on the couch. It caused her to fall to her knees in front of him. The man's gaze remained fixed on her from the moment she walked into the house. His piercing eyes pried into her. Her eyes shifted to his chest. He was wearing a black shirt, and there was no way she could see his wound. Unknowingly, for the first time, she was startled by his look. The way he was looking at her was not how he usually looked when he got mad at her. The look was like he was the predator and she was his prey. Behind him were his officials and a few guards. With disgust on her face, she questioned, "Alpha, Bryan, why did they bring me here?" Bryan said nothing, his eyes glued to her, as if he were scheming the hatred in her eyes. When he lifted his hand, Theta Noble gave him a folder. Bryan tossed it to her on the ground and uttered, "Sign it." When he spoke, his tone was not icy, but rather so rife with rage that it caused Sophia to shake on the inside. But she took a deep breath and shoved the fear from her heart. She glared at him and asked, "Did you tell the doctors to start my mom's treatment?" Beta Robert growled at her as he was about to rush to her. "How dare you hurt him and then expect him to help your mother?" But Bryan signaled him with his hand to stop approaching her. Robert took a step back and lowered his head, as if he did not obey him. Bryan would kill him. Sophia was perplexed by Robert's behavior. She always noticed him acting differently around Bryan because he was his best friend. Robert had never before been so submissive as far as she could remember, but the words that Robert said really infuriated her. So she said, "Every single thing was planned by your Alpha. He made my mom sick. She was fine in the morning. How did she get sick so suddenly? How did he find out that my mother was sick? How did he order his men to stop the treatment? He is not a man, but a beast." Bryan raised a brow after hearing her. "You are so right. I am a beast. Everyone is terrified of this beast. They were so relieved when I kept it inside me for years, but you released it today, and now it's free." Sophia clenched her jaw as she looked away from the look he was giving her. She grabbed the folder and opened it. She knew that if she continued to argue, this man would kill her mother. Her hands were caged now. To save her mother, she would have to do something she did not want to do. She would have to call off the wedding. She was now completely disgusted by this man. But as soon as her eyes landed on the bold letters on the paper, they grew larger in shock. Marriage contract? She lowered her eyes and began reading the papers. She was stunned to discover that it was a marriage contract between her and Bryan Morrison. It stated that she was going to be his wife and Luna, but there was no way she could break the marriage until he wanted it. She raised her gaze from the papers and looked at him. "I will never marry a man like you," she said in anger. Bryan smirked at her. "Why? Didn't you want a name and the position of my Luna? Isn't it what you wanted all this time and went to another man to humiliate me around? I will show you now what it costs to be Alpha Bryan's Luna." Sophia shook her head as tears streamed out of her eyes. "I regret loving you, Bryan Morrison. You are the worst person I have ever seen. I hate you." Bryan rolled his eyes and grabbed his phone from the table in front of him. He lifted his legs and rested them on the table before dialing a number. He put the phone on speaker and inquired, "Is her mother still alive?" "Yes, Alpha." Bryan looked at Sophia and muttered, "Then kill her." "No!" Sophia screamed in fear. Bryan was about to hang up the phone, but she stood up and rushed to him. Don't kill my mom. She is innocent. You can kill me, but don't hurt her. Bryan pushed her hands away from his body and stood tall. He looked down at her and grabbed her jaw tightly. Congratulations! You have now qualified to be my enemy. It seems like you will have to spend the rest of your life with your enemy. He let go of her jaw, and she took a step back. She shook her head, not wanting to sign the papers. But the memory of her mother's condition flashed through her mind. She pushed Bryan into his chest in anger. I hate you. I wish I had killed you that time. When she touched Bryan, every guard around them pointed their guns at her. But Bryan did not move a little by her push. He scoffed at her and turned his head to his officials. What's with this sulky mood? Arrange a bachelor party, guys. Your alpha is getting married. He turned his head back to Sophia and asked, or should I cancel the party? Let's hurry. My men are waiting outside the operation theater, you know. Sophia realized that Bryan's man was still on the phone. She bit her tongue in anger and grabbed the papers. Theta Noble walked to her and offered her a pen. She grabbed it and glanced at Bryan. A year ago, she was eager to marry this man, but tonight, she found herself regretting everything. She gripped the pen firmly and signed the marriage contract. When Theta Noble took the folder from her, she overheard Bryan telling his man, who was on the call, "Don't kill her. Her daughter is clever enough to save her life." Sophia felt lost. She was broken inside. She was defeated in front of this man. He was a devil who possessed so much power that he could do anything he wanted. Theta Noble handed the folder to Bryan. He signed the papers with a fury on his face. His officials did not look pleased at all. They were aware that Bryan's decision could lead to chaos. He not only violated the agreement to marry Mila, but he also rejected the consequences of his crime from years ago. Robert stared at Bryan. It was forbidden for Bryan to marry someone other than Mila, but he was not the same Bryan anymore, who followed any rules. He had returned to the old Bryan, who did not give a damn about any contract and did whatever he wanted. He let go of all the thoughts of the consequences that he and his pack would have to face because of his one decision. Robert turned his head toward Sophia and felt that it was all her fault. Bryan was so in love with her, but she made fun of his heart. However, what she had done today was something no one had ever thought of. It made Bryan realize that she was not the woman he loved. She had changed, so he changed himself as well. Bryan handed the folder to Theta Noble after signing and gave his guards a cold look. Bow down to her. She is now the Luna of your pack. When everyone heard that, they were stunned. Because they assumed Bryan would treat her poorly and punish her in the future. Almost immediately, all the guards bowed their heads at Sophia, obligated to obey their alpha. All hail to the new Luna of our pack. Sophia did not react as she stared at Bryan with empty eyes. Bryan walked up to Sophia and leaned down to whisper in her ears, "I will give you everything you desire, but you will never get the one thing in your life that I wanted to give you, even if you were not my Luna, and that's my love." Sophia stepped backward while shaking her head. "I will never forgive you for this. You made me cancel my wedding and forced me to marry you." Bryan nodded, tucking one hand into his pocket, and replied, "You are right. I did it. Now what? Will you go and cry to your ex-fiancé about it?" He took a step toward her and raised his hand. When he placed his hand on her head, she immediately pushed it away. He laughed when she did that. "Go and tell your ex-fiancé that Alpha Bryan is back. If he dares to come after me for canceling his wedding, then come with his full force. My border is always wide open for him. I am not a coward like him, who will banish him from my pack in fear." Sophia looked away from him and turned around to leave the house. She ran outside, feeling hatred for Bryan. It was increasing day by day. What Bryan did today was something she had never expected. Just to defeat Victor, he tried to kill her mother and forced her to marry him. Sophia saw a car stop in front of her as she exited the residential area. The driver got out of the car and opened the back door for her. "Luna, please get into the car. Alpha ordered me to drop you off at the pack hospital." A girl was lying on the bed who looked to be 16 or 17 years old. Her hands were handcuffed to the headboard, and her entire body was covered in bite marks. Blood was rolling down from a few marks while the others turned purple. The man who was pressing his body against hers was groaning in pleasure while pounding her. He sank his teeth into her left breast while gripping the other with his other hand. "Please let me go," the girl cried with a broken voice. But she had no strength to move her body or push him. The man was like a beast, sucking out every muscle in her body. The man smirked at her, blood staining the corner of his mouth. "How can I let you go, darling? I booked you for the whole night." Only tears could roll down her eyes. She could not even shake her head in denial. Suddenly, someone began to bang on the door. "Alpha." The man groaned in annoyance as he turned his head toward the door. "What?" The man roared as if he would kill the other man out of the door. "Alpha, it's urgent. Please come out." Hearing that, the man let out a sigh of defeat and moved himself away from the young girl. As he got out of bed, his eyes scanned the girl's naked body. It was full of marks and blood. Her lower body was swollen, and he could see how she was lying, almost lifeless. He put on a pair of pants and went to grab his phone from the nightstand. 11 missed calls, he muttered. He heard every ring, but he did not receive any of them intentionally. He locked the phone and made his way to the door. When he opened the door, he saw his beta standing outside. "If you don't have a better reason to interrupt me in the middle of fucking, I swear I will rip off your head today," he warned the man. His beta glanced behind him at the young girl lying naked on the bed. "Is she alive?" Casting a sidelong glance, the man walked out of the room. "Yeah, you really ruined my mood. I'm done with her. You all can use her if you want." "She no longer looks appealing," the beta replied. "Then throw her somewhere." "What if Alpha Bryan got to know that we bought an underage girl?" The man glared at him, which caused him to gulp and shut his mouth. When the man started to walk forward, his beta followed him behind. "Alpha, Sophia's mother." The man's steps halted as he turned around and asked, "Her mother is dead? Now I have to go to give her a shoulder to cry on." The beta lowered his head. "We don't know anything about her current state." He raised a brow and asked, "Where is the doctor? Call him." Alpha Bryan changed the doctor at the last moment. He sent his private physician to treat Sophia's mother. "What did you say?" He grabbed his beta's collar in anger. At that time, his phone rang. When he saw the number, he received the call in a fit of rage. "Alpha Victor, how dare you betray me?" he growled, holding the phone. "Trust me, I tried my best, but Alpha Bryan sent his own doctor and forbade all doctors from approaching Hannah Berg. He did not even let the hospital ask her daughter to pay the fee for the heart surgery, as he said he himself would pay for it. That woman's condition was very serious. I could have easily finished the work, but I have no idea what happened." Victor's eyes flashed red as he cut the call and gripped the phone tightly. How dare that man play like that? His beta's head was still lowered. Victor glared at his beta and asked, "You didn't do your job properly, did you?" "Alpha, the dosage you gave Sophia's mother last night was medically proven by her own doctor. He had clearly informed me that the dosage could weaken her heartbeats and potentially cause a major heart attack without raising any suspicions. He was certain she would not be able to survive. We had him in the hospital to kill that woman, even if Sophia had taken her there. But then Alpha Bryan changed the doctor and—" Victor let go of his collar and growled, "Then do something and kill that woman." "We can't. Alpha Bryan's men are protecting her from the outside. They are shielding the operating room to keep the woman safe." Victor clenched his jaw in rage. "I hate that man. I just hate him. How come he is always one step ahead of me? How?" His rage grew inside his head. His handsome face no longer looked handsome, as he appeared infuriated. He unlocked his phone hurriedly and looked at the missed calls again. He walked into the living room and sat on the couches. He dialed Sophia's number. As soon as the call connected, he lowered his tone, calmed his face, and asked, "Where are you? I have been calling you so many times, but you didn't receive my calls, and now you are asking where am I?" Sophia's angry voice came out of the phone. He glanced at his beta, who was looking fearful. He looked away from him and responded to Sophia. "I am sorry, darling. I was sleeping. I returned to the house that I purchased in this pack to stay for a while. My health is not good." As if she believed he was sick and his gentle tone had lessened her anger, she mumbled, "My mom." Is she okay? He asked carefully. She is undergoing heart surgery, and I am sitting hopelessly outside the room, waiting to know whether she can survive. He felt relieved by her crying tone. He rubbed his forehead and muttered, "It's okay, I am on my way to you. Even if something happens to her, I am still with you." "What are you saying, Victor? Don't say that. My mom will be fine. I believe that." He ignored her reply and asked, "She was perfectly fine. What suddenly happened to her?" She paused as if she had almost forgotten something while worrying about her mother. He cleared his throat and spoke again. "I don't think it's normal. Did somebody do anything to her?" "It's Bryan Morrison. He dared to hurt my mom." "You are right. He tried to kill your mom, but I am not like him. I will protect you and your mom," he replied with a sly grin on his lips as his face relaxed. "Victor, he is such a cruel man. He did it to stop our wedding. Not only that, but he—" She paused again, which caused Victor to frown. "But he what?" She then mumbled in a low tone, "He forced me to sign a marriage contract." "Marriage contract? With whom?" he asked in shock. "With him." As if the ground slipped under Victor's feet, he stood up from the couch and said in disbelief, "What?" Sophia was talking with Victor when she saw the door of the operation theater open. She hung up the phone and dashed over to the doctor, who had emerged from the room. "Is she okay?" she asked with a fear in her heart. If something happened to her mother, she would die. She would never take it. "Congratulations. The surgery was successful. Your mother is out of danger now. It's a rare case, but it looks like a big hand is always behind you. You saved your mother's life at the right time." Sophia took a step backward, feeling the weight of her body ease, her hand pressed against the wall beside her to take support from it for not falling down. Tears streamed out of her eyes as she closed them. She felt relaxed. All the worry for her mother moved slowly away from her heart. The doctor stared at her for a while and gave her time to relax. "I have never seen a woman as lucky as you. You have the blessings of the moon goddess." Hearing the doctor, Sophia opened her eyes and looked at him. The doctor was young and did not look very experienced. She had never seen him in the hospital before either. However, he saved her mother, which was the main fact, and she was thankful to him. "Doctor, all thanks to you. You saved her." "I can't say much. I can only say that your mom is okay. Don't worry, we saved her entirely." "Can I meet her now?" she inquired, gazing at the door. "She will be shifted to a private cabin. You can see her after that, but she is under observation. We can hope that she will wake up soon. It may take her 3 days to wake up." "Okay," she replied, nodding her head. When the doctor was about to walk past, she spoke up. "What about the fees?" Before the doctor could reply, one of the guards replied to her question. "Alpha paid for it in advance." Sophia frowned as to why Bryan paid for her mother. She assumed that because she signed the contract, Bryan was providing her with financial assistance. However, she did not need it. She believed he had already destroyed her life. After an hour, when the nurses shifted her mother into a private cabin, Sophia realized that the cabins on the floor were only used for the Alpha's family. She glanced at a guard and asked, "Why is my mom here?" The guard bowed his head and replied, "Because she is our Luna's mother." Sophia's brows lifted in shock. The same guard who had previously warned her to go to Bryan was now bowing to her and speaking politely with her. It appeared as though they had become aware of the contract details. She went to see her mother in the cabin. She saw that her mother's eyes were closed. She sat beside her and told her how helpless she was. "Mom, everything is over. I married a ruthless man." She held her hand and cried. There were some sounds coming from outside the cabin at that moment. She placed her mother's hand on the bed and dashed out of the cabin. She was stunned when she saw the guards stopping Victor from coming inside the cabin. "What are you all doing?" she asked the guards, closing the door of the cabin. "Luna, he wants to go to the cabin," the guard replied. Victor frowned and clenched his jaw. "Luna? She is our Luna. We are here to protect her mother. We are not allowed to let anyone enter that cabin." Sophia could see anger in Victor's face. She walked to the guards and said, "Let him enter. He is here to visit my mom. He is not my enemy." The guard shook his head and replied, "Alpha ordered us not to allow anyone to enter, not even any head alpha of the other pack." Victor tightened his fists and was about to attack the guard, but Sophia grabbed his hand and pulled him back. "Calm down, Victor. What were you going to do?" He turned to her and asked, "Did you see his audacity to talk to me? He is a mere guard. How could he have spoken to me in such a manner? He needs to die." Sophia felt annoyed because they were creating chaos outside her mother's cabin. Grabbing Victor's hand, she pulled him away from her mother's cabin. "Please don't make a scene here. My mom is still under observation." Victor withdrew his hands from her grasp and asked, "I am making a scene? Tell me about yours. Why did you sign that fucking contract?" His harsh tone surprised Sophia, but she thought his anger was valid. "I had no choice, Victor. My mom was at his gunpoint. He threatened to use his men to kill my mother if I did not sign the contract." His eyes grew red as he grasped her arms. She gasped when she felt his firm grip. "Just because of your mother, you married that man? It's not a wonderful excuse, Sophia." She felt pain in her arms, but his words caused her brows to furrow. "My mom is everything to me. I could have given my life in exchange for my mother's life." He drew her closer as rage shone in his eyes. "So I was not supposed to be a saint. I should have done what he did and forced you to marry me while putting your mother's life in danger." Sophia parted her lips, but nothing came out of her mouth. She did not know what to say. "You are not like that. That was why I agreed to marry you, even though my family was against it. Now you are saying this?" A few guards rushed in their direction, which caught them off guard. Sophia thought it was because they wanted to attack Victor. Nevertheless, the guards moved past them and paused in front of someone. Sophia turned her head and realized that another man was present. "Alpha, you are here!" the guards exclaimed, bowing to Bryan. Bryan's gaze was focused on Victor's hands, which were holding Sophia's hand. When he shifted his gaze and met Sophia's eye, she looked away from him in anger. Victor did not turn to Bryan as if he were adamant not to face that man. His face revealed a look of defeat. His grip tightened on Sophia's grip as he said, "I believed you were a woman capable of defeating him, but you turned out like any other woman, a very weak creature." Sophia was startled by his words. His harsh words struck a chord in her heart. She heard Beta Robert's voice from a short distance away. "Alpha." Bryan interrupted him and said it loudly. "Don't disturb me, Robert. Can't you see how much I'm enjoying the two lovers' conversation? The woman who wanted to see my downfall is now seeing the true colors of her lover, who is baffled by smelling his own downfall." Sophia shut her eyes in rage. Bryan was getting on her nerves. She did not know how she would live with him for the rest of her life. He was nothing but a devil. The way he had changed was bothering her. He never passed up an opportunity to taunt her. She pushed Victor and said, "I am not weak, and even if I am, I don't need to give any justification for it. I did not have any other options at the time. Now I am not sure what the consequences of canceling the wedding will be, but I am willing to take the punishment." Victor glared at her without saying anything. Bryan let out a chuckle as he began to step toward them. When he came to a halt, he looked at Sophia. "So sad. I ended your love story before it bloomed." Victor turned his head and growled at Bryan. All of the guards around them aimed guns at Victor, indicating that if he dared harm their alpha, they would attack him. Bryan looked at them and signaled for them to put down their weapons. "Relax, boys. He can only growl. He doesn't have the guts to attack." Victor gave him a scowl. "You dared to force her to marry you. You can only force people like that." "Well, what can I do? I don't like to waste my time manipulating people like you. If I want something, I have it, whether it is snatching it from others," Bryan replied, winking at him. Victor turned to Sophia. "Did you see? This is the real Bryan Morrison I was talking about. He is not a man you can trust." Sophia stared at Bryan as her eyes were on him all the time. Bryan patted Victor's shoulder and said, "I am giving you some time to say goodbyes to each other. I will not disturb you both. I am here to see my mother-in-law, by the way." Sophia grabbed Bryan's wrist to stop him. When Bryan glanced at her hand, she let go of his wrist immediately and said, "Don't call my mom that. You are the one who made her sick." Bryan arched his brow. "Really?" His eyes shifted to Victor and he asked, "Am I the one?" Victor grabbed Bryan's collar and uttered, "You crossed every limit. You were so scared about our wedding that you planned such a cheap game." Bryan raised his hands as if he had surrendered himself and said, "Oh, I am so scared." He then let out a laugh. All of the guards laughed when they heard their alpha. Meanwhile, Robert remained silent and watched everything. He did not have anything to say. Bryan was no longer in control. There was no one who could stop him, not even Alpha Victor or his family. Bryan stopped laughing as his delighted expression hardened. He glared at Victor. "Years ago, I let you go. I didn't even go after your pack. You yourself came after me. Now if I strike you back, don't cry around and tell your people that Alpha Bryan is a merciless man." Victor's grip loosened as he released Bryan's collar. He gave him a nod and muttered, "You ruined my wedding. I will wait to see how you handle the fallout. I will soon see you in your pack house." After saying that, Victor gave Sophia one last look before walking away. On the other hand, Sophia was silent. Her face was pale. She looked tired. Everything that had happened to her made her feel exhausted. The air seemed to calm her down a little, as she could feel the scent of the man in front of her. But she did not want to like it. Her wolf was the one who desired her mate, not herself. Her wolf was pleased that her mate wanted her to be his Luna, but only she knew how she felt on the inside. Her gaze dawned on Bryan, who started walking toward her mother's cabin. She rushed behind, trying to stop him, but Robert grabbed her hand and told her, "Stop acting like he is going to hurt your mother." She gave him a puzzled expression. "Then why did he come here?" "He came here to see her." "For what? To see if she is still alive?" Robert frowned at her, giving him an annoyed look. "You have messed up a big time, Luna." She blinked her eyes when she heard Robert calling her Luna. She was still in shock that she was now this pack's Luna. She turned her head and saw Bryan going inside her mother's cabin. She followed him and entered the cabin. She noticed him staring at her mother from a distance. She fixed her gaze on Bryan. He looked mad, as if he were angry at her mother. "Why are you looking at her like that? She is sick. Keep your evil eyes away from her," she mumbled in anger. He did not reply to her, which irritated her. She could not just feel good in his presence. After a while, she heard him speaking. "Come to my house in the morning." "Why?" she asked while looking at him. He looked at her and raised an eyebrow. "You are a married woman, Sophia Burr." He paused as if he realized that he had made a mistake. He came towards her and then continued, "Sophia Morrison." Her heart started to beat faster when she heard him calling her that. She looked away from him when she saw he was giving an unfamiliar look. "I won't come. I will stay here with my mom." "Your mom is with my guards. They are here at my command. Don't make me change my command." She shifted her gaze at him and gave him a disgusted look. She pointed her finger at him and said, "You can't always blackmail me like this." He grabbed her finger and pulled her closer. He lowered his head to her level and looked into her eyes. "The hatred in your eyes pleases me. I am really enjoying it. Why don't you want to come? You are so scared to meet me in daylight." He smirked and tilted his head, whispering into her ear with his deep voice. "Then what are you going to do when you have to be with me at night?" The next morning, Sophia was talking to the doctor about her mother's health when one of the guards entered the cabin and told her that a driver was outside the hospital waiting for her to pick her up. Sophia wanted to deny it, but she had no choice. She tried to argue with Bryan last night about not going to move into his house, but he made her realize that she was helpless. She had no other option except to listen to him now. She had finally become his pawn, allowing him to move her whenever he wanted. Sophia glanced at her mother. There were 2 nurses assigned by the doctor. They will take care of her mother from now on. Sophia left the hospital and noticed a car waiting for her. She got in the car, and the driver headed in the direction of Bryan's private villa. When the car arrived at the villa, Sophia got out of the car with a gloomy face. She did not want to come here, and she could not even get an hour of sleep. So she looked exhausted. She entered the house that Bryan referred to as his home. As soon as she stepped inside, she noticed Ivana Stones lowering her head and listening to Bryan, who was sitting on the couch like a king. His gaze landed on Sophia. "Look who's here," he said. Ivana raised her head and turned to look at the door. As soon as she caught sight of Sophia, Ivana said, "Miss Luna, Bryan muttered, interrupting Ivana. Ivana's eyes widened as she looked shocked, because when Bryan told her about their Luna, she assumed he was talking about Mila. Sophia rolled her eyes after hearing Bryan and walked forward until she stopped beside the couch. Bryan looked at Ivana and said, "Don't be surprised. I know I had a bad choice." Sophia clenched her jaw as she stared at him. Ivana was perplexed, as she still could not believe Sophia had become the Luna. "Alpha? How?" Bryan glared at her. "Do I have to answer you?" Ivana immediately shook her head and bowed to him. "I am so sorry, Alpha. Forgive me. Now call the maids and tell them to prepare her." Sophia frowned when she heard him. "Prepare me? For what?" With a fixed gaze at her, Bryan replied, "I didn't know you were suffering from memory loss. You are now the Luna of this pack. Do you want to visit your in-laws with this appearance?" Her eyebrows rose as she heard him refer to his family as her in-laws. Ivana hurriedly turned to call the maids. "One more thing." Ivana paused in her steps and turned to face Bryan. "Yes, Alpha? Don't try to inform my mom like a secret spy. You are my maid, not hers." Ivana nodded her head and left to call the maids. In a few seconds, a few maids entered the living room and gestured to Sophia to come with them upstairs. Sophia turned away from Bryan and walked upstairs with the maids. When she entered the familiar bedroom, she recalled all the past memories there. She let out a sigh and turned to the maids. They wanted to assist her in the shower, but she rejected them. "I am not a queen that you all have to do this. I am capable of showering myself." "You are Alpha Bryan's Luna. Of course you are the queen now. However, you have a valid point. You don't deserve to be his queen," one of the maids said. The other maids agreed in silence. Sophia could see the envy in her eyes. She glared at them, recalling an incident in which a maid attempted to seduce Bryan, and he fired her because she disliked her. Sophia shoved the thought away and decided to ignore that fact. She took a shower and came out in a bathrobe. She was astounded when she noticed a slew of dresses in her bedroom. All of the dresses were long gowns with expensive labels, indicating that they were only for the Luna of the pack. She dressed in a light-colored gown. The maids assisted her in applying makeup and styling her hair, which looked great on her. She put on high heels and examined herself in the mirror. She did not resemble Sophia Berga, who was an ordinary girl, but rather a noblewoman from a royal family. She believed that attire could change people's appearances, but not their personalities. She left the room and went downstairs. Bryan was talking on the phone when she approached him. Bryan took a pause while talking as his eyes moved from her head to toe. She looked away from him and fixed her gaze on the floor. "I'm on the way," he said, cutting off the call. He stood up and moved toward the door, signaling to her that she should follow him. She followed him without saying a word. When they got into his car, the ride was quiet. Sophia felt weird being so close to him. It had been a long time since they had stayed close to each other. She turned her head to look at Bryan. He was looking outside the window. Her gaze moved to his chest. She could see the outline of a bandage on his chest underneath his shirt. She remembered how she stabbed his chest. She still despised him. That one contract did not change anything between them. The car came to a stop in front of the pack house. She could see everything was silent around the house. She assumed that no one was aware of the marriage yet. The driver got out of the car and opened the door beside her. She was about to step outside when she heard Bryan's voice. "Don't try to act over smart there. Try to stay away from the Laurent family and pretend to be happy with this marriage." She turned to him and asked, "Why would I pretend to be happy when you forced me?" Bryan grabbed her jaw and stopped her from speaking any further. "I don't want to spoil my mood with your nonsense. Let me handle my things by myself. If you dare humiliate me in front of anyone again, you will see the worst of me." Sophia clutched his wrist tightly and pushed it away from her jaw. "You are not going to tell me what I will do. You have already blackmailed me enough. You forced me to marry you. Now you have to deal with it." After saying that, she got out of the car. After her, Bryan stepped down from the car. His mood was terrible as he entered the pack house with Sophia. Sophia looked around and found Bryan's and Mila's family. They looked normal and were laughing together. Sophia realized that both Bryan and Victor had yet to say anything to them. The joy that she saw on their faces made her feel uneasy because she was aware that it would not be for a very long time. On the other hand, she ought not to be concerned. When it came to humiliating her in the past, these people never missed an opportunity. Juliana, Bryan's mother, was the one who first noticed them. Her joyful expression changed into a confused one when she saw Sophia. "What are you doing here?" she asked, getting up from the couch. Her reaction caught the others off guard, and they turned their heads to look at them. They also stood up in bewilderment. Sophia felt a hand grasp hers. She cast a glance at her hand. Bryan was holding her hand. She tried to free herself, but Bryan gripped her tightly and whispered in her ear, "I'm not interested in family drama, but since it is unavoidable, why not enjoy it? Don't forget to pretend like I said." Sophia stopped struggling to break free and relaxed herself. They walked inside the pack house. Juliana furrowed her brow as she observed their joined hands. "Bryan, what is going on?" Bryan grinned at his mother and then glanced at everyone in the living room. "There is good news for everyone. Alpha Bryan was so overwhelmed last night that he decided to get married. Meet my Luna, Mrs. Bryan Morrison." Juliana's eyes widened as if the sky had fallen over her. Alpha Harry rushed toward Bryan, giving him a stern look. "Have you gone crazy? What are you saying, Bryan?" "It's true, Dad. I wanted to tell you all last night, but then I had paperwork to do. So..." Bryan shrugged his shoulders as he walked past him and went to the couch. His hand was still gripping Sophia's hand. Sophia could see how everyone looked shocked. Alpha Lucas Laurent and his wife, Bethany Laurent, were too shocked to react. When Bryan took a seat on a couch with Sophia, Alpha Lucas let out a growl. "How can you do that, Alpha Bryan?" Bryan did not look at him, as if he did not want to face that man. Bethany began to cry while shaking her head. "It can't be true. What will happen to my daughter?" Bryan made no response to her. Sophia looked at Bethany. She felt sorry for the woman. As a mother, this could be extremely upsetting. "Bryan, why did you do that? You are aware that you are forbidden from marrying someone else. How could you marry this woman?" Alpha Harry roared in anger. Sophia was confused. Forbidden from marrying someone else, she thought. Bryan looked at his father and muttered, "Think before you talk. She is now this pack's Luna." Alpha Harry was taken aback. Juliana took a step back after hearing her son. She glared at Sophia and said, "You did something to my son. I knew it. You are not going to leave my son. First Bruce, then him. You did not even let go of his enemy. And now, after seducing him, you forced him to marry you." Sophia could not just listen to Julian's words. She looked at her furiously. She snatched her hand away from Bryan's grip and said to his mother, "I did not force your son to marry me. He was the one who wanted it. And don't talk about seduction. I didn't seduce him. A year ago, you offered me that check in exchange for leaving his life. I didn't leave because you know the reason. But now everything has changed. I am no longer that foolish girl who will put up with your tantrums." Bryan frowned when he heard Sophia. He moved his gaze to his mother and asked, "You offered her a check?" Juliana looked away from him and mumbled, "I knew her real intention. That's why I did that. But she didn't accept it. She wanted to be with you because you are the head alpha." Bryan sneered and grumbled. "She didn't accept the check, but she chose to grab a big hand, which would have made her another Pax Luna." Sophia clenched her jaw as she looked at Bryan. He openly mocked her. She believed he had brought her here to humiliate her. Alpha Lucas tried to calm himself and said, "I can't accept this marriage. You are bound to marry my daughter. You are a man of words. You gave your words and made a vow that you would marry Mila in the future. Then how did you break your own vow?" Bryan finally looked at Alpha Lucas. He appeared to be calm while speaking with him. "I made every effort to maintain everything, but your son left me with no choice. The woman beside me is my mate. Did you really think I could let her marry your son?" "But what about Mila? What about the agreement? The contract for years? You were aware of the consequences, but still, you did something like this." Sophia was puzzled by the conversation going on around her. She had no idea what contract they were talking about. Wasn't it Bryan's wish to marry Mila so that he could get half of her pack? Her thoughts were interrupted when Bryan spoke up. "I am aware of everything. I will talk to your daughter, and she will understand the situation, about the consequences. He took a brief pause before continuing in a cold voice. I will see what the Moon Valley Pack can do to me and my pack. Alpha Bryan. Alpha Lucas raised his voice. His eyes were filled with anger, and he had an infuriated look. Bethany almost fell, but Juliana rushed to her to keep her from falling. She was a mother, and she could not watch her daughter's soon-to-be husband marry another woman. It's good that Mila is not here. Otherwise, she would have. Bryan frowned at her and cut off her by saying, You all take her lightly. All these years you have been preparing her for my Luna. She should have a strong heart to withstand any shocks. Bryan's parents were taken aback by his carefree demeanor. They glanced at each other as fear rushed inside their hearts. Alpha Harry saw how Alpha Lucas was losing himself. He cleared his throat and said, Why not discuss it with a clear mind? Getting angry will not help us. Alpha Lucas looked at Alpha Harry with disappointment. Would you be able to say the same thing if Mila were your daughter, Harry? Alpha Harry lowered his head, as he had no answer to the question. Because of his son, he did not have the courage anymore to face Lucas. Juliana got mad at Sophia. She glared at her and said, I will never accept this woman as my son's wife. Accepting her as our Luna is an impossible thing. Sophia was calm all the time as she tried to understand the situation. However, when Juliana intervened, Sophia became enraged. No one is forcing you. Just tell your son to leave my mom and let me go. Bryan turned to her with anger. He grabbed her hand again and tightened the grip, which caused her to hiss. She saw him glaring at her. Your mom? Alpha Lucas asked. Bryan shut his eyes and got up from the couch. He pulled Sophia up and said to Lucas, She had a misconception. Her mother is my Gamma's mother. She is sick, and she thinks I am blackmailing her. Now you all got your answer? Alpha Lucas stared at him with a different look. Bryan gave him a stern look. Protecting my Gamma's mother in his absence is my duty. If someone dares to do anything, you all know what I can do. Sophia stared at Bryan. Why did she feel that he was warning Alpha Lucas, as if that man would hurt her mother? Bryan then turned and dragged Sophia upstairs. She glanced at the others, who looked stunned by Bryan's words. Bryan took her to his bedroom and pushed her inside. Don't come out before I tell you. You have done enough stupidity for today. Sophia saw the door shut from outside. She did not argue, since she did not want to be a part of the discussion going on downstairs. She turned around and looked at the master bedroom. She recalled the first day she had come to this room. She glanced at the nightstand and saw no photo frame there. She remembered how she accidentally broke the glass in Bryan and Bruce's photo frame. Her life was different at that time. She was a happy girl who dreamed about having a mate. She used to believe that her boyfriend would be her mate and would give her a happy life. Sophia slowly sat on the bed. She was emotionally broken. She had no idea how she would live in the future. How many phrases would she have to face in her life where her fate would play with her? She remained in the room the entire day. Except for Miss Rosa, who was the chief maid of this pack house, no one came to the room. Miss Rosa was new to the position, and she got the job after Amanda. She was a few years older than Sophia and treated her very well. She gave her an old book and said, It's the book that every Luna should read. Miss Mila used to read this book a lot, so I thought to bring it for you. It includes all of the rules and traditions that the Luna of the Nightshade Pack must follow. You can learn almost everything from it. Though Sophia did not have any interest, she tried to read the book to kill her boredom. Indeed, she learned many things. She realized she had been imperfect all along, despite nearly becoming the Luna of the Moon Valley Pack. She knew nothing about royal life or its rules. She had no idea how much time had passed while she buried herself in the book. It was late evening when she heard the sounds of cars from outside. She walked to the window and saw a large number of cars parked outside the pack house. She did not know who had arrived until her eyes fell on a familiar car. That's Victor's car! She turned around and dashed out of the bedroom. She looked around and saw that there was no one on the floor. She descended the staircase. A few maids were downstairs, and when they noticed her, she asked them, Where have all the guests gone? The maids did not say anything. Sophia glared at them. Just tell me. Alpha told us not to tell you anything about it. Sophia turned away from them and started searching for the room or hall where all the guests were. While they were shouting, the maids hurried behind her. Please, Luna, go back to Alpha's room. Alpha doesn't want you to be there. She ignored them and continued her search for the hall until she came across a large wood door. There were 2 guards outside the door. They immediately stopped her from touching the door. You are not permitted to attend the meeting, one of the guards explained. You can't stop me. Let me go inside. Sophia tried to get closer to the door, but the guards stood like walls before it. Since she was now their Luna, they did not even dare touch her. They only politely requested that she go back. She took a deep breath and pushed them in anger. When they moved away from the door due to her unexpected action, she pushed it open and entered. Everyone in the meeting hall turned their heads to look at her. She huffed as she looked at the large wooden table and the people sitting around it. Her gaze first fell on an angry Bryan, then on Victor, who appeared stunned. Victor immediately stood up and roared, "Did you all see? This man lied about her not being here. He wants to cage her. She was here all the time." Beta Robert rushed to Sophia and grabbed her hand. "Why are you here? Go back to Bryan's room," he said in a low tone. Sophia shook her head. "No, I won't go. I want to listen to what is happening here." Bryan's eyes were fixed on Sophia, indicating that she should shut her mouth and leave. Victor looked at her and said with an assuring tone, "Sophia, every key member of the Moon Valley Pack is here to rescue you. Just tell everyone that Alpha Bryan forced you to marry him. I promise no one will be able to keep you here any longer." Sophia saw the people, who were some of the pillars of Victor's pack, waiting for her answer. She looked at Bryan and noticed him shaking his head. She turned away from him, believing it was her last chance to free herself and her mother from him. She nodded her head and answered, "Yes, he forced me to marry him. My mother's life is in danger and under his control. If he had not forced me, I would never have married him." The whole meeting hall turned silent. Robert's grip on Sophia's hand slowly loosened. Bryan shut his eyes as if he were experiencing humiliation he had never imagined. His teeth gritted and his fist tightened in fury. He was trying to keep his rage from killing every single person in the meeting hall. So it is evident, Alpha Bryan tried to snatch someone else's Luna, and it's not the first time. He will have to let go of her now. Sophia frowned when she heard Victor. Not the first time? She had no idea what Victor was talking about. Victor grinned at Sophia and replied, "You are so innocent, Sophia. You don't know anything about this man. Do you know how many crimes he has committed in the past? How many cases were on his head? It's just my disloyal father who betrayed me and saved this man. But lastly, he betrayed my father too by marrying you." Sophia moved her gaze to Alpha Lucas, who was sitting next to Alpha Harry. Alpha Lucas lowered his head as if he agreed with Victor. Meanwhile, Alpha Harry looked angry at his own son. All of the men around the table were staring at Bryan, who had closed his eyes. "Would you like to know?" Victor asked Sophia. Bryan's eyes flung open as he glared at Victor. Victor chuckled at him. "You are forbidden to say anything, but I am not. You are a lucky man who would have gotten a reward instead of punishment for your crime. Do you really think I will let it slide?" Sophia looked at Victor in confusion. What are you saying?" Victor nodded his head and said, "Alpha Bryan, who used to be known as a rebel, fancied my mate, but his other intention was to weaken my wolf. He first raped my mate, and when she complained about it to my grandfather, he killed her in front of the entire Laurent family." Sophia's eyes widened in shock. She took a step back, tears welling in her eyes. Raped her? Then Sophia found it hard to believe. She tried not to lose consciousness, even though her head was spinning. Bryan turned his head to look at her as if he were observing her reaction. His eyes turned red as he looked away from her. Beta Robert, Delta Edger, and Theta Noble rushed to him and stood behind him. They were aware of their Alpha's anger. So it's clear. She will no longer be bound by this marriage. There had been no crown ceremony yet, so this would have no effect on the pack's reputation. "He can easily divorce her on paper," Victor said, sitting down on his chair with a sly grin. Bryan stared at him for a while. Everyone assumed that Alpha Bryan had conceded defeat. But after a while, Bryan looked at his theta. Noble handed over a folder to him quickly. Bryan tossed it onto the table, which slid smoothly and stopped close to Victor, who was occupying the other head chair. "Keep dreaming of rescuing her, Victor Laurent." Victor grabbed the folder and opened it to read what was inside. He clenched his jaw. It was the contract he had signed a few days ago. It stated that if she took any steps to cancel the wedding, he would be forced to let her go. To be more precise, he would also be powerless to do anything to her. "But she said you forced her," Victor said to Bryan. Bryan raised a brow as his eyes turned black. "So, there will be no wedding. That is the main point here." He slowly turned his head and looked at Sophia, then muttered, "She thinks this is a game in which everything will go her way. I will burst the bubble very soon." Victor roared in anger. "You did that intentionally. You set your mind to marry her from that time on, right? You made me sign this contract very cleverly." As if Bryan were trying to calm himself down, he scoffed at him, asking, "If a man can't save his own mate from me, how will he save mine?" Everyone around the table was shocked. They immediately looked at Sophia, who was in a daze. "She is Alpha Bryan's mate." The men studied her closely, as if she were someone they had never expected to see in their lives. "Rubbish!" Victor's roar brought them back to reality, and they cleared their throats. "Alpha Bryan, you have ignored the contract for years. You were not punished for killing our Alpha's mate before, because you agreed to marry our pack's other heiress and allow her to rule your own pack alongside you." Bryan's gaze shifted to the man who had just spoken out. The man lowered his head instantly, avoiding Bryan's chilly gaze. Bryan did not give a damn about all the old and senior pack members who were sitting in front of him. He pulled out a cigarette and placed it between his lips. Delta Edger lit the cigarette quickly. Edger noticed Alpha Harry glaring at him, but he ignored him because he was not his Alpha, but his son was. Seeking to calm himself, Bryan inhaled a cloud of smoke. His gaze swept across every set of eyes seated around the table as he exhaled the smoke from his mouth. After calming himself, Bryan began to speak. "You said I killed your Alpha's mate. However, your Alpha was not the head Alpha, and the woman in question was not your Luna at that particular time. Your former old Alpha had proposed a punishment for the law of killing their Luna. But he forgot that his grandson was not the head Alpha, but rather an heir who had not even been declared Alpha to inherit the throne. His father, Alpha Lucas, was the head Alpha at the time. He did not announce that his son was about to become the next Alpha either. Upon hearing him, everyone was shocked. He was logically right. Victor was not the head Alpha at that time, so that woman was not their future Luna either. It would have only been possible if Victor had been crowned or declared the new Alpha. Getting up from his chair, Victor gave his father a scowl. "Are you going to remain silent and let this man win every battle? Don't you have any fear of your daughter's life, Alpha Lucas?" His cold voice was icy, and it shook his pack members. Alpha Lucas finally broke the silence and spoke out for the first time. "Alpha Bryan, you promised that you would marry my daughter. I didn't expect this betrayal from you." Victor grabbed his father's collar and growled at him. "At this moment, you are expressing your expectations of him?" Except for Bryan, everyone got up from their seats. Bryan's officials went to Victor to break Lucas free from him. "This is why I wanted shelter from him and never wanted to give you my throne, Victor," Alpha Lucas yelled angrily. Bryan smoked carelessly while looking at them. His gaze did not go back to the woman who was watching everything, as if he did not want to see her anymore. Victor turned to Bryan and growled at him. "I want your mate. A mate for a mate. You killed mine, I will not let you have yours." The pack members of the Moon Valley pack could see how their Alpha was losing his temper. They were afraid that one of the Alphas would die tonight, so they looked at Bryan and said, "You have to take your punishment, Alpha Bryan. You can't deny that you killed his mate. It's a royal punishment. You have to step down from your posit." "Wait!" Everyone paused when someone spoke up from a distance and stopped them. They looked at the door and noticed who had just entered the hall. It was Abraham Berg, the Gamma of the Nightshade Pack. Sophia turned her head to look at her brother. She did not know if she should feel happy that her brother had returned. because she had no feelings left in her heart to describe on her face. All this time she tried to understand everything, and what she decoded was, Bryan raped Victor's mate, and when she complained about it, he killed her. Because of his crimes, the former alpha of that pack attempted to take action against him, but Alpha Lucas was the head alpha, so he had the power to rescue him. He saved him by making him vow to marry his daughter. But there was one thing that Sophia could not understand. Why did Alpha Lucas choose a man to be his son-in-law who had sexually assaulted his son, Victor's mate? In her heart, Sophia was shaken. Sophia could not believe that Bryan could have done such a thing. Her heart turned stone when she thought that he had committed such a crime. However, for an unknown reason, her heart did not agree to accept it. One by one, a blow came to her heart as she saw Victor's behavior and heard what was on Victor's mind. He even said mate for mate, which meant he would not feel bad to try to hurt her in the future. All he wanted was revenge. Bryan's behavior also did not go unnoticed by her, as she saw how carelessly he was smoking. He did not even deny any of his crimes. Now, when she saw her brother, she was upset that he would have to face this bitter truth. Gamma Abraham, Beta Robert said. Abraham walked inside but paused when his eyes fell on Sophia. He frowned at her and asked, "Why are you here, Sophie?" "Bro, brother." "Come here, Abraham. Don't waste your time with your disloyal Luna. I have other things to do. I don't want to waste any more time here." Abraham's eyes widened when he heard Bryan. "A Luna?" he questioned. Delta Edger cleared his throat, indicating that Bryan was already mad, so he should not waste his time. Gamma Abraham looked away from Sophia and walked toward the table. He was holding something resembling a rolling poster. He bowed to Bryan as he stood beside him. "Alpha, I did what you ordered me to do." Bryan clenched his jaw and muttered, "And I did what I promised you before you even finished your task." Abraham lowered his head. Victor looked at Abraham with a perplexed expression. "What is in your hand? This man forced your sister to marry him by blackmailing her about your mother." Abraham parted his lips in shock. "My mother? What happened to her?" He turned his head to glance at Sophia. She stared at him with a pair of empty eyes. "She is totally fine. She is under Alpha's protection," Robert assured Abraham. Sophia refrained from saying anything. She felt that this was no longer an appropriate situation for her to speak in. But she was broken inside. Her shattered heart could not withstand any further blows. "What is that, Abraham?" Alpha Harry inquired as he looked at the brown poster-like paper. Abraham unrolled the paper and laid it on the table. As soon as Alpha Lucas and every other member of the Moon Valley Pack saw it, their eyes widened as they were taken aback. Alpha Lucas looked at Bryan. In response, Bryan smirked at him. Victor spoke with a perplexed expression. "It is the map of the Moon Valley Pack." Bryan sneered at him. "You have been the Moon Valley Pack's alpha for the past 2 years. But, aside from roaming around with women, what did you do? You don't even know it's not just a map, but the royal deed of your pack. Perhaps your beloved grandfather forgot to show you." "Wait, how could he show it to you? It was already too late for him to survive before you became the head alpha." After mocking him, Bryan let out a laugh. Everything gulped as they fixed their gazes on the map. Victor glared at him. Victor's expression was fierce as he attempted to sprint towards Bryan to launch an attack. But his officials and Bryan's officials grabbed him from moving. Sophia could understand. What would they do with the map or the royal deed? Abraham looked at Victor and said, "Every sub-alpha who is in charge of different parts of the Moon Valley Pack signed the map in their state. In their opinions, they do not want to clash with Alpha Bryan and want to end the rivalry here by letting go of the crime, since you never marked that woman as your mate in the first place." Victor's eyes widened as he snatched the map and gripped it in his hands. How dare they betray their lord? Bryan got up from his chair and smashed the cigarette butt on the wooden table. An alpha who forced his pack members to call him their lord while doing nothing for them but benefiting from his position as head alpha is not their real lord. It looks like they are just waiting for a chance to throw you out of your position, Alpha Victor. Isn't it why your grandfather banished me from your pack? In fear that his pack would be on my side. Victor shook his head. No way. I can't accept it. You still require the main sign, which is the sign of the current Alpha. Bryan seemed to be annoyed. He looked at Alpha Lucas, whose eyes were on the map. Is this really your son? People fear him simply because he holds the title of head Alpha. He thinks I am a fool with no plan other than to do whatever comes to mind, just like him. Alpha Lucas slowly looked at Bryan. His eyes were upset, and then he lowered his head in defeat. Victor shook his head again, as if he refused to accept his defeat. I don't believe you. I demand punishment and the removal of your position. Bryan ignored him and looked at his other officials, who were standing next to Victor. Why are you all there? Are you his officials? They hurriedly made their way to Bryan. They only went to Victor to protect Alpha Lucas from him. Bryan told Delta Edger, "Go and bring him here." Everyone was confused about who he was talking about. Delta Edger left the hall and returned within a minute. A man wearing a black coat entered the hall. Sophia blinked her eyes as she saw the familiar face. She tried to recognize the man until her eyes widened. It was the same man she had seen at the airport with Victor. He was the pregnant woman's husband with whom she was sitting at the airport. At that time, Victor's furious voice rang throughout the hall. "He is my lawyer. What is he doing with you?" Victor hurried towards his lawyer as he spoke. "You bastard! How did you betray me?" But before he could reach him, Bryan blocked his way and grabbed his neck. Bryan growled at Victor, and it was so loud that it almost pierced other people's ears. Victor did not pretend to be calm anymore, as he also grabbed Bryan's neck in anger. "You are so afraid of your mate that you broke every rule and married her," Victor said to Bryan. Sophia stared at them. She had nothing to say. She did not want to stop any of them either. She had seen Victor's true colors today. She assumed he had come here to free her from Bryan, but he seemed to have his own agenda from the start. She had no value in anyone's eyes. She had become just a play toy for others. The rape thing hit her mind so hard that she felt numb in her heart and mind. It felt like Bryan committed a bigger crime than killing the woman. The officials pulled the two alphas away. Bryan glared at Victor and roared, "Dare to touch my men, and I will chop you in front of your fellow pack members right now. Did you forget your past? Did you forget how I killed your mate in front of your eyes? Your so-called grandpa could not even save her. Do you think I am afraid of anyone? If it had not been for my pack members, I would have killed you the day you escaped from your destination, the mental asylum. A psychopath like you belongs there, not here." The lawyer took out some documents and handed them to Victor. Victor looked at him with fiercer eyes. "You have the audacity to approach me. Don't you have any fear of death?" He raised his head and looked into Victor's eyes. "Alpha Bryan is my alpha. How can I feel afraid of any other alpha in the world? I am bound to obey him, not anyone else." "You!" Victor tried to attack him, but his officials kept him from doing so. "Bryan, what's that on the paper?" Alpha Harry asked his son. Bryan did not reply as he waited for Victor to see it by himself. When Victor looked at the document, he exclaimed, "Impossible! How can I sign these papers? I cannot remember signing them. How could I possibly agree with it?" Alpha Lucas went to Victor and snatched the document from his son. His brows lifted when he read the papers. "Mila Laurent is free to marry anyone she wants. She has no obligation to wed Alpha Bryan, but Alpha Bryan is bound to take responsibility for her safety. He will take care of her forever. He will not take over half of the Moon Valley Pack either." Alpha Lucas's voice echoed throughout the hall. He could see the head Alpha's sign there. Victor grabbed the papers and tore them apart. "Now what? There's no proof. You deceived me into signing the document. You sent your gamma into my pack without my permission. My own lawyer turned out to be a traitor." Bryan sneered at him. "Ask yourself first, are you really a head alpha? Did you think that was the main deed? It was just a copy. I will send you thousands of copies like this." Tore them one by one while taking your time. Theta Noble grabbed some papers and handed them to Bryan. Bryan signaled Noble to give it to Alpha Lucas instead of him. "This is the contract that you made years ago when you were the head of Alpha. You still have the power of a half-pack, and the map needs your sign too. It's your choice now to tear it or let me wait for your action." Victor shook his head at his father. But Alpha Lucas did not look at him. He tore the contract he had signed 5 years ago and proceeded to sign the map that was resting on the table. "You can't do that!" Victor yelled in anger, but Alpha Lucas did not listen to him. It was like he was more loyal to Bryan than his own son. After signing, Alpha Lucas gave the map to Beta Robert and said, "Alpha Bryan let go of the half-pack. What is there to ask more about? He sacrificed the half-throne." There was silence throughout the hall once again, and Bryan turned to look at everyone. Bryan sighed as if he had finally gotten his hands on something he had wanted for years. "The meeting is over," he said before turning around. He could hear angry growls from Victor, which he did not care about. While making his way to the door, there was another woman standing near it who was looking at the table with a blank face. He did not even give her a glance before leaving the meeting hall. Sophia. Abraham walked up to her and grabbed her hand. He dragged her out of the hall, far away. He could see her lost eyes. "I have a lot of things to tell you, but right now I have to go and see Mom first. What happened to her?" Sophia blinked her eyes as if she had just come back to her senses. "She had surgery." "I need to go," Abraham said with concern. "Brother, take me with you," she said, begging him with her eyes. "Sophie, you should not go outside the pack house tonight. You can see Mom tomorrow." Sophia saw her brother leaving. She let out a deep breath and went upstairs. She saw Rosa coming out of the room. She bowed to Sophia and said, "This is your and Alpha's first night. We prepared everything for you both." Sophia was confused. When Rosa left, Sophia opened the door and was stunned. She closed the door and looked around. The bedroom had been decorated with flowers. She walked inside and noticed the rose petals on the bedsheet, which looked so welcoming to the new bride and groom. Sophia shook her head. "I can't stay here." She turned to the door to leave the room. But as soon as she opened the door, she saw Bryan standing outside the door. She took a step back and mumbled, "I can't stay he." Before she could finish, Bryan entered the room and shut the door behind him. When she noticed him locking the door, she stuttered, "What are you doing?" Bryan's angry eyes met hers. He grasped her hand and pressed her against the door. "You dared to humiliate me again. I swear, no one will be able to save you from me tonight." "Leave me," Sophia said, trying to push his chest, but she could not move him at all. His grip tightened on her hand, which caused her to feel pain. "You thought you would get away from me after taking his support in front of others, didn't you?" His harsh tone made her look into his eyes. She realized everything was over. There was no one who could save her from him. "Did you rape?" When he heard her, he let go of her hand and cut her off by grabbing her jaw. "I observed your perception of me. You never failed to let me down and express how hateful you are for me." Grabbing his wrist, she tried to push his hand away from her jaw. "Leave me. I don't want to be with you." Bryan's eyes darkened as if he had lost his temper entirely. "You think I am a rapist. If that's the case, why would I act like a saint in front of you?" Then, without letting go of her jaw, he smashed his lips against hers. His action caused her eyebrows to rise. She tried to push him again. In anger, he let go of her jaw and grabbed her hands. He pinned them over her head and deepened the kiss. Sophia's eyes widened when he pushed his tongue inside her mouth and kissed her roughly. She tried to move her body, only to feel him pressing his body against hers. When she felt breathless, he still did not let her go. She attempted to kick between his legs, but as if he knew all of her moves, he raised his legs between her thighs and pressed them against her core over the cloth. She got so mad that he bit his lip. He broke the kiss and touched his lip. When he saw blood, it enraged him more. He growled at her, causing her to tremble from within. He looked fiercer. She had never seen him this angry at her, not even when he made her sign the marriage contract, not even when Victor kissed her. "You let that man kiss you and didn't hesitate for once. Now, when your husband is kissing you, you are biting his lips," he asked her, glaring at her. "Stay away from me. I don't want to be a man like you." He nodded his head. "From my side, I never gave you a reason to hate me. I always tried to protect a foolish woman like you. But tonight, I will give you a reason to hate me." After saying that, he released her hands and lifted her into his arms. She kicked her legs into the air. "What are you doing?" "Leave me." He walked to the bed and threw her onto it. Bryan appeared to have lost his mind completely. He approached her as if he were a beast that had lost all control over himself. Fear caused her to sit up and move backward when he placed his knee on the bed. Taking hold of his ankle, he drew her closer to him. He got on top of her and prevented her from moving, even though she tried to. He took off his black suit jacket while looking at her. "I am the bad guy in your eyes, then why not make your perception permanent in your mind?" he muttered in anger. She shook her head when he leaned down with a furious face. When he was about to kiss her again, she turned her face away from him. His lips landed on her cheek. Seeing her resistance to his kiss, he leaned on her neck hungrily. He sucked her neck and licked her skin, leaving his mark. When he moved down to her chest, she pushed his head. "You are a devil, Bryan. You are proving that you actually did something to that woman." Bryan paused for a moment. Sophia thought her words had stopped him, but she realized she was so wrong when he growled at her after meeting her gaze. "Despite my warning, you let that man touch you. Now you are having problems with my touch?" He grabbed her dress by the shoulders and tore the upper side, leaving her upper body in her bra. She screamed in shock. "Bryan, leave me." He buried his face in her breasts, sucking them over her bra. He groaned when his wolf wanted to take over. "I hate you." Her words fueled his anger more and more. He ripped her whole dress and threw it on the floor. She was in her underwear, crying like a mess. There was no way he could control himself now. Even his wolf wanted to take his mate right now. He tilted to kiss her again. He kissed her roughly while locking her hands with his. However, when her tears touched his cheeks, he paused. He let go of her hand and tightened his fists around the bedsheet. His whole body was pressed against her, and he could feel himself getting harder. But he clenched his jaw and pulled away from the kiss. He looked at her face. Her eyes were closed, and tears streamed down from them. He remained motionless for a long time, staring at her. She began to sob. His gaze moved to her tears. When she felt him unmoved, her teary eyes opened. He moved away from her body and got out of bed. He threw the blanket over her without looking at her almost naked body. "Stop crying. I'm leaving," he said, tightening his fists as if he were controlling himself. He picked up his suit jacket, which was lying on the floor, and walked to the door. He opened the door, turned his head to the side, and muttered, "I wish I did not care about you and had never loved you so much that I lost self-esteem in my own eyes. I used to believe that loving someone would only make them weak. Today, you proved me right. Loving you turns into the worst feeling I'm experiencing right now, leaving me completely powerless." Sophia heard the sound of closing the door. She bit her lower lip as tears streamed out of her eyes. She turned her body to the right side and fixed her eyes on the blank wall. She was at a loss for words and emotions. She sobbed while thinking about what had just happened. She wanted to hate Bryan more. Her heart was pounding inside. She had witnessed a side of Bryan that she had never seen before. She felt weak in front of him, because her wolf never wanted to go against her mate. Her wolf kept telling her something that she did not want to listen to. If he wanted, he could force us, but he still loves us. Sophia shut her eyes. She wiped her tears and cried silently. She did not sleep last night, and today was a very exhausting day. She could not just process anything in her mind anymore. She kept thinking about everything she heard in the meeting hall. She had no idea when her eyes were closed, and she fell asleep. Sophia was wandering around the dark forest when her eyes caught a sight of a black giant wolf. His red eyes were fierce, which could kill anyone in one glance. But what grabbed her attention was the wound in his chest. Blood was oozing out of the wound. Under the moonlight, she could see his wet black fur, soaked in blood. When he began to walk, blood drops fell to the ground. Suddenly, she felt pain in her own chest. She realized that she was not in her wolf form. Grasping her dress, she clutched her chest. It was a pain that she had never felt before. It was like someone slowly piercing something in her chest. But there was no blood coming out of her chest. She glanced at the giant wolf again. He came to a halt where the moonlight shone directly down on him. He was standing under the moon, looking like a moonchild. A giant body with black and shiny fur, almost glimmering under the moonlight. Sophia had never seen such a big and attractive wolf before. He looked strong, giving her the impression that he was the most powerful of all the wolves she had ever encountered. The wolf raised his head to the moon and looked up at it, then howled. Sophia's eyes widened when she began to feel more pain than before. It was not because of the wolf's painful howl. The howl trembled her knees, and the pain in her chest reached her heart. She fell to her knees in pain. The howl grew more painful, as did the pain in her chest. She did not understand why the wolf was howling like that. He could not recognize him. Did she hurt him? It was as if the moon goddess was angry at her for giving pain to her beloved moon child, so she made her feel the same pain in her chest. Sophia shook her head, as she could not take it anymore. She could not believe that the wolf felt this pain. It was almost impossible for her to take it. Stop it. She let out a crying scream, but the wolf did not stop howling. Please stop. She wept and almost begged from afar. She wanted to stand up and rush to the wolf, hugging him and telling him to stop. But she was no longer in a condition to ease his pain. Grasping her dress with her fists, she uttered, "Stop it." When she felt the howling stop, she calmed down and looked at the wolf. As if the wolf had heard her pleading, he ceased his agonizing howls. Her heart raced when she saw him turning in her direction. But as soon as his red eyes met hers, she found them familiar. The wolf began to make his way toward her. She did not want to face those painful eyes, so she shut her eyes tightly. No. She was scared that she would cause him more pain and that he would hunt her again. So she screamed, "Don't come close to me." After the screaming, she felt everything around her fall silent. She thought the wolf had left her alone. But when she opened her eyes, she found herself lying in bed. Her whole body was sweating. It took her a few seconds to realize that she was having a nightmare. She slowly sat up, and her blanket fell from her upper body. She was careless about it, as her mind was still in the dream, thinking about the black wolf. However, when her eyes moved in the room, she let out a loud gasp. Her eyes widened when she saw Bryan sitting on the couch in front of the bed. He was holding a glass of wine, with the bottle resting on the coffee table next to the couch. "You!" she mumbled in a low voice. She remembered him leaving the room just before she fell asleep. She turned her gaze outside the window and realized that it was midnight. The moon was shining brightly. It was then that the dream hit her mind, and tears began to well up in her eyes. She recognized the red eyes. She realized the wound in his chest was caused by her, but the painful howls did not seem to come from a physical pain, but from a pain in the heart. She slowly moved her eyes toward him again. She kept her gaze fixed on him while he was drinking. She thought about the incident before she fell asleep. He came close to having sex with her, but he refrained from doing so. What made him stop? If he wanted, he could do anything to her. There was no one to stop her. After all, she had no power over him now. Sophia recalled the times when he gave her time before they had sex for the first time. Just like tonight, he let her go that night and told her to go to sleep. The difference was that she gave in at the time, so he did not stop himself, whereas she refused tonight, so he could not force her. She remembered every word that he said to her before leaving. Everything came to her mind: the forbidden contract of marrying anyone else, the behavior of Victor, the contract of saving her if she did not marry Victor, and her brother's arrival with Moon Valley Pack's pillars' signatures. She gripped her forehead, feeling a sharp pain in her head. She was confused as hell. Did he not try to hurt her mother and make her sick? Did he ask her to be his mistress because he had no other choice? Did he ask her to be his mistress, not out of desire, but because he actually loved her and had no other way to be with her? Was there something else behind his killing Victor's mate, and he did not rape her? Was everything she was thinking possible? She closed her eyes, feeling pain in her head and heart. However, all the pain eased when she heard Bryan's voice. "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. You have humiliated me enough. By considering me a rapist, you made me realize where I stood in your eyes. You can sleep peacefully. You don't need to be scared anymore." Sophia bit her bottom lip as she stared at him. She would not be able to handle it if all that she was thinking was true. She lowered her gaze and wrapped her upper body around the blanket. Bryan spent the entire night drinking and did not even glance at her for once. Meanwhile, leaning back against the headboard, she stared at him the whole night, lost in her thoughts. Sophia rubbed her eyes as she found herself leaning against the headboard. The sunlight was falling on her face through the window. She cleared her vision and saw that Bryan was not on the couch. There were bottles of wine, and a glass was still on the coffee table near the couch. However, they were empty, indicating that he had consumed the alcohol. Sophia drew her legs closer to her chest and rested her head on her knees, gazing out the window. She tried to face the sun as the sunshine hit her eyes directly. It looked like she had fallen asleep while staring at Bryan. He did not speak to her the entire night. There was a strange silence between them. She did not know why she was not feeling well. Her wolf was also upset. She closed her eyes to take a deep breath. When she opened them, they turned ocean blue. Her beautiful face glowed under the sunlight, and her ocean blue-colored eyes looked lighter. I can't stay like this. I need to know the truth. There are so many things I am not aware of. How long will I be in the dark? She thought and exhaled deeply. She went to the bathroom to take a shower. When she came out and looked for clothes, she was surprised to see that half of the closet was full of dresses for her. She grabbed a high-neck dress and quickly put it on. She wanted to go visit her mother first. She was worried for her health. When she walked out of the room, she noticed maids on the floor. They paused what they were doing after seeing her, then hurriedly bowed to her. "Good morning, Luna," they greeted her. She felt awkward whenever she heard someone calling her Luna. It was because she was not used to it. But she nodded at them with a light smile. "Good morning." She felt they were quite welcoming compared to the maids of Bryan's own house. She walked forward while thinking about last night's dream. She had no idea what that was. How could just one dream calm her so much? She felt she was different today. Was it because Bryan tried to force her last night? Her heart reminded her that Bryan did not have sex with her forcefully, even though he could have done that, and there was no one to stop him. Sophia's heart sank when she remembered his words. She shook her head to shove everything from her head. She just wanted to see her mother right now. She would think about everything else later. Right now, only her mother was important to her. As she descended the stairs, she glanced at the door. The living room was empty, so there was nothing she needed to think about before leaving. But her steps came to a halt when she heard sounds of crying. She frowned and turned her heel in the direction of the sounds. She walked to the left corner and took a few steps until she arrived in a room where she could hear crying. The door was ajar. Sophia could see who was crying. It was Mila. Sophia's eyebrows raised as she noticed Mila's broken appearance. She was crying while hugging her mother. Mila's eyes fell on Sophia, and she stopped crying. Sophia was taken aback when Mila rushed toward her and grabbed her arms. "How could you marry my man? How?" Sophia looked away from her. In other times, she could have taunted Mila, but right now, she felt bad for her. Mila had been preparing to be Bryan's Luna based on what she had heard at the meeting yesterday. She sighed, grabbed Mila's hands, and pushed them away lightly. Mila's mother, Bethany, came to Sophia and said, "Please, leave my daughter alone. You have already destroyed her life enough. Now why did you come here?" Mila looked at her mother and said, "Mom, I am feeling regret for trying to stop her wedding with Victor. I was a fool who sympathized with her and believed that no woman deserved a man like him. I should never have spoken up for her." Sophia parted her lips in surprise. She remembered how Mila tried to stop his brother from marrying her when they came here for dinner. Sophia could not help but ask, "I never asked you before. Why are you so scared of Victor?" Mila glared at her. "You are no one to know anything. You snatched Bryan from me." Sophia frowned at her. "Just because I am behaving warmly, you can't talk to me like this. You were the one who had trapped him in a contract that he desperately wanted to break. He never wanted you in the first place." Mila's eyes widened as more tears rolled down her cheeks. Sophia shut her eyes as she realized she should not have said those harsh words to her. "Listen, Mila, you are not my enemy, but Bryan is my mate. You can't blame me for it." Sophia was shocked by her own words. Until yesterday, she wanted to leave him. But after learning what she learned in the meeting hall and thinking deeply about it, She wanted to learn the truth. I have no problem if he is protecting you or something, but I really want to know why your family behaves so strangely around Victor. Why do you look so scared? You are the daughter of an alpha. You can get any alpha as a life partner. Why does your father only want Bryan to protect you? Sophia's question caused Mila to smile at her bitterly. Do you really want to know the truth? Bethany shook her head at Mila. My dear, calm down. Let's not talk about it. No, Mom. She should know who she married and who she almost married, Mila said to her mother, pushing her mother's hand away from her shoulder. Mila looked into Sophia's eyes with a broken look and replied, The man you were about to marry was the man from whom I escaped and came here for refuge. Despite being my half-brother, Victor used to sexually assault me. Bryan was the man who came into my life like a knight and saved me from him. And no, that's not true, Sophia said, taking a step back in shock. Mila laughed at her with teary eyes. This is why I am not allowed to say this to anyone. No one will believe me. It will only lose my father's reputation, and no one will be able to do anything to that monster either. It's a dark past of my life that only Bryan and my family know. Only I know how I spent my days looking at that man's face. Sophia felt something hurt her eyes. She could not just believe what she was hearing from Mila. She had been with Victor before, but she had never felt anything like this. He used to talk about women, but she thought he was just a playboy. What are you saying, Mila? You are aware of your words, right? Sophia said, trying to be calm. Bethany gave Sophia a stern look. Can't you see my daughter's state? You think, in this condition, she will lie to you? For what? You have already married Alpha Bryan. He has already broken every contract. Now, there is nothing on our hands that we will lie to you about. Now please leave my daughter alone. Bethany shut the door, leaving Sophia stunned outside the door. She heard Mila's loud voice from inside. Mom, why did you stop me? She wanted to know the truth, right? Does she have the guts to know everything? Sophia did not move from her place, as she was in a state where she did not know what to feel anymore. Victor Laurent used to sexually assault his sister, who is related by blood. Please don't cry, my child. I believe your fate has decided something good for you. Good for me? How? For many years, I tried to make a place in Bryan's heart, but that woman captured his heart for years. I wished her brother would never become the gamma of our pack. I wish Bryan had never seen her 4 years ago. Mila's voice pulled Sophia back to her senses, and she became more confused. 4 years? What is she talking about? She remembered that she had met Bryan 2 years ago. So what exactly was Mila talking about? By the way, Mila was crying. Sophia did not think that she was lying about Victor, but she became perplexed for about 4 years. Sophia wiped her cheeks as soon as she felt them wet. She realized that she was crying for Mila. She never thought that one day she would have to cry for that woman. She almost felt stabbed in her heart by thinking about how Victor used to torture Mila. That woman still addressed him as brother and spoke politely with him. She felt rage inside her heart toward Victor. She had never imagined that Victor would have turned out to be such a man. A profound animosity toward that man washed over her. She recalled how many people had tried to warn her about his intentions. However, she never paid attention to what they said. She realized Bryan had tried to warn her about Victor the most. Suddenly, everything crossed her mind. Bryan forced Victor to sign a contract at dinner that night. Was it because he was confident that he could somehow save her from Victor? She recalled Victor's words from the meeting hall that Bryan had set his mind to marry her at that time. Sophia shut her eyes as she felt angry at herself. Bryan's confession came to her mind like a flood. My marriage to Mila is an agreement that I must keep no matter what. My hands are tied, but not yours. I cannot see you getting married to another man. I will never let you do that. Did he mean tied to that contract? Did he mean Mila's safety and the forbidden rules of marrying someone else? When Sophia realized she could solve the puzzle and everything made sense, her eyes grew wide. So that is why Alpha Lucas wants to make Bryan his son-in-law, even if he had so many crimes in his head? Because he knows how cheap his son is, Sophia thought. She pulled her hair as tears streamed out of her eyes. No, I can't be so foolish. How could I ignore everyone's words like a deaf? She thought about what Bryan had told her a few days ago. He said he had let her go when she refused to be his mistress, but then she started to come his way by herself. Sophia bit her bottom lip as her back pressed against the wall behind her. She remembered how she used to reveal Bryan's business secrets to the other alphas. Every one of the alphas used to approach her themselves. It was because Victor had sent them to her. All these times, Victor played with her like a toy, and she foolishly believed him. He knew everything. He was not even forbidden from telling me the truth, but he concealed everything and lied to me about Bryan. Victor used to tell her that Bryan had used her as a pawn and dumped her. He always told her that Bryan had never loved her. Sophia realized that she did not hate Bryan until Victor came into their lives. He was the one who fueled her anger and turned it into hatred. But Bryan was also at fault. He asked her to be his mistress. However, he asked forgiveness for it too. Sophia closed her eyes in pain in her heart. She came to the realization that she was not as strong as she believed she was. Luna. Sophia jerked at a voice from behind. She turned around and saw Rosa. Rosa bowed to her and said, "Miss Angelina is here to meet you." Sophia immediately wiped her tears and cleared her throat, but she could not speak clearly. Angelina?" Rosa was stunned when she saw her face. "Luna, are you okay?" Sophia nodded her head and replied, "I am okay. Thanks, Rosa. Where is Angelina?" "She is in the living room, waiting for you." After saying that, Rosa bowed again and left. Sophia walked out of the corner with a pale face. When she entered the living room, she saw no one there except Angelina. Woe strength. Angelina's gaze landed on her. Furious, Angelina ran to her and took a firm hold of her wrist. "How could you hurt my alpha?" Sophia was astounded by Angelina's eyes, which had turned emerald in anger. Sophia was at a loss for words. "My alpha did everything to protect you, but you, woman, you harmed your own mate. How could you?" My mother." Sophia could not speak properly, as if she were losing her mind. Angelina glared at her and said, "Didn't I warn you at the club to use the weapon of your hand before thinking twice? You tried to kill the man who let go of everything and loved you daringly. He did not even think twice before marrying you." Sophia stared at her, feeling speechless. Angelina shook her head with disappointment in her eyes. "Do you really think he is after your mate bond? After all the years of loving you, he was scared of losing you to that psychopath." Sophia was shocked when she heard Angelina. Did Bryan marry her not because of his anger against Victor, but because he really loved her? Everything was becoming too heavy to take for her. She was already stunned by Mila's revelation. Now Angelina's words did not give her a good feeling. She realized that Angelina had warned her before. "So you warned me about that?" she muttered, looking at Angelina like a woman who had lost everything. "Angelina?" Juliana's voice came from behind. Juliana noticed Angelina as she entered the living room. Angelina gave her a nod. Her face did not look calm at all. She looked angry. She did not want to calm herself just now, so her emerald eyes stayed green. "It's been a long time," Juliana said, walking toward her. Her eyes moved to Sophia, who turned her head, avoiding eye contact with her. Juliana frowned at her and ignored her. "How are you, Angelina? Have you seen what your alpha has done? Why didn't you make him understand that Mila was the best Luna for him?" Juliana said as she came to stop in front of them. Angelina looked at Juliana silently until she spoke with a harsh tone. "A former Luna should not speak that way. You used to rule this pack so well. When I was a child, my mother always mentioned you as a strong and intelligent woman. But why are you trying to change people's minds now?" Juliana's eyes widened as she heard Angelina's words. "What are you saying?" Sophia noticed how Angelina let go of her hand and moved toward Juliana. She had no fear that she was talking with her alpha's mother. It appeared that this woman was more powerful than she had anticipated. "Your son is a powerful man. People like to call him the Moon Child. You are aware of it, right?" Angelina asked. Juliana stared at Angelina without answering her. She was mad at her for talking to her in that way. Angelina did not stop as she continued. "Then how did you think a Moon Child could live his life without his mate? There is no relationship in this world that can compare to the love he has for his mate. You are also your husband's mate. Would you have accepted it if someone better had shown up and taken Alpha Harry from you?" Juliana was taken aback. You are taking this woman's side. She is a greedy person. She was with Victor all these times. I know everything. She didn't do anything wrong. Everything turned out this way because it was fate. Fate played with them, separating them only to bring them closer. It would be better if you fixed that in your mind. I greatly respect you, but as a royal witch, I must stand beside my alpha before his family. After saying that, Angelina grabbed Sophia's hand once again and dragged her outside the pack house. Sophia could not move her eyes from Angelina all the time. Around so many strong women, she felt weak. Angelina stopped in front of her car and turned to her. You made a mistake and hurt Bryan. Sophia shook her head and removed the grip from her hand. And what about the whole year he hurt me? What about me? I didn't know anything about it. What about my mental health, which has been ruined by your alpha? He told me that he did not love me when I asked him a year ago. Angelina sighed as her eyes turned black. She looked calmer as she patted Sophia's head. You can be heartbroken and seek vengeance, but you have to understand who you should take revenge on. You are only ruining your life with your hatred. The truth is, you never hated my alpha. I can read your eyes. You are just upset and broken from inside. Sophia's eyes turned teary as she looked away from her. All these times, we could not say anything to you because we were forbidden to say anything. Alpha Bryan was not sure if he could marry you, so he never promised you to make you his wife. The reason was that one contract. It could also endanger your life. But he managed everything at the last moment and married you. He managed to save you too. Now what do you want from that man? Sophia lowered her head as she had nothing to say. She was only listening to her. She agreed with whatever she was saying. But she was shocked when Angelina said, He has loved you for a long time, Sophia. So long when you don't even know him. Sophia slowly raised her head to look at her. What? She recalled Mila's words. She felt curious inside to learn about it. Angelina nodded her head. The very first day you visited your brother in the training hall, he was there. I was there too. I saw how he was looking at you. I saw how the man who was cold as ice almost melted by your sweet smile. That one contract stopped him from approaching you. He was afraid that he would hurt you, but when you turned out to be his mate... She paused as if she were upset to continue. Anguish welled up in Sophia's eyes. She could remember going to the training hall to meet her brother for lunch. She used to go there daily to give him lunch that their mother prepared for him. She had met a few pack fighters there, but never met the alpha. She was surprised to know that he was also present there. She remembered not entering the hall, but instead standing outside to meet her brother. Her brother used to come out, and after lunchtime, he went back to training. When he saw his brother approaching you, he stopped himself because he loved you. He believed you had a future with his brother, which he could never give you. But when fate made you his mate, he became selfish in love and wanted to have you. When you refused to be with him, he let you go. He again wanted to let you go before you stabbed him in the chest. The first contract was not like this one. He wanted to keep you safe and help you leave the pack with your mother. But you chose to hurt him, which broke his heart. He had not expected that from you, Sophia. He was deeply hurt by the woman he loved most. He is really upset with you. Sophia bit her bottom lip to control herself. She did not want to listen to anything more. The feeling of guilt almost ate her alive. It felt like she was so blinded by hatred that she never noticed his love. She wiped her eyes as she sobbed. But when she raised her head to look at Angelina, she saw her take a step back. What? She asked Angelina. Angelina did not respond, as if she were lost in her eyes. Sophia furrowed her brows. Her gaze fell on the window glass, and she noticed her own eyes had turned ocean blue. Angelina shook her head to cut her off and said, The moon goddess really created a beautiful creature for her moonchild. Sophia was sitting in Angelina's car as she told her that she would drop her off at the pack hospital. Angelina kept glancing at her from time to time, asking her if she was okay. Look, you are very young. Your family never lets you face the outside world, so you have no idea how dangerous people are. But I can tell you one thing. Many people in this world enjoy rejecting their mates, but your mate is really different. He still loves you. I just want him to be happy. He has seen many things in his life, but he never gave a damn about anything until he came to stop in front of you. I hope you will understand his love." Sophia's head was low as she stared at her lap. Tears kept falling, soaking her dress. When Angelina dropped her off outside the pack hospital, she thanked her and made her way to her mother's cabin. People around her kept glancing at her because of her broken look. When she reached her mother's cabin, she noticed the guards outside. They bowed to her. She nodded her head at them and entered the cabin. As soon as she entered, she saw her brother sitting beside the bed. She walked to the bed and looked at her mother. She did not look as pale as the night before yesterday. She looked like she was just sleeping, but peacefully. "She will be fine soon," Abraham said as he stood up from the stool. He signaled for her to sit there, close to their mother. Sophia sat down on the stool and stared at her mother for a while. "Mom, please wake up. I am very lonely. I don't know what mistake I made or what happened to me. I need you, Mom. Please wake up soon," she said in her head. She felt Abraham's hand caressing her head. "You need to calm down. Why does your face look so colorless? You are a new bride. You should look happy." Sophia looked at her brother. "You know I got married to your Alpha, right?" His hand paused as he nodded his head. "Yeah." They turned quiet as both of them turned at their mother. After some time, Abraham spoke up. "Mom did not have a heart attack naturally. Instead, she became ill due to someone else's actions." Sophia turned her head to look at her brother once again. She felt upset. She thought Bryan did that so that she would marry him. Despite everything Mila and Angelina told her about Bryan, she could not ignore the fact that he almost killed her mother. If he really loved her, he would not have risked her mother's life like that. "I know that," she replied. "You know? It's good that you know. Now, at last, your eyes have opened. That man is not a good man, but an animal. I wish I had gone to his pack before the wedding announcement. Things would have been different." Sophia frowned and rose from the stool. "Brother, who are you talking about?" Abraham looked confused. "Why did you ask that? Didn't you just say you knew?" Sophia grabbed her brother's hand and asked, "Brother, wasn't it Bryan who made Mom sick?" Abraham's eyes widened as he snatched his hand away from her grip. "Have you gone insane? How did you even think that?" Sophia felt like everything inside was becoming lighter. It was like she had almost lost consciousness. She did not know why she was feeling like this. Maybe the truth was too much for her to handle. It was Victor Laurent who was responsible for Mom's condition. He tried to kill Mom, and Alpha Bryan protected her. He even switched Mom's doctor to his private physician, who can only treat the head alpha. It was Alpha Bryan who saved Mom. If not, she would not have survived. Victor was after her life, so Alpha Bryan sent all of his guards here to keep her safe. Sophia's eyes grew larger. Her lips trembled as she realized that she had been misunderstanding Bryan. But he called his men in front of me and... Delta Edger told me about it. He just tried to scare you, because there was no way to stop you from marrying Victor." Sophia blinked her eyes. She had no idea how many truths she was unaware of, or how often she would have to feel guilty. Abraham hugged her and said, "I know I told you that Alpha Bryan is a dangerous man, but I also couldn't believe it when he told me that he would marry you if I could get all of the signatures in time. But he promised me that he would not let you get into a bad hand." Sophia embraced her brother tightly and cried. She had promised herself a year ago that she would never cry, but now she could not even stop shedding tears. The whole day, Sophia was with her mother. Abraham told her that he would have to get back to work. When Sophia returned to the pack house, she saw no one in the living room. She assumed that most people in this house preferred to stay in their rooms. She asked a maid if Bryan was back. She did not know how she was going to face Bryan. "Alpha is in his office. Everyone is with him," the maid replied. Sophia sensed that something was going on in Alpha's office because everyone was inside. She made her way to Alpha's office and stood there, slightly opening the door. She noticed Bryan sitting on a single couch with others standing around him. Mila's head was down as he stood next to his mother. It was a very large office room, and the door was located quite a distance away. Sophia fixed her gaze at them, trying to understand what was happening there. Please, Alpha, accept my daughter as your mistress, Alpha Lucas said to Bryan. Sophia's hands trembled as she opened the door wide. Everyone's attention was drawn to her, except Bryan, who appeared to be aware of her presence. Sophia was shocked that an alpha like Lucas Laurent was asking Bryan to make his daughter his mistress. Why do you want that, Alpha Lucas? Don't you know some people really neglected the mistress's position? Bryan asked. Sophia felt his words directed at her. She felt terrible inside her heart. She did not know the reason. She used to think she had lost all feelings for Bryan, so why was she upset when she heard someone was becoming his mistress? Was it because she learned all the truth, or did she still have feelings in her heart for him? I understand she can't be your Luna anymore, but even if she becomes your mistress, it will also be a blessing for her. She will be Alpha Bryan's mistress. I can die peacefully after giving her to your hands. I will not have to worry about Victor coming for her, because he will never dare to hurt your woman, just like he never dared to hurt your mate. Sophia's brows lifted as she heard Alpha Lucas. She lowered her head because she thought Bryan would make Mila his mistress, a position she had neglected before. She believed he would show her that another woman could love him and be his mistress without any greed to be his wife. However, she was shocked when Bryan replied to Alpha Lucas. I can't make her my mistress. My Luna doesn't like to share me with another woman. She could not believe how many times she had humiliated him, but he still considered her in his decision. She felt warmth when she realized that he really loved her, and that was the only reason he wanted her as his mistress. So now that she was his wife, he had no desire for anyone else. Sophia was about to enter the room to ask why Alpha Lucas was making such a request of Bryan. However, her eyes widened when she saw Alpha Lucas kneel in front of Bryan. Mila and her mother gasped. Bryan's parents were also taken aback by his action. If that's what you want, then I have nothing to oppose. Sophia could not believe her ears when Alpha Lucas spoke up again. But please don't abandon the Moon Valley Pack. The people of that pack have been waiting for you for so long, because their real lord is not Victor, but you, Alpha Bryan. He is the real lord of the Moon Valley Pack? Sophia's voice was loud enough to make others turn their attention to her. She was no longer standing at the door. She entered the room and walked in. She directed her question to Alpha Lucas, who was still kneeling on the floor in front of Bryan. Bryan's eyes were fixed on Lucas. He got up from the couch and said, The Luna of my pack has the right to know the truth. After saying that, Bryan walked in Sophia's direction. Sophia gulped when she saw Bryan not looking at her. He walked past her and left his office. Sophia turned her head to glance at his back. She stared at him until she heard Mila's voice, then turned her attention back to the people in the office room. Dad. Mila and her mother, Bethany, rushed to Alpha Lucas and helped him stand up. Alpha Harry also approached him. Sophia could see Juliana was avoiding her gaze. She recalled Angelina's words to her. It seemed her words affected Juliana. Sophia walked towards Alpha Lucas, where she stopped in front of him and his family. Why were you calling him your pack's lord? Why is it not Victor, but him? Is there something no one knows? Alpha Lucas looked at Alpha Harry. He nodded in response to Alpha Lucas, indicating that he should tell her everything. Alpha Lucas let out a sigh and started to speak. Since you have become the Luna of the pack, I can request that you change Alpha's mind. If you are asking about the mistress thing, then I apologize. I can't do anything about it. A mistress is not in a dignified position. It's a second woman's position between a married couple. I will forbid these rules once I get the power to handle the laws, Sophia replied with a strong tone. Everyone around her was taken aback by the way she replied. It almost looked like they were listening to an experienced Luna. Mila wiped her eyes and turned to the door. Where are you going? Bethany asked her. Mom, I will come back soon. Please let me go now if you want me to stay alive, Mila replied. Bethany was stunned and let go of Mila's hand. Mila ran out of the office room while crying again. I am not asking about that. I am talking about the Moon Valley Pack, Alpha Lucas said to Sophia. I don't know anything. Please enlighten me a little. I was shocked when I heard your statement a few minutes ago. Why is that pack's member waiting for Alpha Bryan when they have their heir, Victor Laurent? Lucas glanced at Alpha Harry, then returned his gaze to Sophia again. He took a deep breath and said, "Because, despite being the heir of that pack, Victor could not save his pack in the last war. It was Alpha Bryan who saved our pack in the war. My pack members had seen how he fought our enemies. He saved us at the time when we almost accepted our defeat and nearly submitted to other alphas so that they could let go of our pack's people who were alive. Alpha Bryan was one man who did not only show his fighting skills but also the power that the moon goddess only gave him. He did not want to join the war at first because he was careless at the time and did not have any care for other packs. It was I who pleaded with him to save my pack, as my son had fled in fear of death, leaving his entire pack behind in the war." Sophia's eyes widened. "So the lord they always talk about is not Victor but Bryan?" Bethany nodded her head as she looked upset. "I was the Luna at that time. Although my husband was a strong alpha, the way the young man saved us was truly miraculous. Even after saving us, he said he has no greed for power, and he had enough burden as he would have to rule his own pack, so he did not want our pack in return for his favor." Sophia could not be more shocked. She used to think that Bryan was a power-hungry man, but it was totally opposite. He helped these people and did not want anything in return. Bryan's father, Alpha Harry's voice, pulled her back from her thoughts. She turned to him when he began to talk. But that pack's members wanted him, and they started to call him their lord. Lucas and Bethany were really impressed by Bryan. He won the pack, so they wanted to make Bryan their next alpha. They wanted Bryan to get married to Mila too. When they discussed the matter with Lucas's father, he rejected the proposal. However, the entire pack strongly disagreed with his decision, because they only wanted Bryan as their head alpha. Sophia could see how proudly Alpha Harry talked about his son. Now she realized why Bryan's parents obeyed him so much. It was because their son was not an ordinary alpha. He had already won a pack before inheriting his father's pack. It was only Juliana who was silent all the time. She silently shed tears, which surprised Sophia. "My son was not like other boys. He has his own way to live. We managed to persuade him to be our pack's alpha, but that old man and his grandson destroyed my son's life. They plotted against my son and tried to ruin his reputation," Juliana said. Sophia understood that she was talking about rape allegations. She believed Bryan could not do that. "How did that happen?" she asked as her heart became heavier. Then Alpha Lucas answered her question. "Bryan raised his voice against Victor before the war when he saw how he used to assault my daughter like a monster. I even hate calling him my son. So after the war, when everyone wanted Bryan to be their alpha, Victor sent his mate to Bryan. He was drunk, and no one knows what happened that night. The next day, that woman complained to my father that Bryan raped her. My father agreed with her allegations without any proof and called Bryan to the pack house as the rapist. Sophia took a step back when she learned that Victor himself sent his mate to another man's bed. How could a man do that? Alpha Lucas did not stop as he continued and finished her every curiosity to learn the truth. Alpha Bryan arrived at our pack house like a king, and when he found out about the allegations, he claimed he did nothing and that it was Victor's and his mate's plan against him. My father, however, wielded some power at the time. He denied believing it and stratted to prepare punishment. Then Alpha Bryan didn't consider the fact that he wasn't in his own pack. He pointed his gun at that woman's forehead and shot her in front of us. Lucas paused for a moment before speaking. He stated that since no one believed him, he would gladly accept the allegations of murder rather than rape. Sophia was amazed by Bryan's words that he had said to the Laurent family. She felt relieved that what she was thinking was right. I knew he could not do that, she thought in her heart. She was relaxed after learning everything. It was as if there were so many twisted things that she could not grasp and accept them a year ago. That 1 year really made her stronger. But she felt sad that she had been misunderstanding Bryan all these times. She left the office room and headed to her and Bryan's bedroom. Her steps were slow. She did not know if he was in the room. She wanted to apologize to him, ask him why he didn't trust her a little, and tell her everything a year ago. Then she remembered Angelina's statements, claiming that it would have just put her life in danger. He did not tell her anything because of her safety. She was about to reach the bedroom when a hand grabbed her wrist tightly and pulled her back a few steps. She turned her head and saw the man in front of her. Bruce. Bruce was looking at her with disappointment in his eyes. He looked very mad. She could say that by looking into his eyes. "Why did you marry my brother? Why did you even want to marry that dirty Victor a month ago? Why didn't you ask me just once? I would have married you without even caring about my family." Sophia frowned at him and asked, "Do you think I was looking for a groom who could marry me? I didn't know Victor would turn out to be a dirty man." He came close to her. She could not move backwards since he was still grabbing her hand. "Why did you choose my brother over me?" he asked, looking into her eyes. Bruce's eyes made her remember how many times this man asked for forgiveness, but she never returned to him. However, she remembered what Angelina and Mila had told her about 4 years ago. Bryan had been in love with her for more than 4 years. She realized that Bryan might really feel bad when he saw her with Bruce. Was it the reason he left early in Bruce's birthday party so that he could not face her? He sacrificed his love, and at the same time, he was forced to do it. Sophia took a deep breath and tried to break her hand free from Bruce's grip. "It's not about choosing. It's not a game, Bruce. He is my mate. I am bound to be with your big brother." Bruce's grip tightened around her wrist as he stepped closer to her. "How can I ever accept you as my brother's wife?" Someone interrupted Bruce by placing a hand on his shoulder. Bruce turned his head and saw Bryan, glaring at him. Sophia was stunned. She struggled with Bruce's grip. She had always misunderstood Bryan. Now she did not want him to misunderstand her. Bryan glanced at Sophia's hand, which Bruce was holding firmly, then said, "Leave her." Sophia felt exactly the same as the night when she realized that he was her mate. That night, just like this time, he told Bruce to leave her. "But brother, I am talking to her," Bruce replied, refusing to let go of her hand. Bryan grabbed Bruce's wrist and yanked it away from Sophia's hand. He then pushed Bruce's hand and stood before Sophia, blocking Bruce's sight to see her. Sophia looked at Bryan's strong back, shielding her from his brother. "Brother, you betrayed me. You married the woman I love. How can you do that to your own brother? You never loved me. You always came between me and my ways. You got the pack under your rule. I never said anything. Then you snatched the woman I loved. How can you get everything while I have nothing? Why is it so unfair?" Sophia shook her head. Bruce did not know how much his brother loved him. He even sacrificed his love for him years ago. Sophia knew how much Bryan cared for his brother. She had seen that when she used to be his secretary. Sophia was about to say something to Bruce. But before that, Bryan warned Bruce, "Think whatever you want. I don't care. But stay away from my wife. If you dare to touch her again, I will forget that you are my brother." Bruce's eyes widened. Sophia parted her lips with surprise. She felt warmth in her heart when Bryan called her his wife. Bryan grabbed her hand and opened the bedroom's door. They got into the room. As soon as Bryan closed the door, he let go of Sophia's hand. She stared at her hand for a while. She could still feel his touch on her hand. She raised her head and saw him going to the bathroom. After a few minutes, he came out wearing casual clothes. Sophia was almost lost when he looked at him carefully. He was a strikingly good-looking man. No matter how long she stared at her, it was nothing. He grabbed a bottle of wine and a glass, then went to sit on the couch. She was worried when she noticed that he was drinking a lot lately. She had never seen him drink so much before. In truth, he was a chain smoker who drank less. He did not look at her and ignored her as if she were not in the room. She sighed and went to the closet to get something to wear. She found a lot of night dresses. She grabbed a nightgown and went to the bathroom to change her clothes. She decided to talk to Bryan about everything tonight. When she walked out of the bathroom, she saw Bryan still drinking. She bit her bottom lip, wondering how she would approach him. With slow steps, she walked toward him, but he did not give a glance at her. As he was about to pour another glass of wine, Sophia held his hand, which was holding the bottle. "Don't drink too much," she mumbled in a low tone. Bryan ignored her words and tried to move his hand, but she gripped it tightly. She did not want him to drink. It was her responsibility, as his wife, to stop him. But Bryan was not the man who would listen to anyone, so he yanked his hand away from her grip. However, it caused Sophia to lose her balance and fall directly into his lap. Sophia's eyes widened when she found herself sitting on Bryan's lap. She slowly raised her gaze from his chest to his face. She gasped as soon as she saw him looking at her. His dark eyes captivated her as she felt her heart melt inside. Her expression began to change from surprise to upset. She realized that she had missed the Bryan she knew. She missed the Bryan who used to treat her like a princess. A frown formed between his brows as he asked, "Now, don't you feel disgusted? You are sitting on my lap." Sophia stared at him without letting out anything. She did not want to move. She understood that if she missed this chance tonight, she would not get another chance to speak with him. She let out a shaky tone and said, "Mate." Bryan's frown did not ease as it deepened, but he did not push her away. "You are just my Luna, nothing else," he replied with a cold tone. She did not mind his words, as she felt that he had a right to get mad at her. She shook her head and placed her hands on his chest. She felt a calm heart under her palm. She could feel it running steadily. She often wondered why it never ran like hers. That was because he knew how to control his heart. Bryan's gaze moved down to her hand and then returned to her. "What do you want?" She exhaled and mumbled while looking at his chest. "I know you are angry with me." He scoffed at her and grabbed her hands, then pushed them away from his chest. "I heard Angelina explain everything to you, and you recently learned about the Moon Valley Pack from Alpha Lucas. So what happened suddenly? Changed your perception of me? Oh, how convenient." His words pierced her heart, but she accepted the pain. She deserved it. She looked at his face, which was mocking her. She stared at him, letting him mock her as much as he wanted. She remembered how she used to love him. Did she still love him? "I just want to apologize to you for what I have done in the last 1 year. I shouldn't have revealed your business secrets. I shouldn't have doubted your intentions. I shouldn't have thought that you made my mom sick. I shouldn't have thought that you ruined Victor's life." He cut her off as he wrapped his arm around her waist and pressed her chest against his. "That man's name can't leave your mouth, huh?" he asked, gritting his teeth. It was clear that he was enraged by just hearing Victor's name from her mouth. The day when he confessed his love to her came to her mind. That day, he treated her softly and asked her not to leave him. He begged her not to marry Victor. She wishes she had believed him that day and not shattered his heart. "I want to tell you that." She struggled to find the right words to express her thoughts. She paused for a moment before continuing. "That night at the party, I tried to push him when he kissed me. I didn't enjoy his kiss. I wanted to push with all of my strength, but before that, you came and misunderstood me. I was mad at you and took his side in the fight." His grip loosened when he heard that. As if the rage had calmed a little, his expression turned less fiery. He looked away from her and unwrapped his hands from her waist. "Go to sleep. I will sleep on the couch." She looked at him with confusion. "But why?" "Because I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable like last night. You are here to fulfill the Luna's duty. Just do it. I will give you the respect that you should get as the Luna of this pack, just as I said when you signed the contract." Sophia slowly got up from his lap while looking at him. "That means I am just your Luna from now on." He turned his gaze to look at her. "Yes. You don't love me anymore?" "I hate you, Sophia. Just like you hate me," he replied with a sly grin. She had the intention of talking to him about everything tonight, but she got mad after hearing him. "You think everything is my fault? If you had told me everything, every truth, when you asked me to be with you 1.5 years ago, things would have been different from this." Bryan raised a brow as he asked, "I only tried to save a foolish woman whose life could be in danger by learning the truth. Yes, it was all my fault. I shouldn't have fallen for her in the first place." She clenched her jaw. She was mad at herself. She wanted to slap herself for not trusting Bryan in the past. He was only protecting her from the forbidden laws. She lowered her head and asked, "I was in the dark. What would I have thought when someone asked me to be the second woman in his life? I wanted to be with you as your wife, not a woman who had no holy relationship with you. If it's all my fault, then I am sorry. Bryan averted his gaze away from her and poured a glass of wine. I admitted to you just now that everything was my fault. Now go and sleep. From tomorrow on, you will have to take care of all the responsibilities of a Luna. You will be declared Luna of this pack tomorrow. Sophia felt upset that Bryan did not want to talk to her. She felt defeated and did not want to make him angry. She went to the bed and sat down. She noticed Bryan looking at her while drinking. His eyes moved to her neck. She touched her neck and asked, "What?" He did not reply, so she stood up and went to check it in the mirror on the dressing table. She was stunned when she saw the hickeys. Her face turned red when she recalled last night. She did not despise his touch, but she was stuck on one thing, that he had hurt her mother. If she had known the truth, she would have never stopped him from getting close to her. She glanced at Bryan through the mirror and saw him looking away from her. He chugged down the whole glass and went to the bed to get a pillow and a blanket. When he laid on the couch and closed his eyes, she let out a sigh and went to bed to sleep. Though she slept on the bed alone, her eyes were on him. Early in the morning, Sophia woke up to the loud sounds of someone knocking on the door. She was startled and sat up on the bed. She saw Bryan also wake up from the loud knocks. He went to the door and opened it. Rosa was outside the door. "Alpha, please come into the living room, Miss Mila." She paused as if she had no words to explain, so she uttered, "Please come fast." After saying that, Rosa bowed nervously and left hurriedly. Bryan rushed out of the bedroom to see what had happened. Sophia did not know what to do, so she grabbed a scarf from the closet and hurried out of the room. She had no time to waste since something serious happened. When she reached the living room, her eyes widened. Mila was crying while hugging Bryan, but it was not what shocked Sophia. She was astounded by the mark on Mila's neck. "Who marked you?" Bryan's angry voice shook everyone around them. At the time, Bruce entered the pack house with his head down and said, "It's me, brother. I marked her." Everyone in the pack house was shocked. They could not just believe that Bruce could do something like that. Mila's mother, Bethany, put her hand over her mouth as she was crying for her daughter. Meanwhile, Juliana was taken aback. Sophia could not understand what had happened to Bruce. Why did he forcefully mark Mila? Bryan let go of Mila and dashed toward Bruce. He punched him in the cheek and growled at him. "How dare you mark a woman without her consent?" Juliana screamed in fear when she saw her elder son punching her younger son. "Bryan, please let him go," she cried out. Alpha Harry grabbed her hand to stop her from approaching Bryan. He said to his wife, with anger in his tone, "He deserves this. We did not teach him this." Alpha Lucas was silently observing Bryan and Bruce. He was distressed for his daughter. "Brother, I was drunk. I didn't know how." Another punch. Blood came out of Bruce's cheekbone as if it were almost broken by Bryan's punches. Bryan was about to hit him again when Sophia ran to him and held his hand to stop him. "Please, calm down." Bryan balled his fist when he sensed her touch. He closed his eyes to suppress his rage, which was impossible for him. He yanked his hand away from her grip. Sophia took a step back from his action. She could see how he looked mad at his brother. His eyes shone red, which showed he was furious. "I promised her father that I would forever protect her from his son. But you are my own brother who betrayed me. How could you mark her?" Bryan asked angrily. Bruce lowered his head. Sophia clenched her jaw as she looked at Bruce. She also felt mad at him. "Answer your brother. Why did you do that?" Bruce raised his head and looked at Sophia. "Sophia, believe me, I didn't want to." Bryan grabbed his collar and growled, "You can't just go anywhere and mark a woman, then play the victim card like this. If the women in my pack are not safe for my family, how can I give them protection from outsiders?" Sophia stared at Bryan. She used to think that he really loved his family, so she assumed that if his family ever did anything wrong, he would not punish them. But Bryan turned out to be a devoted alpha who loved his pack and his pack members. She realized why the Moon Valley pack wanted him and why Alpha Lucas was adamant about making his daughter Bryan's woman. "Bryan, please, don't punish him. Save him," Juliana said, walking to her son to let him go. "Brother, please forgive me. I had no idea how she got to that room last night. I was drunk and went to a private room in the club, but she went inside and everything turned blank. I could not remember anything else. You heard him. He was drunk. Please, my son. Juliana requested Bryan again. Sophia turned to Mila, who was crying in her mother's arms. May I ask why you entered that room? Mila looked at Sophia and asked, You think I am at fault? Sophia shook her head in response. No, I didn't say that. I am just asking. With a loud cry, Mila dropped to her knees. She then spoke out in a broken voice. I was upset last night and went to the club to ease the pain that I was feeling in my heart. But there I saw him, Victor. Everyone was stunned. They thought Victor had already left the night after the meeting. He was the one who forced me to go inside the room. I begged him that I did not want to go anywhere, but he threatened that if I refused to go inside, he would force me to go to any room with him. To get away from him, I went into the room, only to find Bruce there. He looked drunk and Sophia looked away from Mila when she saw her crying. She was also a woman. She could feel the pain. However, more than the pain, she felt disgusted inside her heart. A blaze of rage burned inside her for Victor. Ever since her marriage to Bryan, she had been discovering Victor's true nature. Bruce held his brother's hand and said, Brother, I am telling you, I was just drunk, but I could not recall much. My body was becoming more heated, and I was getting thirsty. Someone must have mixed something into my drinks. It must be something else other than the effects of alcohol. Bryan looked at his brother. He reflected on his past experiences. Victor did the same thing with him too. Victor sent his mate to his room, and she accused him of raping her. However, at that time, things were different. He did not rape Victor's mate, and his plan failed. But here, Mila was innocent. She should get justice. However, Bruce was not entirely at fault. He let out a deep sigh and turned to Alpha Lucas. I will give your daughter justice, Bryan declared, causing Alpha Harry and Juliana's eyes to widen. After glancing at Mila, who looked at him with teary eyes, Bryan said, I will announce my decision tomorrow. I will see what I can do about it. After saying that, Bryan left the pack house with an angry look. Sophia felt terrible in that situation. She wanted to go to Mila to console her, but she thought Mila would not like that. Juliana approached Sophia and held her hand, which shocked her. Please save my son. As you heard, it was not his fault. Sophia glanced at Juliana's hand and felt that Juliana was selfish. She only came to her when she was in trouble. Before that, she was a bad woman in her eyes. Sophia slowly removed her hands from hers and mumbled, I will try to talk to your elder son about it. Until then, please take care of Mila. She needs everyone's support. She then made her way upstairs to the bedroom she shared with Bryan. She took a quick shower and changed her clothes into a gown. She noticed the hickeys had faded, which gave her relief. She hurriedly left the room and went downstairs. She saw that everyone was still there. She saw all the officials there except her brother. She walked to Delta Edger and asked, Where is your Alpha? He is in the training hall. He is all alone. He told everyone to leave him alone. Sophia gave it some thought before leaving the pack house to see Bryan in the training hall. When she arrived in the training hall, she noticed it was completely empty. Her gaze wandered around before falling on Bryan. His wet locks indicated that he had a bath a few minutes ago. He was shirtless and wearing training pants at the bottom, which reminded her of the day she stabbed him. Bryan was punching a wall with both of his hands in a fit of rage. Sophia went to him and grabbed his fist when he was about to punch the wall again. He shut his eyes and groaned. Not again. Sophia noticed his knuckles were swollen. She rubbed his knuckle while looking at him. Why are you hurting yourself? Bryan glared at her and replied, That's none of your business. His words really hurt her, but it was her business. She really cared for him. She knew she hurt him once, but that was out of misunderstanding. Now that she knew the truth, she felt even more hurt whenever she saw him hurt. I am your Luna. It's my business, she replied. He looked away from her. Go back to the pack house or go to visit your mother. I'm not in the mood for an argument right now. Just leave me alone. Bryan turned around to leave her side. At that time, Sophia's eyes turned ocean blue, as she wanted him not to leave her. So she grabbed his arm and turned him around to face her. Why don't you just leave? Bryan paused when his eyes met her ocean blue eyes. He seemed to be frozen. She took a step toward him and asked, What do you think of me? You cannot just pull me close to you and tell me you love me, only to push me away from yourself whenever you want. I am your mate and your wife. I will never leave your side, even if you want me to." Bryan stared at her for a long time. She did not break eye contact either. Her wolf wanted to take over to get closer to her mate, as she wanted to shift and run with her mate. Bryan averted his gaze from her and spoke, "Sophia, just go, leave me alone." He took a few steps back. She frowned at his actions. Her eyes moved to his chest. Though his wound had healed, she could see a few stitches there. "You are mad at me for what I did to you that day, right? You want to hate me? How long will you continue like this? 1 year? Just like I did?" she asked, approaching him. He took another step backward. With an angry expression on her face and rage in her ocean blue eyes, she pushed his shoulder. "Let's fight. You can defend yourself by hitting me. Let's end this battle today." After saying that, she turned around to kick his leg, but he dodged it. She initially planned to hit him lightly in the hopes that he would hit her hard, but as seconds passed, she became engrossed in the fight. She was surprised to learn that Bryan was aware of every move she was about to make. How was that possible? As if it were not Ken but him who taught her to fight. She tried to show her fighting skills as she continued to attack him, and he continued to dodge. He smirked as if he was enjoying the fight, despite the fact that he was only demonstrating his defense. "How do you know my next moves?" she asked, attempting to punch his arm. He grabbed her hand and spun her around, pressing her back against his hard chest. She tried to move, kick from behind, hit his stomach with her elbow, and all, but she was unsuccessful. Because he successfully dodged her every attack. She huffed and leaned her head back against his chest. Her body was sweating because of the fight, and the gown she was wearing was not helping her. She closed her eyes for a while, holding his arms, which were wrapping around her waist. She felt calm after a while of being that way. When she opened her eyes and saw how near they were, a smile crossed her face. She raised her head to glance at him. She saw him staring at her. She blinked her eyes when he was about to unwrap her waist. She immediately turned around and hugged his torso tightly. "Why are you punishing me like this? I said sorry to you. Let's end this, okay?" He looked at the blank wall behind her as his hands rested beside him. He did not reply to her. She lifted her head and looked at him. Something crossed her mind, and she asked, "Did you order Ken to train me?" His eyes remained motionless as hers widened. So he was the one who instructed Ken to teach her how to fight? She grabbed his cheeks and made him look at her. "Why were you not telling me about all the things you were doing for me?" "Only if you told me." He interrupted her, moving her hands away from his cheeks, and said, "I don't want to talk about these things again. It is better to forget about the past." She saw him heading to the changing room, and she shouted behind him, "You thought I was a weak Omega and could not handle your truths. It is because you have never seen my wolf." I saw Angelina's surprised reaction. "Why are you not surprised like her after seeing my eyes?" Bryan's steps halted. He turned around and asked with a frown, "What do you think about me? Who am I in your eyes?" She could not understand his question. "What?" "The first time you called me mate, I saw your eyes that night. And do you really think I left you 1 year ago thinking that you were a weak Omega who would die heartbroken? I knew you were strong. I knew you would handle and protect yourself without me." Her eyes grew larger. "Do you mean you knew that I was the one who—" "Yeah. I knew you were the one who hurt the rogues. Otherwise, why do you think I caged them in my pack? They are rogues. I would be pleased if they flew away from my pack. But I locked them up so that no other alpha would learn about you. If they had learned, they would have come behind you to use you for their packs. So you knew everything from the beginning and always protected me behind my back all the time." Sophia said that and felt rage inside. She was angry with herself for not loving him as much as he loved her. She believed she could not compare his love to hers. Because she dared to stab his chest, but he never wished to hurt her for once. She clenched her jaw and took steps backward. "You were right. I don't deserve to be your Luna. How can I stand beside a man who always thinks about others before thinking about himself? How can you stand beside me, who only thinks about herself? I am a selfish person who almost killed you in revenge for a heartbreak." She turned and stormed out of the training hall. She was upset with herself. She wanted to go into the forest and run for a while. Now she understood why her wolf was always trying to take over. It was because she knew their mate loved them. She was always trying to make her aware of this, but she ignored it. After some time of walking, she noticed Bryan's car coming in her direction. She let out a shaky breath, thinking about how much he cared about her. He still sent his driver for her. "Luna, get in the car. Everyone in our pack now knows that you are our Luna." Beta Robert made the announcement to the entire pack today. "You need protection to go anywhere," Bryan's driver said, opening the door for her. She got in the car and decided to calm herself and not go to the forest today. "Then take me to the pack hospital," she said to the driver. On the way to the hospital, her eyes were fixed outside the window. She did not want to cry anymore. She was angry because she thought she had stopped loving him. She was angry because she considered exacting revenge on him in the past. She closed her eyes and leaned back against the seat. Loving someone doesn't mean hurting them when they break your heart. Loving someone means letting them go and watching them happy from a distance, she told herself. Bryan taught her the meaning of love. Suddenly, her brows furrowed. She came to the realization that everything was happening because of Victor Laurent. If he had not plotted against Bryan 5 years ago, Bryan might have approached her normally, and they would be together. She remembered how Mila cried today. Victor did not only ruin Mila's life but also destroyed Bruce's life. She did not know how many more crimes that man had committed that she had yet to learn about. When she arrived at the hospital, she went to see her mother. She sat beside her and looked into her closed eyes. She held her hand and mumbled, "Mom, please wake up." She felt her mother's hand move beneath her grip. She was stunned, and she hurriedly stood up. She looked at the nurses who were present in the room to observe her mother. She just moved her hand. "Call the doctor immediately." They rushed to call the doctor and came back with him. The doctor checked on her mother, and after a while, her mother opened her eyes. Sophia cried in happiness. "Mom!" At that time, Abraham also entered the cabin and saw the situation. Sophia smiled at Abraham and said, "Look at Mom, brother." Their mother looked at them and tried to raise her hands, which both of them grabbed immediately. The doctor took the oxygen mask from Hannah's mouth and said, "Congratulations, she is awake. Please try to talk to her calmly. Remember, no more tension." He and the nurses helped Hannah sit up. He then injected her with a dosage and told the nurses about the medicine. "Thank you, doctor," Abraham said to him. The doctor shook his head at him. He glanced at Sophia for a moment, then said, "Thank Alpha. He saved your mother." The doctor was about to leave the cabin after he was done, but then he paused and bowed to Sophia, which caught her off guard. "It's nice meeting you, Luna. Please call me anytime. I am always ready for your and Alpha's service." Sophia could not help but nod at him. When the doctor left, she turned to face her mother. She was looking at her and asked, "Did I hear right? He called you Luna." Her mother's low voice could make her feel weak, but she knew she would get her health back very soon. Abraham told Hannah everything, trying to avoid anything that could hurt Hannah or her health. Hannah's face brightened as she hugged her daughter. "I never liked that Alpha Victor. Moon Goddess listened to me and saved my daughter by making you Alpha Bryan's mate." Abraham inquired if Victor had done anything to her before she began to feel weaker. Hannah stated that Victory had arrived at their house, carrying Sophia. They had a talk about his and Sophia's wedding. Abraham tried to get her to remember if he had given her any medicine or something. But then Hannah remembered that she had made 2 cups of coffee while talking about Sophia. He asked for sugar, so she went into the kitchen. Then they had a normal conversation. Sophia and Abraham both came to the realization that Victor had mixed something in their mother's coffee and managed to make her sick. After spending time with her mother, Sophia left the cabin in the afternoon. She thought about going back to the pack house. While passing a few cabins downstairs on her way to the entrance, her gaze was drawn to a cabin with the door slightly open. Her legs froze when she saw who was lying on the bed. She immediately went inside. Rose! The girl was staring at the ceiling like a lifeless body. Sophia could see the bite marks on her neck and her thighs. Because they were visible due to medication applied to the wounds, the nurse rolled up her hospital gown. Sophia dashed over to Rose and held her hand. "What happened to you, Rose?" Rose slowly turned her head and looked at Sophia. "Sister?" Rose questioned it, as she could not believe it was really Sophia. Her eyes were empty and blank. However, when she heard Sophia's voice again, her eyes welled up with tears and she immediately sat up. She hugged Sophia tightly and started to cry. Sophia could not stop her own tears. She rubbed Rose's head and asked, "What happened to you, Rose? Who did this to you? Why are you here? Does Mr. Davidson know you are here? Why are you alone?" Sophia asked so many questions as her mind was not working after watching Rose's condition. No, sir doesn't know about me. I did not contact anyone at the orphanage. I am embarrassed to call and tell them anything. I don't want to live anymore, sister. Please kill me." Sophia's hand froze on Rose's head and she asked, "Tell me who did this to you. I will not let them go." Rose sobbed and raised her head to look at her. It was as if she was afraid that Sophia would not believe her. "Ah! Alpha v. Victor." Rose told everything to Sophia. She said that Alpha Moen sent his men to exact revenge on her because he lost his legs for her a year ago. He sold her to Alpha Victor for one night. Sophia clenched her fists in anger. Her nails dug into her palm as she could not control herself. She almost growled in anger. Victor did not just commit a crime, but he also committed sin. He was a sinner who kept ruining people's lives, including hers. I have heard he always purchased underage girls and ruined their lives like that. He even told his officials to use me in the same way he did. But then something happened, and they did not come for me after him. I almost died that night because they threw me into the forest so that hungry male wolves could use me and kill me. But some kind people noticed me and felt sorry for me. They admitted me into this hospital. Sophia was completely speechless. She felt horrible for Rose. "I know you are going to marry that man. Please don't marry him, sister. Believe me, I am not lying. Look at this. He did all of this to me." She lowered her gown from the neck to reveal her upper breasts. Sophia's eyes widened as she saw how mercilessly that man had bit her here and there. "He is not a man, sister. He is a monster. Please cancel your wedding with him. He will ruin your life." Rose kept blabbering as she thought Sophia was going to marry Victor. She did not know what had happened the last few days since she did not leave the hospital. She was unaware of today's announcement that Sophia had become the Pax Luna. "I married your Alpha, Rose. I married him, not Victor." Sophia told her to calm her. Rose paused as she looked at her with a shocked face. "You married Alpha, Bryan?" "Yes." Rose hugged herself again and continued to cry her heart out. Sophia shed tears as she felt her pain. She remembered how Mila cried today. She wondered if Victor had tortured her like that in the past. She remembered what Alpha Lucas had said to Bryan. "It was just because I was Bryan's mate. Victor never dared to hurt me. That means he would have also done the same with me later." She thought as she remembered how Victor's officials were looking hungrily at her in the pre-wedding party. She closed her eyes in anger and said, "Don't lose your hope to live again." Rose shook her head. "I don't want to live." Sophia cupped her cheeks and said with a cold tone, "I promise you, I will not let that man live. He will have to get his punishment for what he has been doing all these years. I will give you and all the girls justice." Rose requested that she not say anything to Bryan because she was embarrassed to let any man know about it. Sophia promised her not to tell Bryan and told her that she would take revenge on Victor on her own. When Sophia returned to the pack house, it was late at night. She was really in a bad mood. She would keep Rose's matter to herself. But she wanted to share with Bryan about Victor purchasing young girls. She felt deep hatred for Victor, and right now, she just wanted to kill that man. In her eyes, that man did not deserve to live. She noticed Juliana and Bethany in the living room. They glanced at her when she walked in. She stopped and asked, "Is everything okay?" She thought Mila was not okay, but Juliana spoke up. Bryan got a notice from the council. Sophia frowned as she walked toward her. "Council? What do they want?" As per the rules of the council, they sent a reminder notice to Bryan about the law of the Nightshade Pack. They claim they have a complaint that you are not Bryan's mate, but rather someone he secretly rejected and killed, so they want Bryan to mark you as soon as possible. Sophia was dumbfounded. I am not his mate? Who complained about it? Then she understood who could do these kinds of things. It was Victor, for sure. You know who can do that. Your father-in-law talked to Bryan about it. Now I'm telling it to you too. You both should finish the mating process so that we can prepare for the crown ceremony as soon as possible, Juliana said. Sophia's brows were lifted when Juliana referred to Alpha Harry as Sophia's father-in-law. Did she finally accept her as her daughter-in-law? Sophia glanced at Bethany and asked, How is Mila? She is fine. I know what happened to her was wrong. She is more afraid of Victor. She was crying this morning because she faced Victor last night. She said she almost lost consciousness when Victor threatened her, Bethany replied. Sophia understood that Mila was not afraid of Bruce's mark, but she was scared after meeting Victor alone again. After seeing Rose's condition today, she could understand how Mila had felt. How is your mother? Juliana asked. Sophia turned to her and replied, She has woken up. The doctor said she is fine now. Juliana nodded her head at her. Sophia could see a glimpse of Julena, who used to talk to her sweetly and softly when Sophia was Bruce's girlfriend. It was as if she was slowly becoming normal. Sophia went upstairs to the bedroom. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Bryan standing near the window. He was in deep thought. She closed the door and walked toward him. I need to talk to you about something, she said, as she wanted to talk about the girls. If you want to talk about me marking you, then stay away from me tonight. My wolf is out of control today. I don't know when he would mark you without asking for your consent. I don't want to make a mistake like Bruce, Bryan replied without turning to her. Sophia paused and stared at his back for a while. Why was he saying that? Did he not want to mark her? Did he think she still hated him? She approached him and hugged him from behind. She rubbed her nose against his shirt and mumbled, Without my consent? What if I give you my consent, Alpha? Bryan turned around to face her. Sophia raised her head and gasped when she saw his red eyes. They appeared different from other times. When his brows wrinkled, she almost took a step back. It was his wolf. He let his wolf take over him in front of her for the first time. In a blink of her eyes, he pressed her against the wall beside the window and looked into her eyes. She did not let her wolf cage anymore. She let her take over as well. Her ocean blue eyes shone as they met his red eyes. He leaned down at her and asked, Are you sure, my Omega? His voice was huskier, shivering her from inside. Yes, my Alpha, she replied, wrapping her hands around his neck. She thought he would kiss her, but he leaned against her neck directly, and his sharp canines came out as if he could not wait for other things to mark her. She closed her eyes and caressed his hair, letting him do whatever he wanted to do with her. She was all his. However, as soon as his canines touched her neck, Bryan immediately pulled away and stared at her neck. He did not mark her because there was something wrong. He took over his wolf and came back to his senses. His eyes turned black as he looked at her neck with wide eyes. Bloodlines appeared on her neck where his canines had come into contact. The bloodlines turned black, as if there was poison spreading throughout her body. However, it faded after a few seconds. He turned his gaze at her face. She looked at him with confusion. What happened? She asked. His face turned nervous for the first time. He cupped her face as he asked, Did Victor do something to you when you were with him? Her eyes widened. What are you saying? He never touched me. He shook his head. I didn't mean that by asking it. Then, is everything okay? Bryan glanced at her neck again, then closed his eyes to calm himself. He stepped backward and said, Go to bed. It's late. You were outside the whole day. You need to take some rest. She was stunned. Why? Why don't you want to mark me? Don't you love me anymore? Her eyes turned teary. He clenched his jaw, seeing tears in her eyes. No matter how much Bryan tried to stop loving this woman, just looking at her made him love her more. He could not just stay mad at her. Raising his hand, he placed it on her head. While looking into her eyes, he muttered, You are a strong woman. Never forget that. She did not know why he was saying that. Her heartbeat fastened when he leaned in and kissed in the corner of her mouth. Good night. Be a good girl and sleep. She smiled when he softened his tone toward her. As if she felt relaxed, she nodded at him and went to the bed. She lay down, covered her body with a blanket, and closed her eyes before glancing at him. On the other hand, Bryan was observing Sophia. When he was certain she had fallen asleep, he exited the room and called Angelina. Angelina arrived at the pack house within an hour and entered the bedroom. Bryan signaled her to Sophia and said, "Just check everything quickly. I don't want her to wake up and find out anything." Angelina grabbed Sophia's hand and pierced a needle into her arm. Sophia hissed in sleep briefly before settling down. Bryan was relieved that she had not woken up. Angelina removed the needle from Sophia's arm. She pulled out a bottle of green potion from her bag. When she inserted the needle in the bottle, the green potion started to turn transparent. Angelina was taken aback. She turned her head at Bryan, who was desperately waiting for her answer. Angelina stood up and said, "Alpha, when you called me and told me about the symptoms, I came with the potion that might have been injected into her body. The result is clear in your eyes. Did he dare to poison my woman?" Bryan tightened his fists in anger. He had the urge to kill Victor right away. "Calm down, Alpha. It's not time to become angry. You have to make the decision with your mind. An angry man always makes the wrong decision." Bryan turned to Sophia. He stared at her without saying anything to Angelina. After a while, he said, "Find out a cure to save her. I will burn that man alive if something happens to her." Angelina lowered her head and murmured, "There is no cure. I believe she is strong. I think she can take your mark, but you have to risk her life for that. Though I can't give you the guarantee of her life. She can stay alive without a mark, but marking her can endanger her life." Bryan looked away from Sophia and returned his gaze to Angelina. "I will never mark her. She won't die. I won't let her die." "But Alpha, what about the notice from the council? It's very serious. If you don't mark her, they will strip you off from your position." Bryan took a brief pause as if he were thinking about something, then replied, "I will settle everything tonight. There is no need to think about tomorrow." When Angelina and Bryan left the room, the woman lying on the bed opened her eyes. Her eyes welled up with tears as she stared at the door. "Victor poisoned me when?" She tried to remember every interaction with Victor until her mind froze on the party night when he sent her home. She fell asleep without realizing it that night. She did experience a mild soreness in the nape of her neck the next morning. Did he inject the poison into her body that night? Anger causing her fists to clench around the bedsheet. "How long will you continue to hurt everyone like this? You were aware that Bryan would somehow save me. That's why you poisoned me, so that he could never mark me. How cheap you are, Victor. I hate you. You hurt my mom. You hurt me, Mila, Rose, and who knows how many girls. I will exact revenge on you on behalf of everyone." Her eyes glowed with rage and radiated fire. She realized that it was the reason nowadays she started to feel weak. There were many times when she almost fell unconscious. She thought it was because she began to discover the truth, which was too much for her mental health. However, it was because of the poison. Sophia noticed that Bryan did not return to the bedroom the whole night. She waited for the morning so that she could talk to Bryan. That man refused to tell her about her health, fearing that she would become depressed if she found out. When the sun shone brightly, Sophia took a quick shower and dressed in a gown. She did not leave the bedroom first, as she tried to call her brother. She wanted to talk about it with him first. But when Abraham received the call, she was shocked. Sophia. It was not because of his voice, but because of the other voices around him. He felt as though many people surrounded him. "Brother, where are you?" "I can't hear you, Sophia. Alpha is speaking to everyone. I am right beside him. I will talk to you later." The call was cut off. Sophia looked at her phone for a moment before dashing out of the room. When she stepped out of the bedroom, she began to hear the sounds of people's voices. She held a maid's hand and inquired, "What is going on outside?" "Alpha is speaking with the pack members who have come here to oppose his decision about stepping down." Sophia's hands trembled as she let go of the maid's hand. "Bryan is stepping down from his position?" Sophia ran to the second floor's enormous balcony, which was in the opposite direction from her and Bryan's bedroom. She noticed a large number of guards stationed there. She caught a glimpse of Bryan's parents. The guards bowed down to her as she approached the balcony. "Luna, let me see what's happening," she said to them. The guards stepped aside and let her go inside. She stepped out onto the spacious balcony where Bryan's family was standing along with the officials. Mila and her family were also present. She closed her eyes to the noise. She opened her eyes and looked where the noises were coming from. She took a step forward and her eyes widened. There were so many people standing outside the pack house. Their gaze was fixed on the area where Bryan was standing. "We don't want you to step down, Alpha. Give us a reason," the people chanted as they looked upset. A hand grabbed Sophia's hand, pulling her to the side. She turned her head and found Angelina. "What are you doing here? You should not be here. Let's go. I will take you to your room. I will be with you until the meeting is over." Sophia shook her head and pulled her hand out of hers. "I know why this is all happening. He is stepping down because of me. I can't let him do that." She was about to walk over to Bryan when Angelina grabbed her hand and pulled her back again. "Don't be foolish." Tears rolled down when she turned to look at Angelina. "Please stop him. How can he do that? This position is his life." As though she were becoming sensitive to the circumstances, Angelina bit the inside of her lower lip. She looked away from Sophia and replied, "He loves you more than his throne. He can give up everything for you, Sophia." Sophia stared at Bryan, who raised his hand, and everyone stopped talking. "I, Alpha Bryan Morrison, am stepping down from my position." "No, Alpha, you can't do that." People began to speak again. Bryan's officials were standing beside him, signaling for the people to calm down while looking down at them. Sophia could see that Abraham was there. "Don't worry. I will not let you all fall into bad hands. After me, my brother, Bruce Morrison, will run this pack. I believe he will prove to be a great alpha for you all," Bryan said to the people. Sophia turned her head at Bruce. She saw him, lowering his head. "He is my younger brother. He has the same blood as me. He won't disappoint you all. Now he has his mate too. You all will have a good Alpha and Luna. They both are good people." Mila stared at Bryan. Alpha Lucas looked pleased, as did his wife. But Bryan's parents did not seem pleased since they knew no one could run the pack as well as Bryan. At that time, Sophia rushed to Bryan and grabbed his arm. "Don't do this, please," she mumbled to him. The people who had never seen their Luna before looked at her with a stunned expression and spoke out with excitement. "Is she our Luna?" Bryan immediately pushed her behind him and turned his head toward her. "Why are you here? They should not see you. Why? Why can't they see me? Why are you giving up everything?" "It's not fair, Bryan. I am already feeling guilty about everything. If you do this for me, I can never forgive myself." Abraham noticed his sister and walked to her. "Go back to your room, Sophia." "No, brother, I won't. You don't have anything to say here. It's about your life." Abraham tried to make her understand. Bryan turned to the people as he gave the responsibility to Abraham to handle Sophia. He saw the curious gazes of his pack members. "You are right. She is my mate. But unfortunately, she can't be your Luna and rule the pack since her Alpha is stepping down." He turned to look at Bruce and gestured for him to come forward to the people. Bruce approached Bryan and came to a stop. Bryan then declared, "Bruce Morrison is the soon-to-be Alpha of your pack. The crown ceremony for the head Alpha will take place next month. He needs time to prepare for his new role as an Alpha leader. I am hoping that 1 month will be enough to catch everything, as my officials will be there to guide him." He paused for a moment, then took a deep breath and added, "And if my pack faces any problems in the future, I will always be there for you." As soon as Bryan declared the things, Beta Robert spoke up. "The assembly is done here. No objections." Bryan turned around and looked at his parents. Juliana's eyes were teary. Alpha Harry looked upset. Bryan sighed and glanced at Sophia, who was staring at him from a little distance since Abraham was holding her hand. Reaching her, Bryan took her hand and walked out onto the balcony. Sophia stared at him when he was taking her to the head Alpha's office room. When he entered the office, he closed the door. Sophia yanked her hand and pushed his chest. Her eyes turned ocean blue as rage was blazing inside. "Why did you do that? You shouldn't have done that. Is everything funny to you?" You just stepped down from your own position. Are you kidding me? She yelled at him. Bryan stared at her without responding to her. She grabbed his collar and shook her head in denial. Tears streamed out of her eyes. Why do you love me so much? Why? I don't deserve your love. You did so many things for me. Now you are giving up your power for me. How will you live without it? She rested her head on his chest while crying. Everything seemed to be shattered in front of her. The man who was the epitome of power would have to let go of his throne. Bryan lifted his hands and encircled her with them. With a gentle touch to her hair, he spoke softly. Don't cry, baby girl. I can lose power, but I can't lose you. Sophia slowly raised her head and looked at him. He shifted his gaze to her tears. His hands reached up to wipe the tears from her cheeks. I am leaving this place for a month. If I stay here, the people will never accept Bruce as their new alpha. I want him to have the same success as I did. Sophia backed away from him as she asked him, Leaving this place? Without me? Bryan exhaled deeply after hearing her. He ignored her question and said, I talked to everyone about it last night. Bruce did wrong, but he agreed to take Mila's responsibility. Mila said she also wanted to move on. She claimed Bruce was innocent because Victor had done all of these things. Alpha Lucas agreed to let Mila be with Bruce. He will give Bruce half of the Moon Valley pack following the crown ceremony. At this point, everyone is satisfied. I solved all of the problems. They can lead a happy life. And what about you? She inquired. He averted his gaze away from her and muttered, I am fine. You need to stay here because I can't take a risk with your life. Your brother is here. I asked him to bring your mother here so you could be with her. Robert, Edger, and Noble will also be here. They will always guard you. I will be back in a month. Sophia did not reply to him as she stared at him. He gazed at her and saw how upset she looked. He stepped toward her and said, I am sorry, Sophia. I couldn't be a great alpha for you. I promised you that I would give you everything as the Luna of the pack, but I couldn't make you my pack's Luna. With tears in her eyes, she remained silent. He leaned close to her face. She shut her eyes when he kissed her forehead. Angelina will be with you always. She will take care of your health. You will be fine. After saying that, he left the office, leaving her alone. When Bryan went to the living room, his mother rushed to hug him. My son, don't leave now. I am not going forever. I will be back in a month, Mom. After talking with everyone, he turned to Bruce and Mila. Mila lowered her head, tears running down her cheeks. Bruce hugged his big brother tightly. Brother, I don't know if I can. Bryan cut him off and said, You are my brother. I believe you will do better than me. You have always been upset with Dad because he did not make you the head alpha. I made your wish come true today. Bruce shook his head while hugging Bryan. No, brother. I am sorry. Please don't take my words to heart. Forgive me for the past. Bryan broke the hug and rubbed his hair. It's okay. I never took them into consideration. You would not be here today if I had. The brothers then broke into laughter. Their parents watched them with love in their eyes. They were very proud of their elder son. He was not only a good son, but also a good brother and mate. Alpha, the car is ready, Delta Edger said as he entered the pack house. He went out a while ago to clear the crowd so that Bryan could leave peacefully. Bryan glanced at everyone and smiled at them. He glanced at the corner where his office was. It was as if his eyes were waiting for someone. Don't worry about her, Angelina assured him. Bryan nodded his head in response. Everyone knew what had happened to Sophia. They could not blame Sophia for it. It was all Victor's fault. By the time the council sent Bryan a notice, Victor had already left the pack. Bryan turned to the door, making his way there. Robert was standing there. Brain stopped next to him. It was as if Robert was upset with him. I didn't have the other way, you know. If you had your mate with you, you would have done the same, Bryan said, patting his best friend's shoulder. Delta Edger came to him and hugged him. We will miss you, bro. Come back before the ceremony. Bryan smiled at his friends. He glanced behind them. Delta Edger and Gamma Abraham were standing outside the pack house. Gamma Abraham approached him when he stepped out of the house. My sister is lucky to have you, Alpha. If there had been someone else in your place, he would have marked her to save his position. Look after your sister, Bryan said to him. Theta Noble also said he would miss him. They were all upset, not that Bryan was leaving the pack house, but because he would no longer be their alpha. Bryan. Bryan heard Mila's voice. He turned around and saw their families coming outside the pack house for him. Bruce is not a bad guy. He made many mistakes in the past, but I believe the new responsibility will change him into a responsible man. Mila nodded and lowered her head. Bruce was standing beside her. His eyes were fixed on his big brother. Bruce was surprised when, last night, Bryan asked him to be the head of Alpha. He could not believe Bryan had given up his throne for Sophia. It caused him to wonder if he could do the same for her. He realized that only his brother deserved Sophia because he loved her more than anyone in the world. So he decided to move on and gave his fate a chance with Mila. Bryan smiled at Bruce and glanced inside the pack house. He let out a sigh and said, "Take care of your sister-in-law, okay?" Bruce was stunned. Referring that to Sophia was not something he was used to. He smiled at his brother in return and replied, "I will take care of my sister-in-law." Bryan seemed to be impressed by his answer. He glanced at his family and turned around to leave. He noticed all the pack fighters had come out of the camp and rushed in the pack house's direction. Since the people outside were left after the announcement, the pack fighters got the chance to meet Bryan. "Our king is leaving the kingdom." They said it in unison. There was respect in their eyes as they looked at Bryan. Just as Bryan was about to say goodbye to them, a voice reached his ears from behind. "I am also leaving with you." Bryan did not turn, but his family turned around. They saw Sophia making her way to the entrance. She walked out of the pack house and stood next to Bryan. "Sophia, Alpha thinks you should stay," Angelina reminded her. "You are sick. You know that, right?" Juliana asked Sophia. "I know," she mumbled. She looked at the pack fighters who were looking at her now, then turned her head to glance at Bryan. Bryan looked at her with surprise. She slowly moved her hand and locked her fingers with him before saying, "When the king is leaving the kingdom, how can his queen stay behind? I will follow him wherever he goes. Life or death, I want to be with him." Everyone looked at Bryan, waiting for him to say something to Sophia. She did not seem to be listening to anyone. However, Juliana's gaze was fixed on Sophia. She felt that she had misunderstood her. Sophia really loved her son, and she could sacrifice her life for him too. It was clear that she cared about Bryan because of the way she responded today, and the fact that she tried to stop him. If she had not been poisoned but tried to stop Bryan, everyone would have thought that she was a greedy woman who did not want her husband to lose his position because it would mean that she would lose her own. But the entire thing was about her life. As Bryan told everyone last night, if he marked her, she would die. "I curse you as a mother, Victor. You made my son's life miserable. From the start, you wanted his throne. The moon goddess will never forgive you. You will get what you deserve," Juliana said in her heart. "Bryan, tell her that." Bryan interrupted Alpha Harry and said, "If she wants that, I will take her with me." Everyone cast glances at one another. They realized why he wanted to leave Sophia behind. The reason for this was that he was concerned that he would not be able to control his wolf and would end up marking her. Sophia's lips curved into a small smile as she tightened her grip. Abraham came to hug her and said, "I know Alpha will protect you. Don't worry about Mom. I will handle her. She will be happy that you chose to go with your husband." He released her from the hug and patted her head. Bryan looked at her briefly before returning his attention to his pack fighters. Sophia also glanced at them. She noticed Ken among them. He smiled at her, indicating that he was glad she was with Bryan. She gave him a smile back. "This is the last time I'm meeting you as your alpha. When I return, your alpha will be someone else," Bryan said. They responded by lowering their heads. Bryan started walking alongside Sophia. The pack fighters moved to make space for them to leave. As Bryan passed by, they began to kneel to show their respects to him. Sophia watched how much they wanted Bryan as their alpha. The respect they had in their eyes for him was something unbelievable. It proved how much Bryan had given to this pack and this pack's members. They did not only fear him, but respect him as well. He was the king who was deeply loved by his kingdom. She was heartbroken that he would have to leave everything because of her. They came to a halt in front of an unfamiliar car. Bryan opened the front door for her. She turned to Bryan and inquired, "Whose car is this? Where's your driver?" Bryan glanced at Bruce before replying to Sophia. "That car is bulletproof, and it is only used for the head alpha. I gave it to Bruce, and my driver will be his starting today." Sophia turned to look at Bryan's family. She could see Juliana and Angelina smiling at her. She could expect Angelina's behavior, but she was surprised to see Juliana smile at her. She took a deep breath and realized that Bryan's family was her family now. It was time to let go of the bitterness of the past and move on. She waved at them and got into the car. Bryan gave Bruce a nod, and Bruce nodded at him in return. Bryan then glanced at the pack fighters who were still on their knees. "Raise!" As if his command brought them to life. They rose in response to his words. "I am leaving my family in your hands. Help your new alpha to become a hard one. He has a lot of potential. Just try to assist him and the officials of the pack." After that, Bryan got into his car and drove away from the pack house. Alpha Harry wrapped his arm around Juliana's shoulder and rubbed it. They will be back soon. Angelina's eyes were still on the large black iron gate that Bryan's car had just passed. Her eyes glowed emerald as she spoke. It was fate that separated them, and when they reunited, they were going through a difficult time. But who knows what fate has planned for them in the future? Maybe this is not their end, but rather a new beginning. In the silent car, Bryan was driving the car. He had his eyes glued to the road. Sophia was sitting in the seat with an angry face. "Did you decide to come with me to show me your angry face?" he asked, glancing at her. Sophia did not reply to him. She rolled her eyes in response. "Did you just roll your eyes at me?" he questioned. With mocking eyes, she shot back, "Bryan Morrison, it would be best if you focused on the road instead of my eyes." Bryan smirked but listened to her and focused on the road. "What can I do? My mind was completely blown away after seeing your ocean blue eyes." Her eyes widened as she blinked. "Did he just flirt with me? Can't he see I am angry because he almost left me alone?" she thought. She had no idea where they were going. She only knew that she was going with the man she loved. Hours passed, and the car took a different route. She observed the road and found it familiar until the car entered the forest. Her lips parted in surprise. She turned to him and asked, "Are we going to that house?" He glanced at her. "Why? Don't you want to?" She immediately shook her head and replied, "No, I really want to go to that house with you and live there." He raised an eyebrow and said, "I see, you look excited, but all I remember is that you said you did not want to be." Sophia turned away from him, realizing that he had transformed into a savage man. He liked to tease her every single moment. She leaned her back against the seat and remembered how he kissed her forehead before leaving his office room. She closed her eyes with a smile. "He still loves me," she thought. The car stopped in front of the wooden house. Because it was daylight, the house appeared even more stunning. Sophia got out of the car quickly and looked around the house while walking. She was thrilled that she would be living here with Bryan for a month. She raised her head and looked at the balcony on the back side of the house. It brought back memories of Bryan confessing to her how he felt. She blushed and looked away from there. She returned to the front of the house and noticed the door was open and Bryan was not near the car. She understood that he had entered the house already, so she made her way to the door. She walked into the house but saw no one. But then she heard the sound of the door closing. She turned around and saw Bryan smirking at her. He was behind the door, so she could not see him when she entered. His smirk sent shivers down her spine because they were both alone in the house. The way he was looking at her made her heart race. When he stepped toward her, she took a few steps back. Her back was pressed against a wooden pillar. He put his hands beside her head to cage her between his arms and asked, "Now where will you escape from this beast, baby girl?" The sensation of his warm breath touching her face caused Sophia to take a deep breath. She had seen how concerned this man was for her over the last few days. Last night might have been a disaster for him. "Can I ask you something?" she asked in a low tone. I want to hear about your past. I learned this from Alpha Lucas, but I want to hear it all from you." After hearing her, he stepped backward. She thought he got mad at her, but she felt relieved when he turned to the kitchen and said, "Let's prepare lunch while we talk." She followed him when he entered the kitchen. She thought back to the day she had come here with him. That day she refused to make him food. She came to regret it. "Let me prepare lunch for you," she said, walking past him. He paused his steps and asked, "You don't have to. You are not my maid." She turned to him and gave him a sad look. "I am deeply sorry for that day. I was just—" She could not find the words to express it. He chuckled at her before placing his hand on her head. "It's okay." She smiled when she saw him smiling. She had a feeling she wanted to see this man smile all the time. He would go above and beyond for her. While cooking for lunch, they had a conversation about his past for the first time. "I went to the Moon Valley Pack for a visit years ago. I caught Mila crying in the pack house as Victor dragged her to his room. She was really young at that time, and she did not have the courage to complain about Victor, since their grandfather really loved him." Sophia cast a glance at him. "I think Mila, she loves you." Bryan raised an eyebrow at her remark. While leaning his back against the kitchen counter, he shook his head at her in response. "No, she doesn't. She is just infatuated with me. I rescued her. Because of this, she always considers me to be her savior. His parents also think that. I told Bruce everything last night. I'm glad he was willing to accept Mila after learning about her past. I just hope in this 1 month they get closer and realize the bond." She could see hope in his eyes. "Then," she asked. "Then I complained about that bastard to his father and grandfather in front of some key members of that pack. Maybe that hurt their ego, and they planned to ruin my reputation." "It's okay if you don't want to tell me about Victor's mate," she said, assuring that she did not need to know. He smirked at her. "Why? Do you think I have had any encounters with her?" She was taken aback. "No," she hurriedly replied. Bryan's eyes observed her reaction, and then he let out a laugh. "Don't be scared. I was in my right mind, even though I was drunk. She tried to drug me with an aphrodisiac and wanted to sleep with me. She herself said that Victor had sent her to many other alphas to get some projects that his grandfather wanted. However, that woman is just like his type, a whore. I warned her that I would kill her and then let her go. Nevertheless, the following day, she showed others the photos of me and her while we were in the bedroom of that pack house. She claimed that I had raped her. I told others that I was not lying. But who would believe me? Of course, they believed her because she was a woman and talked about her dignity. But I knew they were plotting against me. I got mad and killed her in front of everyone." Sophia stared at him when he was talking. She could see how fierce he was while talking about the incident. She hissed when she realized she had a cut on her finger. It dawned on her that she had been staring at Bryan while she was chopping vegetables. She dropped the knife and shook her finger in pain. Bryan immediately grabbed her hand and brought her finger close to his mouth. She gasped when he put her finger in his mouth. He licked her finger to heal her wound. She bit her lower lip when he glanced at her. He let go of her hand. She curled her fingers when she noticed the wound had healed quickly. She returned to prepare lunch. In half an hour, she had the table set. Bryan helped her, and they sat at the table together. The entire time that Bryan was eating lunch, he was staring at her. On the other hand, she blushed and ignored his gaze. When the sun began to set, she thought about changing her dress. But she came to the realization that she could not bring her clothes with her to this place. They only had Bryan's luggage with them. The focus of her attention shifted to Bryan, who was smoking on the balcony. She thought about something and rushed to the bathroom. When she came out, she was in a long white shirt. She felt embarrassed, wondering if Bryan would mind if he saw her wearing his shirt. She went to the balcony and hugged the man from behind. Bryan crushed his cigarette and placed it in the ashtray that rested on the railing's stand. He then turned around and faced her. Sophia hugged his torso and asked, "Are you still mad at me, mate?" She raised her head after unwrapping her hands from his body. His eyes moved from her face and shifted to his white shirt that she was wearing. The shirt appeared to be too big on her, but she looked ravishing. "No, I am not," he muttered. "I know why you are behaving well with me. "It's because I am dying, right?" she asked. He cupped her cheeks and replied, "You can't die. I will never let you die." Gazing into his profound eyes, Sophia uttered, "I love you, mate." He moved his thumb away from her cheek and placed it on her lips instead. She closed her eyes when he swept his thumb over her soft lips. He closed his eyes and leaned down to her lips, and they were inches away. But then his eyes flung open, and he turned his head away. She was stunned. "What happened?" He let out a deep breath and asked, "Did you really disgust me with my kiss and touch that night?" Instead of responding to his question, she stood on tiptoes and pressed her lips against his. It was just a smooch. She flushed and backed down. "I swear on my life, I never felt disgusted by them. I was merely enraged because I misinterpreted you and—" As if he had already gotten his answer, he did not let her finish and smashed his lips on hers. His lips engulfed hers completely. After giving her a passionate kiss, he sucked her lower lip and whispered, "I just want to forget the image of that man kissing you. You have no idea how badly I want to kill that man for everything." She wrapped her hands around his neck and asked, "How will I remove the memory from your mind? What if I kill him in front of your eyes? Will it work?" A sly grin appeared on his lips as he tightened his grip around her waist and pressed her chest against his, then replied, "That will do, I guess." Days passed as Sophia and Bryan began to live in the forest house together happily. Sophia was pleased to get a chance where Bryan was only around her and not buried with work. She most of the time admired him whenever he went to the forest to train himself. Sophia once asked him to teach her how to fight. Bryan at first refused her because he believed she should only rest and drink the potion that Angelina had sent her through Beta Robert. Robert said it was a special potion that would make Sophia healthy and give her wolf power to withstand any kind of harm. Sophia managed to persuade Bryan to train her. She stated that she wished to be a strong woman capable of standing alongside him, regardless of whether she was the Luna of the pack. Bryan could not resist her request and agreed to teach him his fighting skills, which she could never learn from anyone else. It was afternoon. Sophia was standing beside a tree. There were a few wooden stakes piercing the tree next to her. She held one and turned to face her target, a different tree some distance away. With her keen eyes, she drew her hand back and threw the stake forward. With a groan, she closed her eyes in disappointment. It was the 9th time she came close but failed to hit the target. She realized she could hit the targets closer to her, but not the ones farther away. "I can't do it," she mumbled as she huffed. At that time, a pair of hands slowly wrapped around her waist. She closed her eyes in reaction to the touch. Her back was pressed against a hard, bare chest. "Bryan." Her soft voice almost caused Bryan to tighten his grip around her. His hands moved to touch her bare thighs beneath the black shirt. She was wearing one of his shirts. Though Beta Robert had come to give her luggage and Angelina's potion the next time they came here, Sophia preferred to wear Bryan's shirts the most of the time. Sophia grabbed his hands to stop him from roaming on her skin. "Can't you see I am trying to do something? Don't disturb me," she said, moving his hands shyly. She liked how he always teased her, touching her and kissing her. But he never slept with her after they had come to this forest house. The reason for this was his fear of losing himself to his wolf. He said he once almost marked her, so he was afraid that if he had sex with her, his wolf would take over and mark her. His wolf was dominant and was desperate to mark his mate. So it was like an inner war for Bryan, who had to fight with his own wolf. "This is not how you should hit your target," Bryan said, pulling her back to him from behind. He removed a stake from the tree, grabbed Sophia's hand. He then held it together with her. He raised her hand and said, "Stay focused on your goal, not the stake. Assume it was your most despised foe, and your life depended on killing it." Sophia heard him and concentrated on the target. Bryan moved her hand and threw the stake toward the far tree with a force that she had never tried before. Her eyes widened as the stake pierced the center of the tree, which was far away. It was not even her intended target. Her jaw dropped at his skill. She turned to him with wide eyes. Bryan let out a chuckle as he placed his finger under her chin and closed her mouth. "Your jaw should only drop after seeing something else," he said, winking at her. She realized what he was trying to say. She immediately pushed against his chest and attempted to kick him. He laughed and dodged the kick. "It's time for our training. Don't try to mess with me, Alpha Bryan," she said. But her eyes betrayed her as they shifted on his perfect abs. They were like calling her to run her hands over them. He looked so hot shirtless. He tucked his hands into his training pants and muttered, "I am not in the mood for training today. You changed my mind." "About what?" she asked, frowning at him. She gulped when she saw his sly grin. With slow steps, he approached her. She took steps back until her body pressed against a tree. He did not let her move as he stopped in front of her. He lowered his head to her level and murmured, "I think I should take slow steps to get myself under control." "What do you mean?" she questioned, blinking her eyes. The look he was giving her made her blush even more. They kissed every day, and Bryan had always tried to avoid getting any deeper with her. So, seeing his intense gaze, her cheeks reddened. He tilted her head and kissed her chin before replying, "I want to taste you, baby girl." She felt her breath hitch. He did not even let her say anything as he lifted her into his arms and carried her to their home. She avoided his gaze the entire time, hugging his neck and concealing her red face. She felt a rush of excitement running down her spine, mixed with shyness. As soon as he entered the house, he went upstairs to the bedroom and pressed her against the bed. His lips smashed against hers, and his hands began to run down her bare legs. She moaned as he broke the kiss and whispered in her ear, "I want to kiss every single place on your body to demonstrate my love for you." After that, he started kissing her neck while playing his fingers on her panty in an attempt to get to her essence. With a hiss, she grabbed his hand and tried to stop him. He slowly moved away from her neck to look directly at her. He assumed she was stopping him because she didn't want that. "If you don't want to, I won't." She placed her finger on his lips. Her eyes glowed with lust as she mumbled, "I also want to please you, mate." When he heard her, Bryan paused. Sophia pushed him away from herself. She sat up and gazed at him. She could not let out a word from her mouth, as she was feeling embarrassed to say anything. He leaned in her direction after sitting up. He placed his hand on her cheek and asked, "Did you mean you want to suck me?" She gulped as she glanced at him. He had a smirk on his face. She nodded her head without saying anything. She could see his smirk deepening with her response. She took a deep breath and decided to take control of him. She pushed his chest, pressing him against the mattress. She got on his lap in a strangling position and leaned down on him. He was stunned by her sudden strength. He almost forgot that she was also a powerful wolf. She shifted her gaze away from his face and began running her fingers over his abs. She leaned on his chest and began to kiss, slowly moving down. He groaned as her soft lips moved against his skin. Just as her lips approached his navel, he grabbed her neck and drew her back to his face. He kissed her roughly, and she returned the kiss with equal passion. She moaned at the sudden urge to fill herself in, but she realized that Bryan did not want to do that. It was because of her life. She recalled how many cold showers he had to take to avoid having sex with her. He always tried to control himself, even though they made out almost every day and slept in the same bed while hugging. So today, she only wanted to thank this man for sacrificing his desire for the love he had for her. As she broke off the kiss, he inquired, "Are you sure?" She smiled at him, nodding her head, which caused their lips to brush again. "Yes, Alpha, I want to suck you," she whispered against his lips. "Why are you hot, baby girl?" He groaned and spanked her back. She moaned when he ran his palm on her skin after spanking. She did not waste any more time and moved down. Her hands reached the waistband of his pants. She bit her bottom lip, glancing at Bryan. His eyes were on hers. She looked at him and saw his pleased expression. Her eyes were fixed on him, and she felt satisfied by his reaction. He could see her eyes, which were teary. She felt tired as she went back to his chest and rested her head on it. She hugged him and then closed her eyes. "You did well, baby girl," he said, kissing her head. Just as she was about to fall asleep from exhaustion, his body turned her around and pressed her back against the mattress. She gasped when he began to unbutton the shirt she was wearing. "It's my time," he said, winking at her. Her lips parted when he did not wait to open all of the buttons and pull the shirt off her head. She was in peace-colored lingerie. She looked hot in that. He clenched his jaw and muttered, "You are so fuckable. I'm afraid very soon I will lose myself, but I know I will never hurt you." After saying that, he took off her lingering, leaving her naked on the bed. She felt shy when his eyes roamed around her body. Bryan's eyes were fixed on her as he smirked while enjoying the taste of her moonflower. Bryan moved his head. His smirk did not leave his lips, demonstrating that he enjoyed tasting her. He kissed her navel, moving up to reach her head. When she found him closer to her face, she immediately wrapped her hands around his neck, embracing him. "I am so sorry, Bryan. For me, you are stopping yourself. You also have some desires. I can't give you that," she said, holding him tightly. Tears began to fall from his eyes and he felt them on his neck. He broke the embrace and wiped her cheeks. He kissed her forehead and said with a soft tone, "Love and sex are not the same thing, same. I am not a lover who is after your body. I love your soul. You are with me, and I will do anything for you as long as I can see you every day." In the meeting hall, "What are your thoughts about this matter?" Bruce asked. At the large round table, he was seated in the chair designated for the head of the table. His eyes moved around the group of people who were seated in front of him. Beta Robert, Delta Edger, Theta Noble, and Gamma Abraham, all the officials of the head Alpha, were sitting in the close chairs. There was a pack meeting going on in the pack house, and everyone was discussing a major issue. All the pillars of the Nightshade pack were present there. When Bruce saw that they were not speaking, he became extremely angry. From the following week onward, he was going to take over the role of leader of this pack. He was making every effort to acquire all of the knowledge that an alpha ought to have. It was not that he did not know how to fight in a war. He had been learning to fight for years. He had the potential to do everything that a head alpha could do. Because he was not any ordinary alpha, but Alpha Harry's son and Alpha Bryan's brother. However, he was unaware of royal politics. He did not know how to run a pack, which he had been learning for more than 3 weeks. "He is going to be our alpha leader, so you all better think before you talk," Beta Robert said, looking at others. He was just doing his duty as a beta. Since Bryan had decided to hand over the pack to Bruce, he was responsible for shaping him into the person Bryan desired. "We are sorry to say, but we can't give our agreement in this matter. Alpha Bruce will be our future alpha. That's true. But he needs proof to ban Alpha Victor from coming into our pack. It is against the law. That's why his big brother could never banish him," a man said. Bruce tightened his fists. Others could see he was getting angry. They thought he reminded them of his brother. Another man cleared his throat and said politely, "We can't sign any deal." Bruce got so mad that he wanted to kill those men. He did not understand how they could possibly refuse him. Were they unaware that Victor was their most formidable adversary? They should cooperate with him and banish Victor. He got up from his chair in anger. "Bullshit!" Everyone was stunned by his unprofessional behavior. They realized that they had mistaken him for his big brother. Bruce was not an experienced man who could handle any situation like Alpha Bryan. All the officials stood up to calm Bruce. They turned to the people and said, "The meeting is over." The men nodded their heads and left the meeting hall after glancing at Bruce for the last time. "Relax, Bruce," Delta Edger said. "How can I be relaxed? That man made my brother step down from his position, and I can't even ban him from my pack." Bruce said it in anger. He called a pack meeting today because he wanted to ban Victor from this pack, just like his family banned Bryan years ago. But unfortunately, none of the pillars of this pack agreed with him. He felt that something was fishy with them. The contract needed their signatures, so now they were taking a step back from their duty. "You need to calm down first. They had a misconception that your brother could not ban him. The real reason was that he hated Victor and always wanted him to attack the pack so that he could kill him with his hands. That was the reason he always opened the border for him. You need to be brave. You tried but failed. It's okay. We will punish him some other way." Beta Robert made him understand. Bruce felt upset. His brother loved him a lot. He realized it when he stepped down from his position and handed the whole pack to him. He could have had an heir and secured the pack for himself, or he could have marked another woman to change the council's objection. He understood the love his brother had for Sophia. At the same time, Bryan loved his family as well. He told his officials to shield Bruce like a shadow. Bruce stormed out of the meeting hall in a rage. He was walking down an empty hallway when his steps came to an abrupt halt. He saw the woman who was his mate now. Mila was looking outside the house while leaning against a wall. When he walked toward her, he saw her eyes on the cars leaving the pack house. "Mila," he muttered in a low voice. Mila let out a deep breath and turned her head toward him. He noticed her upset eyes, and he felt a pang in his heart. He did not know why he was feeling for this woman these days. He used to refer to her as her sister-in-law, and never thought of her in any other motive. But from the night he marked her, his wolf connected with hers. He started to feel strange for her. He used to love Sophia, but there was something missing in his heart. But after marking Mila, he felt that she filled the space in his heart. Fate always had a different plan for him. It looked like he and his brother were always with the wrong women. "They cheated us. I think they are with Victor. Trust me, Bruce," Mila said in a soft tone. It was her request to Bruce that he ban Victor from this pack. He had promised her that he would try his best, but he failed to fulfill his promise. "I am sorry," Bruce replied while looking at her carefully. Within weeks, she had changed. She never mentioned anything that would make Bruce feel guilty about the marking. However, she never attempted to approach him either. "It's okay. I need to be a strong Luna to face that kind of devil," she said, turning away. She was about to start walking when Bruce grabbed her hand to stop her. She turned to face him. Bruce moved toward her. She was taken aback by the closeness. She tried to step back, but he held her waist and pulled her close to him. She gulped. "What happened to Yo?" He cut her off by placing his finger on her lips. She froze at the touch as her body felt the electrifying feeling of the mate bond. He removed his finger and looked into her eyes. "I know many things have happened in our lives. My situation is not different from yours, Mila. I am heartbroken, and you are too. But it was not their faults, but our fate's plan," Bruce said. Mila lowered her head, but he placed his finger under her chin, making her look at him once again. Mila stared at him. She also began to feel the same as him. Bruce leaned down, which caused her to close her eyes. As soon as Bruce's lips made contact with hers, she kissed him back without hesitation. He smiled at the kiss and kissed her deeply. When they broke the kiss, they looked into each other. "Mila, let's accept each other in our hearts. Life will be easy for us." Mila's eyes became blurry as she stared at the man who was her mate. She was running after Bryan for a long time, but he never glanced at her like that. She was hungry for love, for a man who would protect her with love, not like a burden. She finally found the man. She nodded her head with a smile and replied, "Yes, you are right. We should feel the bond and trust our fate." It was late at night. Bryan had not returned home yet. Sophia was walking back and forth in the house while glancing at the door. She shook her head when she saw that it was past 11. "No, I have to go out. Why is he not back yet?" Sophia left the house and began to search for Bryan. It had been almost 1 month since they came here and started to live, but Bryan had never returned home this late, so she was worried for him. The day after tomorrow was the crown ceremony for the new alpha of the Nightshade Pack, so she had to pack her bags too. After such a long time, they were going back to the pack house. She was happy that she was going to meet her family again. The whole month went really well. Bryan was with her all the time, and whenever he wanted, he went to the forest to run to feel the refreshing air or the moonlight. Tonight seemed different to Sophia. She did not know why, but she was not feeling well. The whole month, she tried her best to make Bryan mark her. She didn't want him to step down from his position. Even if it meant letting go of her life, she wanted to give up on Bryan. She did not want to see anyone else in his place. But every time she tried to get close to him, he thought she desired to have sex. They ended up making up, and he gave her pleasure. He always said that he was afraid that the intimacy could take her life. "Bryan?" Sophia called his name while looking around. He was nowhere to be found. She bit her bottom lip, not knowing where to search for him. She started to feel concerned about him. Suddenly, she stopped her steps when she heard something. Her ear perked up as a sound approached her from behind. She immediately tilted her head as if avoiding something, and a second later, a wooden stake pierced a tree. She looked at the stake, and her eyes shone ocean blue. She made her way to the stake and pulled it out. She threw it to the person in front of her after turning around, but her eyes widened when he did not move to dodge it. "Bryan!" She screamed in fear. Just as it was about to hit Bryan's forehead, he grabbed it with his hand and smirked at her. "Not bad. The perfect target, huh?" Sophia stared at him for a while. She walked up to him and pushed against his chest. "How dare you make me scared like this?" "I will kill you today," she said. "Let's see who will kill whom," he replied without removing his smirk. They began to fight like enemies. However, it was just a cute fight between two lovers. The way Sophia was moving her hands and legs, she looked like a perfect fighter. It was because Alpha Bryan had trained her himself. Even if she was attacked, she would not have to shift, and she would undoubtedly kill the person. Bryan grabbed her waist and pulled her against his chest. His other hand slowly brushed her upper thigh. He leaned in her ear and whispered, "If you keep moving your body in this short dress, how can I concentrate my mind on the fight, baby girl?" She blushed and shoved him. "You made me worry about you. I was scared. Where were you?" "I was just roaming around," he muttered. Sophia looked at him carefully. She stepped forward and kissed his cheek. "Are you upset about the crown ceremony?" she asked. He furrowed his brows. "No way. But I am. Bryan, please mark me. It will prove that I am your mate." "And what about you?" he asked. "I really feel that you need someone who can love you more than anything. I feel that I never gave you that much of what you have given me. You can marry someone better if I die." Just as she had spoken, he grabbed the back of her neck and pulled her close to his face. "I didn't leave anything to hear this from you, woman. How can you ask for your death? I will pull you out of the ground if you dare to die," he said, glaring at her. His angry eyes were demonstrating that he was mad at her for talking about her death. They were really close to each other. Sophia smiled at him, though he was mad at her. Nowadays he liked to express his love, which she liked a lot. She brushed her lips against him, and Bryan immediately calmed down. His gaze moved to her lips from her eyes. But before he could kiss her, she backed away. She took a few more steps back with a grin on her face. He did not understand what she was trying to do. Her brows lifted as she reached for her dress's back chain. He gulped when he saw her dress fall to her feet, exposing her entire body. She wore nothing inside. Was she trying to seduce him in the forest? His eyes moved on her perfect body, which was illuminated under the moonlight. Though she felt shy under his gaze, she grinned deeply and turned around. "What are you go?" He paused when she started to run and shifted into her wolf form on the way. His eyes froze on the beautiful white wolf. She was running like she had become free. She paused and turned her head toward him. Her ocean blue eyes met his eyes. Immediately, his eyes turned red as he groaned. It was like he could not control himself anymore. He ran after her and shifted instantly. The black wolf reached for the white wolf, and they looked at each other. It was the first time their wolves had met each other. Without a second, the black wolf jumped on the white wolf, sniffed her scent, and began to lick her neck. It was the beauty of nature. A black and a white wolf had become mates by fate and found themselves after leaving everyone behind. They went for a long run together. They relished the moonlight and the fresh air that caressed their furs. They were happy, living their lives as if there was no tomorrow. After the run, they returned home and shifted back. Sophia was delighted after meeting Bryan's wolf. His wolf was giant, but it was as if he liked to play with her. He loved her and her wolf. Sophia went to take a shower. She felt addicted after the run and the closeness of her mate. However, when she came out of the shower, she felt a little dizzy. She immediately grabbed the doorknob of the bathroom. She shook her head and walked to the dressing table while wiping her hair with a towel. She thought it was because of her weak health, but she began to feel something different. She glanced at herself in the mirror and saw her eyes turn ocean blue. She experienced a sensation in her lower abdomen. She grabbed her belly and clutched her nightgown until she realized what was happening to her. She bit her bottom lip and mumbled, "I'm in my heat." She left the bedroom and went to the staircase. She saw Bryan in a black night robe that was loosening around his chest. Sophia gulped as her eyes scanned him like prey. She was losing her mind with every passing moment, but there was something else that she needed to discover, and that was Bryan's strange behavior. "Bryan," she called him. He was sitting on a couch. When he heard her voice, he ignored her. He stood up and spoke up without looking at her. "Sophia, I'm leaving the house for tonight. Please don't come out of the house and sleep in the room. I will be back tomorrow morning." Sophia did not know what had happened to him suddenly. She could not even tell him about her heat. She saw him avoiding her gaze as he made his way to the door to leave the house. She shook her head, as she did not want him to leave, not tonight. Her wolf started to growl as she wanted their mate, so Sophia rushed downstairs to stop him. Just as Bryan touched the door to open it, Sophia hugged him from behind. "Please, don't leave me." Bryan grabbed her hand and turned to him. "I am not leaving you, but I am only going out for tonight." He paused when he saw her eyes, which were different from other times. The eyes that were filled with tears and the lips that were swollen beckoned him to devour them. But his eyes widened when he smelled her different scent. "Are you?" Sophia nodded her head innocently and replied, "I'm in my heat, Bryan. I want you. I don't want you to leave me." The softness of her voice and the broken tone of her voice caused his wolf to growl. She could see him clenching his jaw as if he were mad. She gasped when Bryan grabbed her wrist tightly and pushed her away from him. His veins appeared to pop on his neck and forehead, and his eyes turned red. It appeared as though he was trying to exert control over himself. "Don't try to seduce me, Omega. I'm in my rut tonight. If I hover over you, I will ruin you." Sophia was surprised. She understood that their heat and rut came to them together following their encounter with each other's wolves. In their ruts, alphas lost their minds. It was the time they wanted to have sex, as they did not feel tired and they could take their mate all night long. Meanwhile, she-wolves in heat also wanted the same. They desired to mate with a male wolf who would be willing to take them throughout the night. It looked like fate had planned the night only for them. It was extremely rare for mates to get heat and rut together. It might be very pleasurable for others, but not for Bryan. He was trying his best to control himself, but the scent of pheromones that Sophia's body was releasing could not help him. All he wanted to do was take her right now. "I can't do it," he muttered, fighting with his lust. He was in his senses, so he was trying to stop his wolf from taking over. But Sophia did not want that. She wanted Bryan to have sex with her tonight. She did not think about anything else as she moved toward him. She cupped his cheeks with her soft hands and tilted her head. "I want you so bad, Alpha. Please do it to me," she said, smashing her lips against his. That was the time he lost all control over himself. He wrapped his arms around her body and kissed her deeply. Taking her in his arms, he made his way upstairs. She moaned as she could not handle herself. She began to feel pain in her lower abdomen as she felt herself wet. After throwing her onto the bed, Bryan climbed up on top of her body. As if he had lost his sanity, he pressed his body against hers and started to kiss her roughly. When he was on the bed, he transformed into a real beast. It was his groans that prompted her to moan even more than she already had. He had gone crazy when he felt how wet she was for him. She was slicking, and the scent was killing him, turning him even more than before. The day had finally arrived when Bruce would be elevated to the position of Alpha of the Nightshade Pack. Everyone was occupied with the festivities of the celebration. All the guests had already come. No alphas from out of the pack were invited to the celebration. Bruce, along with all of the other officials, did not accept any of the objections that were raised regarding it. They stated that it was important for their pack members, not for the other packs. So there was no need to call anyone here. But there was another reason behind it. Their fear was that Bryan would be degraded by other alphas. They would mock him about giving up his position. "Is everything ready?" Alpha Harry asked Beta Robert. Robert nodded his head as he glanced at his phone from time to time. Alpha Harry walked toward him and patted his shoulder. "What happened? Are you hiding something? I can see you anxious. You look worried from yesterday. Is everything okay?" Robert lifted his head from his phone and shook his head at Alpha Harry. "I can't reach Bryan. His phone is unreachable. I thought he would come here in the early morning, but it's already evening and he is not here." Alpha Harry was stunned after hearing that. "Go to him and check if everything is okay with him and Sophia." Robert glanced at the main door. They were all in the hall room, where a ceremony was going on. He and other officials were bound to be here. It was Bryan's order not to leave his family for a second in his absence. "I can't. It's a crown ceremony, and all the officials should be here," he muttered, feeling worried. Alpha thought for a moment and then said, "Why don't you give the address to someone? They can go and check." Robert immediately shook his head. "That's his secret place. I can't disclose that to anyone, not even to you." Alpha Harry lifted his brows in surprise. "I am sorry if you feel offended, but that place is the most secure place in our pack where no one can reach or attack," Robert added. Alpha Harry let out a sigh and replied, "That's a relief then. Maybe they are on their way here. He promised that he would be here for the crown ceremony." "You are right. He must be coming here with Sophia," he murmured. All the alphas and businessmen of the Nightshade Pack were waiting for Bruce. They asked where he was, since it had been a while since they came to the venue. Gamma Abraham was standing in a corner while focusing his gaze on everyone. His gaze fell on his mother, who was beside Juliana and Bethany. He felt relieved that Bryan let his mother live in the pack house. It helped him concentrate on his work. His mother's health was better now. Bryan's mother, Juliana, was a sweet lady who said she was happy that someone had come to accompany her in the pack house, and his mother could feel at home here. Everyone turned silent when a pair entered the hall. Their eyes were on them. The woman was adorned in a white gown with heavy jewelry, while the man was wearing a black tuxedo. "Bruce and Mila are here," Alpha Lucas said as he approached Alpha Harry. Everyone looked at the new couple carefully. They looked powerful, and it was surprising to them that in a month, Bruce indeed caught up with everything. When he was walking to his parents along with Mila, everyone could see his side profile, which closely resembled his big brother. "He looks like his brother. I hope he will run our pack like Alpha Bryan. I was surprised when I heard him leaving his position. But he said he would be here with us, so even if we have to face a desert, he will come to our rescue." Though Alpha Bryan was not here, his name was still in everyone's mouth. They somehow remembered him and talked about him. He left a trace of dominance that no one could ever hover over. He was the king of this pack and the lord of the Moon Valley Pack. It took time to build a kingdom, but it would take decades to forget a king. "You look good. I am proud of you," Alpha Harry said to his young son. Bruce nodded at him. His eyes roamed around the hall as if he were looking for someone. "They haven't arrived yet," Juliana explained as she approached his son. She smiled at Mila. "A gorgeous Luna," she complimented. From the very beginning, she had a liking for Mila. Despite the fact that she came from a royal family, she was nonetheless a very obedient woman. Mila thanked Juliana and glanced at the main door. "I hope they will be here soon." Everyone waited for Bryan and Sophia for an hour, but they did not come. Another hour left, and still there was no news from them. Sarah and Nolan also got invited. They were excited to meet Sophia. They were worried for her health too. Sarah cried a lot after hearing from Abraham about Sophia's health a few days ago. Nolan handled her and said everything would be okay. They kept asking Abraham about when Sophia would come. Abraham became concerned about his sister too. It was strange that they did not show up today. It was the day when they would return to the pack house after a whole month. Bryan could not be so careless as to miss his brother's crown ceremony. He let out a deep breath, thinking he should go out and see if they had come. He glanced at Bruce, who nodded at him. Though he used to dislike Bruce and was mad at him for cheating on Sophia, he moved on and let the past go since Sophia got her fated mate. Abraham made his way to the door when Ken stopped him. "Are you going somewhere?" Ken asked. Abraham looked at him and replied, "I'm checking for my sister and Alpha Bryan. Why? Oh, I also wanted to know about their arrival. Abraham nodded at him and left the hall. He did not feel the need to ask why he was waiting for their arrival, since everyone was also waiting for them. People greeted him as they walked into the hall. He was the Gamma of the pack, so all the pack members had to be respectful toward him. He gave nods at them while walking out of the pack house area. He had to walk for 10 minutes in order to get off the main street because the area was so large. Abraham pulled his phone out of his pocket and dialed Sophia's number. When he discovered her phone was out of reach, he groaned in frustration. Bryan's phone was also unreachable. He ran his fingers through his hair, concerned for his sister. There was something in his heart that made him worry for her. He waited for a while, his gaze fixed on the road, waiting for the car Bryan had left with a month ago. With a disappointed look, he turned around to go back to the pack house area. But as he was about to take a step toward the pack house area, his legs froze. His eyes turned cloudy as some people tried to mind-link him. He frowned and tried to understand what the other person was saying to him. "Gamma Abraham." He heard the voice and recognized it as one of the border guards who had also been invited here. Since it was time for their new alpha, they invited the commander of the border to the crown ceremony. "Where are you?" he asked the border guard. At first, it was hard for him to understand what the man was trying to say, but when he heard him clearly, his eyes widened. "Gamma Abraham, Alpha Victor has attacked our pack." "What?" Bruce yelled in anger. Gamma Abraham had rushed to the hall to inform him of the news, as he was the future Alpha, and Bryan was also not present. "What will we do now?" Juliana asked Alpha Harry with a worried look. Alpha Lucas was fiercer as he got mad at his son. "I should kill him today," he said. Bethany hurriedly grabbed his hand and reminded him, "He is still the head alpha of the Moon Valley Pack. If you kill him or harm him, you will be punished by the council. We have no evidence against him to harm him either. Only the people of this pack are able to do that." Alpha Lucas snatched his hand away from his wife's grip. "So what? I can assist them. I don't care if I am labeled a traitor. I can't let them destroy my daughter's life this time. He may have come here to kill Bruce and seize the throne." Mila tightened her fists as she felt hatred for Victor. That man had already ruined her life twice. That she would not let him kill her mate. "We will fight against him," Mila said as anger was visible in her eyes. Bruce looked at Beta Robert and said, "Declare the war. I will kill that man tonight. Even if I have to lose my legs, I will not let him go alive." Bruce's red eyes shone in rage. He hated Victor for harassing Mila, and he hated him for poisoning Sophia. At the same time, it was time for him to show the pack members that he was not a waste but an alpha who could give his life for them. Robert told the guests to leave for tonight. He cast a glance at the stage, which remained untouched. The crown ceremony had to be canceled. He closed his eyes, hoping to mind-link Bryan one last time in the hopes that his best friend would return. "Where are you, Bryan? Your pack needs you." Delta Edger declared war against the Moon Valley Pack. Because their alpha leader attacked their pack, they had no choice but to wage war on them. Gamma Abraham led all the pack fighters to the forests. Before going to war, he promised his mother that he would not let go of the man who poisoned his sister and pushed her to the mouth of death. His mother cried but did not stop him because it was his duty to protect his pack. Everyone shifted and started to run in the forest, heading to the border. Alpha Lucas was also with them since he was by their side. They left the female members in the pack house. Though Bruce told Mila not to come to the war, Mila was stubborn and decided that she would join the war since she was the future Luna of the pack. It was time for her to let go of every fear in her heart for Victor and face him like a strong woman. Before they could reach the border, they witnessed thousands of wolves killing their border guards. Bruce's eyes widened as he noticed the wolves lying dead on the ground. He growled at the wolves who approached him and attacked them. The war began in full rage and hatred. All of their goals were not only to win the war, but also to kill the man responsible for their remorse. Mila's brown wolf was strong, as she killed wolves like a Luna. When Juliana said she was Luna material, she was right. Indeed, she was perfect to be a Luna. But she was not that powerful to stand next to Alpha Bryan. No one could match him, which was why Mila and her parents had felt so blessed all these years. However, fate had other plans. It did not snatch the position from her, but changed the man of her life. Mila glanced at Bruce and saw how he was fighting with his teeth and nails. She was amazed by his strong moves and enthusiasm about the war. Perhaps it was his first war, and he had to prove himself to be an alpha leader. The atmosphere turned wild as they kept fighting. Robert and Edger frowned as they saw their own pack fighters kill their fellow pack fighters. They turned to Abraham with wide eyes. Abraham did not realize it until Theta Noble's mind linked him to say it. "How is that possible? They are our pack fighters." Abraham groaned in anger. They were losing the war. It looked like Victor had bought their pack fighters to fight for him. Since they knew Alpha Bryan was not here, they agreed to be with them. All the sub-alphas who were the pillars of the Nightshade pack were here to fight, but not against Victor, but their own pack. They betrayed them. Robert was losing his mind as he had to kill his own pack fighters when he saw them killing their other warriors. Their eyes fell on the man who hadn't shifted yet, as if he did not need to. He was grinning as if he had already won the battle. "Keep fighting. Even if you kill your own fighters, you will eventually lose the war." Victor's voice echoed as his gaze shifted to Bruce and all of the officials. Abraham growled and rushed toward him since he was in a close direction. But before he could reach Victor, a few wolves rushed to him and attacked him together. Bruce looked around in fear of losing everything. Victor was not a fool, but a great player who steered all of their warriors toward him. They were already doomed to defeat in the war. At that time, a loud growl echoed through the forest, which not only shook the leaves of the tree, but also shook the legs of the wolves in the war. There was a cold wind blowing, and the black clouds covered the moon completely. Everyone turned to look in the direction where the growl came from. They saw the silhouette of a giant wolf approaching. The pack fighters of the Nightshade took a back step as they realized who had come to join the war. They did not expect him to be here. They regretted their decision to support Victor. The giant wolf came to a halt before Beta Robert, his red eyes darting around the fighters. His black fur was so dark that it made the Moon Valley pack fighters afraid to approach him. All the wolves shook internally and said in their minds, "Lynx, Alpha Bryan is here." Victor looked at Bryan. He had a smirk on his face as he walked in Bryan's direction. Behind him were many fighters who were only protecting him. He stopped close to a tree and leaned his back against it. "Oh, Alpha Bryan, did you really think you were one step ahead of me? Didn't I tell you? In every way, only I will win. You tried to save your mate from me, but now you need to save her from yourself. By the way, where is she now? Do not tell me she is dead. I thought about going for her after the war, but unfortunately, you killed that naive woman." He laughed while looking at Bryan. His eyes were brimming with mockery. Bryan growled at him as he rushed up to him. The war resumed as the Moon Valley Pack's fighters attempted to stop him. But his body was so massive that they could not reach his neck. Before they could even touch him, he tossed their bodies to the ground by just moving his head. His officials were relieved that he was back. His father and brother were surprised. Victor saw how Bryan was approaching in his direction, so he turned to look at Bryan's family members. His gaze was drawn to the she-wolf, Mila's wolf. His grin deepened as he signaled to his beta and ordered, "Kill that woman." Bryan's pause came to a halt as he turned his head. He noticed Victor's beta running toward Mila. He turned around and dashed towards Mila to save her. Mila was so shocked that she let out a howl. Victor's beta did not give her a chance to move because he arrived faster than anyone. Mila took a step back as the past played on her mind. Victor's beta used to have bad intentions toward her. She used to hear Victor say that he would let his beta play with her. Though Victor's beta never touched her, she had the fear, which returned to her like a trauma. That wolf snarled at her while nuzzling the fur around her neck. She howled as she tried to fight back. Just as he was about to bite her leg, a gray wolf bit his neck and knocked him down. Mila's eyes widened for a while. Then she realized Bruce was the one who had saved her. Bruce killed Victor's beta, growling in the mind link. How dare you touch my mate? He looked at Victor and warned him in the mind link. If you have the audacity to touch her or let your man touch her, I will chop your manhood and make your officials eat it. Mila was staring at Bruce. Her heart began to pound harder. Her wolf took a step toward him, rubbing her head against his neck. Bruce looked at Mila and was surprised by her action. If Mila had not fallen for Bruce for the entire month, her heart skipped a beat now. She fell deeply in love with this man. The man she was looking for in her life was not anyone else but him. You all are emotional fools, Victor muttered as if he were losing his patience. It was true that he did not expect Bryan to come to the war. He had information that Bryan and Sophia had left the pack. No one was sure where they had gone. He thought Bryan was trying to save his face, so he flew away with Sophia. I think it's time for your death, Alpha Bryan. I am losing my patience now. Victor took out a wooden stake. He smirked at Bryan, who was fighting with other wolves to reach him. He gripped the wooden stake tightly and aimed the target in Bryan's direction. Bruce and Robert noticed what Victor was doing. They growled to notify Bryan of the situation. However, it was too late because Victor had already raised his hand to do it. It was just as he was about to throw the stake that something came to pierce his arm, which caused him to let out a loud groan. He discovered that someone had attacked him with another wooden stake pierced through his arm. He was stunned. Everyone was in their wolf form except him. Then who did that? He slowly shifted his gaze to the side. His eyebrows arched in surprise. Sophia? Everyone turned to see where he was looking as soon as they heard him. Sophia was standing at a distance. She was not in her wolf form. She was wearing a simple white long dress, which was thin and loose. She started to walk toward Victor. Victor was so focused on her that he did not notice the other two women behind her. It looks like Alpha Bryan has such great patience and love for you. If it were me, I would have marked you the first night to secure my position. Sophia stared at him as she came to a stop a short distance away. Victor did not feel any danger from her. In fact, he was pleased that she had come to the war. Bryan's death was inevitable now. If he killed her, Bryan would die in sorrow for losing her anyway. Victor took a step forward while muttering, "It's good that Bryan didn't mark you. Otherwise, how can his mate die in my ha?" Victor froze when the dark clouds cleared from the moon, and the moonlight illuminated the ground, allowing him to see Sophia clearly. He was taken aback when his gaze landed on her neck. "He marked you! How? How on earth are you still alive?" Victor was unable to help but stutter. He was shaken from inside because what he was seeing was impossible. There was no way Sophia could survive after getting marked. Sophia's lips formed a smirk as she reacted for the first time after coming to the war. Her eyes moved to Bryan, who was looking at her. As if in a flashback, they recalled what had happened yesterday after Bryan noticed his mark on her neck. Flashback. Sophia. Bryan had no idea what had happened to Sophia. His gaze lingered on the black veins that slowly started to emerge throughout her entire body. He immediately grabbed his phone and called the last person who could help him. The phone connected, and he yelled, "Angelina, I am sending you my location. Come here right now." He cut the call and sent her the address. Where Bryan was staying right now was a secret place, and no one was aware of the location for safety purposes. He sat beside Sophia and began to rub her hand. "I'm sorry." That was the only thing he repeated the whole time. Angelina called her after an hour, telling him she was on her way but would take longer because she was not a werewolf capable of shifting and arriving fastly. Bryan threw his phone to the ground in frustration. His phone broke, but he did not care. He pulled his hair in anger as he watched the love of his life die. He caged his wolf inside him. The fact that he had marked Sophia made him angry with both himself and his wolf. "I will never forgive myself." What was happening to Sophia was a sign of death. He almost felt traumatized by watching her die in front of his eyes. When Angelina arrived at the house, she was shocked. She could not speak further as her eyes widened. She rushed to Sophia, and her lips trembled. "She is dying, Alpha." She could not believe her eyes. All of the bloodlines turned black and were visible. "Save her," Bryan said, clenching his jaw. His vision was blurry. He was fighting himself by not shedding any tears. He had never cried before, but seeing Sophia in that state was making him feel broken. He wanted to die with her. He felt like the worst mate in the world for killing his own mate. Angelina took a deep breath and turned to face Bryan. "You are a moonchild. I need your blood. I think it can help us." Bryan turned his head from left to right before reaching for a knife from the fruit basket on a small table near the couch. He cut deep into his palm and clenched his fist. A pool of blood began to drain from his wound. Angelina gasped when she saw how deeply he had cut his hand. "I wanted a few droplets. You cut so deep." Bryan glared at her, demonstrating that he was losing his mind. She quickly placed her palm under his fist. Her palm became bloody from his blood. She then turned to Sophia and bent down. She closed her eyes and started to chant something. Bryan kept his gaze fixed on Sophia. He took a deep breath as he choked back his anxiety. Because of his fear, his heart was beating as fast as a marathon. When Angela opened her eyes, they were glowing emerald. She touched Sophia's neck with her bloodied palm, pressing it against Bryan's mark. She began to chant once more, doing her best to temporarily neutralize the poison's effects. But she took a step back with wide eyes, as though something had shoved her hard. She felt an electric force on her body, causing her hand to start shaking. "What happened?" Bryan asked when he saw her moving back. Angelina blinked her eyes. It appeared as though she was startled. Her eyes were on Sophia, and her lips were trembling. She is what? Why can't you help me? Save her, Angelina," Bryan yelled at her out of frustration. "I cannot save her." Bryan growled at her as he approached her and grabbed her arms. "What did you just say? You are the most powerful witch capable of rescuing anyone from death. She is not dead yet, so why can't you help me?" "She is still breathing. If you really want to stay alive, save her," he said, gritting his teeth in the fit of rage. "I can't." "Why?" Angelina's whole body began to shake as her eyes moved to Sophia again. "Because she is a moonchild." "What?" he muttered, looking at her in confusion. Angelina nodded her head. "Yes, Alpha, she is a moonchild, just like you. I was not aware of it until I tried to communicate with her wolf. She is so powerful that I can't help her right now. Only the moon can save her child. She requires the power, which is moonlight. My spells will not work on her without the moon." Bryan spent the entire day waiting for nightfall. He continued to observe Sophia's breath. It was truly heartbreaking. He had not felt this heartbreak when she stabbed his heart, but now that she was dying. When the night came, Angelina instructed Bryan to bring Sophia to the forest under the moonlight. Bryan carried Sophia to the forest. He laid her near a lake where the moon could be easily seen. Surprisingly, the moon was so bright today, as if it were glowing to save its moonchild. Angelina closed her eyes and started to chant spells that could help Sophia's wolf connect with her. Bryan stared at Sophia. She had a white quilt covering her body, and it was glowing in the moonlight. People would have thought she had become ugly because of her black bloodline, but in his eyes, she was still the most beautiful girl in the world. When Angelina's voice became louder, he shifted her gaze at her. He noticed that her nose was bleeding. When she stopped, he returned his gaze to Sophia. He felt relieved when he noticed that all of her black veins were slowly fading from her body, but his heart froze when he could not hear her heartbeat. Angelina opened her eyes and looked at Sophia with shock. She began to shake Sophia. "Sophia?" On the other hand, Sophia did not open her eyes, looking like her body was slowly leaning toward death. Bryan's entire body shook as he lifted her head, placed it on his lap, and hugged her. "Please don't die. I don't want to live without you." Angelina burst into tears when she realized she had not saved Sophia. She had just attempted to communicate with her wolf, which had been harmed by the poison and had received the effect of Bryan's mark. It was the only way to keep her alive. But she failed to do so. She had never seen her alpha break down like that. Years of her spells and experiments were in vain. Meanwhile, Bryan blamed himself. He killed his mate. He was about to move from Sophia to howl in the pain that he was feeling in his heart. But before he could move, he felt a soft touch on the back. He was surprised to realize it was Sophia's touch. He moved his head from her neck and looked at her. Sophia slowly opened her eyes. It was glowing ocean blue. Her pale face started to transform into beauty. Her skin shone in the moonlight, and she blinked her eyes. Her eyes caught Angelina, who looked shocked. She then turned her gaze to the man who was holding her in his arms. His red eyes met hers, and a smile appeared on her lips. She reached her hand up to his cheek and wiped the tear that was rolling down his cheek. "Mate, why are you crying?" Bryan shut his eyes and hugged her tightly. "I thought you." Sophia shook her head and replied, "I told you I would not die for your mark. The moon goddess loves you. She does not like seeing you in pain. She gave me back my life for you." End of the flashback. Victor shook his head in disbelief. "No, it's impossible." Abraham's eyes lit up. Her sister was there, looking fine. Not only had Bryan marked Sophia, but his sister was still alive after getting the mark. There was no other word to describe it other than a miracle. Victor turned to Bryan and asked, "How did you do that? How could you mark her? How is she still alive?" Bryan shifted his gaze from Sophia to Victor. His lips parted as his canines emerged. Almost as if he were smirking at him, his eyes displaying a mocking expression. He opened his mind to link everyone around him and replied to Victor, "Checkmate." Victor tightened his fists, realizing that his plan had gone awry. "Kill her," he ordered to his other officials, who were behind him. Two of his officials ran toward Sophia and jumped on her to attack. Victor noticed Bryan did not make a move to save her. It was as if he knew that even without shifting into her wolf form, she could defend herself. Sophia did not take a step back. Instead, she charged at the two wolves, wounding them with the other two stakes in her hand. Victor realized that she was holding silver stakes. He looked at his officials, who were lying on the ground, trying to breathe in pain. The war continued as everyone became involved in the fighting. Everyone was astounded by how quickly she moved her hands to wound the two powerful official wolves. Victor growled in anger. "How dare you?" Sophia cut him off and said, "How dare you play with other people's lives? You are a cowardly man who has ruined the lives of countless girls. You dared to poison me. What did you think? I am a weak Omega who will die in your conspiracy. You are a filthy bastard." Victor's rage grew stronger as he tilted his head, preparing to shift. "Don't let him shift," Bryan said to Sophia. She immediately threw another stake toward Victor, this time on his leg. He let out a painful groan. He got so mad at her that he rushed toward her to attack her, but he froze in the middle of the way when her eyes turned ocean blue. He felt her eyes were doing something with his mind. "What are you doing?" he asked, trying to move. It was as though her eyes had the ability to make him unmoved. He felt trapped in that place. Sophia walked toward him with a smirk. "Why are you so scared?" "Oh, wait. I remember people telling me about how you escaped from the last war to save your life. At least you should get some balls to shift before entering a war." Victor tried to move, but when Sophia came to a stop in front of him, her eyes moved behind him. The wolves, who had only worked to protect Victor, tried to move toward her, but her eyes stopped them as well. They collapsed to the ground in agony, despite not being physically injured. "What are you doing to my men?" Victor asked, growling at her. As soon as he realized he was moving, he grabbed Sophia's neck and pushed her back against a tree. Bryan let out a deep growl that rattled the wolves around him. He dashed toward Sophia, pushing the wolves out of his sight. Bruce also tried to reach her, but was stopped by his own pack fighters. Bryan bit Victor's leg and was about to tear it off his body, but Sophia stopped him by saying, "Don't. He is my prey." Victor's hand trembled with her words. "Have you lost your mind? You are talking to an alpha, a head alpha. Do you know that?" Sophia spit on him and replied, "I am talking to a shameless asshole who only knows how to use girls with his friends and then throw them to death. A man like you should not exist." Victor released his grip on her neck and wiped his face in a furious manner. He had never before experienced such a level of disrespect from another person. He still believed he would win the war. In fact, how would they defeat him? Their pack fighters were fighting for him. Before he could grab Sophia again, Bryan bit his leg once again. He moved him away from Sophia and growled at him. "You dared to touch him again and did not take my last warning seriously. Now how will you protect yourself from me?" Bryan said that and bit Victor's fingers. Victor groaned in pain. He pushed Bryan's head and tried to move him, but Bryan had already broken his fingers, almost ripping them from his hand. Bryan turned to the pack fighters who were fighting. He growled at them. His pack fighters fell to their knees in submission, including the traitors. "Kill them who betrayed the Nightshade Pack," he commanded his loyal fighters. Since Bruce had not been crowned as the alpha leader yet, Bryan was still their head alpha. After seeing that he had already marked his mate, it was determined that she was his fated mate, and the council's complaint was dismissed. So he was still holding the position of head alpha of the Nightshade Pack. The pack fighters who were fighting for their own pack got the strength of their alpha and killed the wolves who turned into traitors. Victor saw his bloodied finger. He shook his hand, only to discover that they were motionless. He yelled at Bryan, "I am going to kill you today." He grabbed a silver stake from the ground, which had fallen from Sophia's grasp when he pushed her against the tree. Just as Victor attempted to pierce Bryan's heart, Sophia pushed Bryan and came to his position. The stake pierced her arms. She moaned in pain. Bryan's eyes widened. "Sophia!" Sophia glared at Victor as she pulled the stake out of her arm in anger. It shocked everyone. Alpha Harry could not believe what he was witnessing. The way Sophia behaved was like she was not an Omega but a powerful male alpha who could not feel any pain. Bruce, Mila, and Mila's father, Alpha Lucas, were equally shocked. Bryan's officials reached him. Bryan stopped them from moving by gazing at them. Sophia looked into Victor's eyes and said, "You said the day when I will have no fear of death will be the day I can kill you, remember? Now look into my eyes. I don't have any fear, because I have returned from the mouth of death." Victor was stunned. He thought back to the day he told her that in his car. He was so furious with her that day that she even dared to threaten to kill him, but he had never expected this woman to become so fearless. Sophia took a few steps backward. It was impossible for Victor to comprehend what was going on inside of her head. She turned her head and looked at someone. A young girl emerged from the shadows and from beneath a tree. Victor raised his eyebrows as he looked at the girl. "Rose, I brought you here to witness your demise. You said you don't want to live, but after witnessing his death, you will want to live your life once again," Sophia said, looking at Rose. Victor heard her and growled at her. "A woman like you can't kill me. I will kill you before that." Once again, Victor went up to her and approached her, but this time Sophia glared at him. He groaned when he felt mental pain. Sophia's wolf possessed this ability. The pain it causes to the brain could kill anyone. Before Victor could react further, he saw fire blazing around him and Sophia. Victor looked around and was startled. Then he heard a female voice. "How are you, Alpha Victor? Long time. No see? Angelina," he muttered while holding his head. The pain intensified with each passing second. Angelina emerged from another tree, just like Rose, and looked at Victor. "I wish my potion had worked to kill you years ago. You killed my father and made me homeless. Why? Just because he witnessed the last war and told your pack the truth about who actually saved them? What did you think? I wasn't aware of the truth. I knew everything and was waiting to kill you. Today is the day, but I won't kill you, because your death is written in someone else's hand." Angelina's words shocked everyone, except Bryan. They were not aware of it. Sophia felt she had found another reason to kill Victor. Her hatred was pushing her to kill him, just like the heat of the fire was rising up inside her. "You all are talking nonsense. I will not let you all win," Victor said, though he was feeling pain in his head. He turned around, trying to find wolves to help him, but surprisingly, Bryan's officials were killing them. He was losing everything. He was losing a winning war. His eyes fell on his father. "Dad." Alpha Lucas growled at him. "Don't call me Dad. I wish I could have killed you the day you were born. It's good that your mother is not alive, otherwise she would not be able to take in how dirty her son had become. You are my dad. How can you support the other pack? If I survive, I will kill you first." However, no one seemed to be paying attention to his warning. He saw Mila looking at him. He could see a proud look in her eyes, as if she were telling him that she was not afraid of him anymore. His gaze moved to Bryan, who was just a little distance from the circle of fire. "No one will save you. I killed your mate. Now my mate will kill you. It's your fate. I have never seen a coward like you. You don't know how to fight. You don't know how to protect your family. You don't know how to secure your pack. You don't know how to respect women, and you don't know what the meaning of being an alpha leader is. What a shame." Bryan mocked him in the mind link. Victor clenched his jaw and turned to Sophia. "How will you kill me? With this silver stake? Do you think you can kill me with it?" At that moment, Angelina pulled out a dagger. It had blood on it. She strode over to the fire and threw it to Sophia. Victor tried to grab it before her, but Sophia's gaze narrowed, and Victor dropped to his knees in agony. "Not so easy, Victor," she murmured. She reached up and took the dagger in her hand. After glancing at the blood on it, she uttered, "Do you know what it is?" Victor nearly begged her to put an end to the mental anguish he was experiencing. It was getting close to mentally crippling him. "It is soaked with the blood of 2 moon children. One is your favorite adversary, Alpha Bryan, and the other." She paused and blinked her eyes to stop messing with Victor's mind. He raised his head to look at her to know who the second person was. So she continued, "The other is me, your favorite pawn, whom you have manipulated for so long." Sophia's lips were curved into a dark grin. She cast a bitter smile at him. "Because of you, I stabbed my mate. You increased my hatred for him. You are the reason why he could not confess that he loved me. It was you who always desired his throne, sometimes by sending your mate into his bed, sometimes by attempting to arrange a wedding to bring his mate into your bed." Victor shook his head. He found himself completely alone. He did not want to die. He realized that there was no one he could call his family or close friends who could come to save him now. Victor tried to stand up, but Sophia had already stabbed the dagger into his chest. His heart was moved by it because it went to such a profound level. The sudden pain that he felt in his heart caused his eyes to widen. He could feel the dagger moving deeper inside. Upon lowering his head, he witnessed her twisting the dagger that was embedded within his heart. As soon as Sophia let go of the dagger, Victor grabbed it with his hands, with the intention of removing it from his heart. "If you try to pull it out, you will die. If you cannot get it out, you will continue to feel the stab in your heart. Let's see how long you can last like that," Sophia said. Victor howled and screamed in pain. Meanwhile, Bryan was staring at Sophia. He had no headaches about Victor. The fact of the matter was that Victor was nowhere near capable of competing with him. Even if Sophia had not been the one to kill Victor, he would have done so regardless. But he was impressed by the strength, power, and ability of the woman. By simply donning the plain white cloth, she gave off an impression of strength. The beauty of her blue eyes compelled him to keep staring at them for a long time. When Victor's body suddenly fell to the ground, his gaze shifted to Victor. The way his hand was shaking gave the impression that he was trying to keep himself alive, but at the same time he was unable to take the pain. He was going through the most excruciating pain, even more so than death itself. It was only a matter of minutes before Victor retrieved the dagger from his chest. The circle of fire dissipated at the precise moment that Victor's eyes closed, as if his soul had departed from his body. War came to an end. Everything turned silent. When everyone's eyes were on Victor's dead body, Sophia shifted into her wolf form, which Victor could never get the opportunity to see. Her white wolf under the moonlight looked blessed. Everyone stared at her in wonder. She howled as she gazed up at the moon. Beta Robert immediately kneeled down and said loudly in the mind link, "All hail to the Luna of our pack." In front of the mirror, Sophia was looking at herself. The white bridal gown fitted her perfectly. Bryan picked out the dress for her. She blushed just thinking about his reaction if he saw her in this dress. "You look beautiful." A voice reached her ear as she shifted her eyes on the woman standing behind her through the mirror. The woman was also wearing a bridal gown. "Thanks, Mila. You look gorgeous as always," Sophia said, turning around to face her. 2 weeks had passed since the war, and everything had changed for everyone. Bryan reclaimed his position because Bruce had not been crowned before the war, and he had already marked her. But he was a man of his words. He did not let down his younger brother. As he said, Bruce had become the head of Alpha, but not the head Alpha of the Nightshade Pack, but the Moon Valley Pack. The Moon Valley Pack wanted Bryan to be their Alpha, But since it was his decision to give up and Mila got married to Bruce, who was Bryan's younger brother, they were also happy with him. They accepted him wholeheartedly. The rivalry between the two packs ended when Victor died in the war. That night, Bryan declared that he would marry Sophia in front of the pack members with every ritual. Then he announced Bruce and Mila's wedding on the same date. "Sophia, I want to apologize for all the rude behavior. Forgive me," Mila said, reaching out for her hand. Sophia smiled and rubbed the back of her hand. From the day she learned about Mila's past, she felt Mila was not a bad woman. She understood her and her situation. She held no grudges against her. "Don't apologize. I told you that I no longer have anything in my heart. I am happy with everyone around me. I know it's kind of awkward for you since Bruce is my ex-boyfriend, but I am happy to see you both happy together." Mila hugged her with a smile. She would leave this pack with Bruce after the wedding, so she wanted to break all the ice before leaving. Sophia patted her back with a cheerful expression. At that time, they heard a loud sound at the door. They broke the hug and glanced at the door. Sarah cocked her head to peek inside. "May I come in?" she asked. Yeah, sure. I am leaving you both alone," Mila said, making her way to the door. She only came here to talk to Sophia since the wedding would start any time soon. Sarah rushed into the room and hugged Sophia after Mila left. Sophia embraced her tightly. They broke their embrace and Sarah said, "I cannot believe how stunning you look." "Thank you, Sarah." "Oh, come on. By the way, I know how you are feeling inside. You are nervous, right?" Sophia's cheeks turned red. "Well, I know. I saw Alpha Bryan in the wedding hall. He looks jaw-dropping handsome with his new haircut. I bet you will have to control yourself in front of us." Sophia laughed at her remarks. After they had a conversation, they noticed Sophia's mother entering the room to take her to the hall. Sophia hugged her mother. Hannah said she was blessed to have a daughter like her. After a while, Sophia walked to the wedding hall with her mother. Mila was beside her, accompanied by her mother. Bethany smiled at Sophia, who returned it politely. Behind them were their bridesmaids, Sarah and Angelina. Angela was pleased to see how things were going. She was delighted to help Sophia when she was about to die. She believed Sophia had almost died, and it was a miracle that she had survived. However, she was dissatisfied with Bryan's one decision. He declared her as the lead witch of the Moon Valley Pack. But before she could argue with him, she realized he had made Ken the Gamma of the Moon Valley Pack. Bryan said that Bruce needed her more than he did. At the same time, a witch had a life, and she could live her life with Ken happily. He also handled Ken's father regarding their marriage. Together, they made their way into the hall. Sophia caught everyone's attention as she walked on the red carpet, making her way to the stage. Her mother moved to the corner as Abraham approached Sophia and took her hand. He kissed her head and said, "Best wishes for your new life, Luna." She hit his chest lightly and said, "Brother, please. I told you I will always be your Sophie." They shared a chuckle before he led her to the stage. Because she had no father, Abraham was the one who escorted her to her groom. Meanwhile, Alpha Lucas was holding Mila's hand. They went on stage. Alpha Lucas put his daughter's hand on Bruce's, and Abraham placed Sophia's hand on Bryan's. They left the stage, leaving the two couples on the stage. Sophia glanced at Bryan. She blushed when she realized that what Sarah had told her was true. Bryan looked so handsome that it was difficult for her to stay under control. She could not take her eyes away from him. The priest first approached Bruce and Mila. Everyone, including Bryan and Sophia, applauded when Bruce and Mila made their vows to each other. But Bryan's eyes were on Sophia all the time. When the priest approached them, he bowed to them because they were the Alpha and Luna of the pack. "Do you, Bryan Morrison, accept Sophia Burge as your wife?" "Of course, I do," Bryan replied with a smile. Sophia bit her bottom lip to keep her smile under control. "Do you, Sophia Berg, accept Bryan Morrison as your husband?" "Yes, I do." The priest pronounced them husband and wife. After that, they exchanged rings. Everyone showed their admiration for them by bowing and cheering for them. They had dinner together after having a gathering with their family and friends. Bryan's officials, including Abraham, begin to tease him. "I know I am your Gamma, but don't mess with my sister. She is my Luna too." So it's become tough to decide whom I should take a stand for, Abraham said with a laugh. No doubt. You have to be with your alpha, because your alpha will always be with his Luna. Abraham was stunned by his answer. However, it was not unknown to anyone how much Alpha Bryan loved his Luna. Following the wedding reception, Bruce and Mila headed to the Moon Valley Pack with Mila's parents. Alpha Harry and Juliana were not upset, but rather proud that their younger son would lead the pack. Bruce asked that they spend a few months living with him and Mila, exactly as they would be staying here. They promised to visit and stay there annually to spend time with both of their sons. When Sophia got into the car with Bryan, she started to feel nervous. Though they had been married for more than 1.5 months and had sex once after the marriage, she felt nervous. They had done nothing for the past 2 weeks. They wanted to give each other the true feeling of marriage. So she was filled with excitement for the entire 2 weeks. After a long journey, the driver pulled over in front of a bungalow. Sophia was surprised to see how beautiful it was. Bryan leaned in close to her ear. She turned her head, and their noses brushed against each other. "Here's a small gift for you." "For me?" she asked with a shocked face. Did he give the house to her as a present? He smirked at her and replied, "Yeah, for you, baby girl. From now on, you will come here often to spend so many nights with me." He winked at her when she blushed. They stepped out of the car and went to the bungalow. There was no one inside except the two of them. In the midst of her exploration of the house, Bryan reached out and grabbed her hand. He pulled her closer, causing her body to press against his. He tilted his head, brushed his lips against hers, and said, "I love you, Sophia." "I love you too, mate." As soon as Sophia replied to Bryan, he pressed his lips on hers. She wrapped her hands around his neck, bringing him closer to her. She had a different sensation compared to the night that he had marked her. The mark not only bonded her to him, but it also permanently sealed the bond between them. As he started to unzip her dress, she let out moans in the kiss. She did not stop him. The dress slipped off her body, leaving her half naked. He picked her up in his arms and carried her to the bedroom. She was blown away by the interior decorations. However, Bryan did not want to waste any time showing her around. He pressed her against the bed and climbed onto her. His lips began to leave his love marks on her body, giving her the pleasure she had been missing for the past 2 weeks. She grabbed his collar and pulled him close. Bryan smiled as he observed her sudden dominance. He allowed her to take off his clothes. Throughout the night, the two bodies turned and twisted on the bed. The loud moans and groans were evidence of how they felt for each other and were feeling while making love to each other. During the time that Bryan was pounding inside her, his eyes never left her face. There was no one who could have kept them apart from one another now. There was no problem that they needed to solve. They were happily married. The night went long, just like the night of their heat and rut. With tears in her eyes, Sophia begged Bryan, as she could not take the amount of pleasure that he was giving her. She was turning on by just looking at the sex god in front of her. Bryan enticed her more, teasing her to keep her turning on. He claimed he wanted to ruin her in bed every night. He could not just let go of the powerful wolf in a few rounds. When Sophia opened her eyes, she found herself lying on Bryan's chest. He was holding her protectively. She kissed his chest and fell back asleep as it was early in the morning. The second time she awoke, she was alone in the bedroom. She sat up and rubbed her eyes. She got out of bed, wrapping the quilt around her body. She left the bedroom to look for Bryan. She turned her head to find Bryan, but he was not anywhere. She was about to return to the bedroom but heard noises coming from another door. She did not know the way around the house because she had not looked around. She approached the door and noticed it was a large kitchen room. Her gaze fell on the shirtless, handsome man wearing a gray apron. He was cooking something. She approached him on her tiptoes, and when she finally came to a stop behind him, she gave him a hug from behind. "Good morning, mate." Bryan paused before turning around to face her. She raised her head while wrapping her hands around his torso. She gave him a smile. "What are you doing?" "Preparing breakfast for my wife," he replied, lowering his head to kiss her lips. She blushed and hid her face against his chest. He laughed and rubbed her head. Had a good sleep? She released him and leaned against the counter. He continued to do what he was doing. His eyes kept glancing at her bare shoulders and arms. She noticed it and mumbled, "Focus, you will cut your finger. Let me help you." "No need. Go and freshen up. I am setting the table for you." Sophia gave him a nod, like an obedient woman. She walked slowly, almost limping. Her lower back ached from Bryan's pounding on her last night. She blushed deeply as the different positions sank into her mind from last night. She was lucky that Bryan was not looking at her red face. When she returned to the table, she saw that Bryan had prepared many dishes for her. She served him first and rested her chin on her palm. She was staring at him full of love. She could never forget how he cried just for her. She did not want to see him in that state again, but she wanted to remember it forever. Bryan motioned for her with his brows. "What? Are you planning to seduce me by staring at me like this?" She immediately moved her chin from her palm and sat straight. "What? No way." Bryan laughed and shook his head. "Relax, baby girl. I was only teasing you." After they had breakfast, Bryan was talking to her about taking her out since they would return to the pack house after 2 days. But suddenly Sophia grabbed his shoulder with one hand and held her forehead with the other. "Are you okay?" Bryan asked with a worried tone. She tried to keep her gaze on him, but after a few seconds, everything went black. Bryan immediately grabbed her waist when she was about to fall to the floor. Bryan was taken aback when he saw her unconscious. He carried her into the bedroom, holding her in his arms. He hurriedly called his private physician and told him to come here. When the doctor arrived, he checked on Sophia. Bryan was standing near the bed, waiting for the doctor to tell him Sophia was fine. He wanted to call Angelina, but she was not in the nightshade pack right now. It was because Bryan declared Ken Bruce's Gamma and assigned Angelina as his lead witch. With a smile, the doctor turned to face Bryan. "Congratulations, Alpha. You are going to be a father." Bryan's eyes widened. Bryan could not believe a little child was inside Sophia's belly. It was his child, his blood, and his heir. After a while, Sophia woke up. She looked at the doctor and asked him what had happened to her. The doctor confirmed that she was 2 weeks pregnant. When the doctor left after delivering the good news, Bryan pulled Sophia into a hug. "Thank you so much for the surprise." Sophia shed tears of joy. Bryan leaned in and kissed her belly. This baby was a trace of their love. They would raise a strong child and protect their baby from all dangers in the world. A few years later, the Nightshade Pack expanded as Alpha Bryan emerged victorious in several wars. Other Alphas avoided initiating rivalries with him, as they were aware of the consequences of any conflict with him. Meanwhile, the Nightshade Pack had become well known for their Luna as well. The formidable Luna possessed the ability to eliminate any Alpha at her will. People felt blessed that they could see the two Moon Children together. They had become the epitome of power and ability. On the other hand, Moon Valley Pack was also rising slowly. Alpha Bruce led the pack with remarkable skill and did not let his brother down. That pack's members got their peace back. In the living room of the pack house, Sophia was sitting with her family. Her in-laws had become family to her. But she did not forget her mother. She went to see her once a week at her house. Everything had changed over the past few years. Everyone had found their mates and married them. Abraham found his mate, and just as he expected, he discovered a woman who loved him and cared for his mother as much as he did. She had a strong bond with Sophia. The pack house was full of people today. It was because today was Bryan and Bruce, the two brothers' wedding anniversary. Bruce had come with Mila to celebrate his anniversary here in the Nightshade Pack. Sophia smiled at the baby boy Mila was carrying. She extended her hand to the young boy and carried her there on her arm. It was Max, the son of Bruce and Mila. He was 1 year younger than Bryan's and Sophia's child. Sophia kissed Max's cheek and said, "Aunt will give you a lot of chocolates. Are you happy?" The boy smiled at her and kissed her cheek in return. "Yes," he replied cutely. Everyone laughed at how adorable he was. At that moment, Abraham entered the pack house with a little boy. He was holding his hand. They both wore the same training clothes, but were different sizes. "Mommy." As soon as he saw Sophia, the boy ran toward her. While holding Max, Sophia hugged her son. "What did you learn today, Braden?" she asked him. Braden turned his head, glancing at Abraham, and then mumbled at her. "Uncle was showing me how to attack. I want to fight just like Dad." Everyone was stunned by the little boy's answer. He was only 4 years old, and here he had started to talk about wars. Sophia frowned and looked at Abraham. "Are you teaching him how to attack?" Abraham nodded his head at her. "Yeah, Alpha said his son should know everything from the beginning so that no one can take advantage of him being a child." Sophia looked away from Abraham. She got mad at Bryan when she saw the swollen elbows of her son. He was a child. Why does Bryan have to be so strict with him, she thought. "It's okay, Mommy. I am strong," Braden said, kissing her cheek. Sophia smiled at him as her heart was eased by how strong her son was. She told him to take a shower and then return to accompany Max. Everyone admired Braden, as they could see Bryan in him. He was a handsome boy with dark and mysterious eyes, much like his father. In the late evening, everyone waited for Bryan and Bruce to return to the pack house. The two brothers were out of the pack for the entire day because they had a business meeting outside. Sophia looked at the guests. Her family, friends, and everyone else had gathered at the pack house to celebrate the two couples' wedding anniversary. "Waiting for Alpha?" Angelina asked, winking at Sophia. Sophia shook her head. The other women laughed at her reaction. Sarah was there as well. She married Nolan 2 years ago, and now they are happily married. "You can't hide your emotions from us, Luna," Saloni said. Saloni was Abraham's mate. She was one of Sophia's classmates, so she knew she was a good woman. Sophia's mother was telling her a while ago how pleased she was to have such a good daughter-in-law. She said that Abraham and his mate had a deep love for one another. "They are here." Sophia heard Sarah's voice. A large number of cars came to a stop in front of the pack house. Bruce and all the officials of two packs entered the pack house. Everyone welcomed Bruce. He kissed Max and hugged Mila. He apologized for being late. Sophia focused her gaze on the main door. Her eyes shifted slightly when she caught sight of an attractive man. With passing time, he was getting more alluring and good-looking. His aura had remained unchanged. The way he stepped inside the house like a king, he captured everyone's eyes. Sophia could feel her heart skip a beat. "You are late, Bryan," Alpha Harry said, moving toward his elder son from his younger son. Bryan looked at his father and replied, "I was busy in the meeting, Dad." "Your family was waiting for you. At least you should not have scheduled work for today," Juliana said to him. Bryan gave them a nod. His eyes roamed around until they caught Sophia's gaze. As soon as Sophia's eyes met his, she looked away from him. "Let's cut the cake," Sophia said to everyone. Everyone moved toward the large cake on a table. Bruce and Mila approached the table, standing in a corner. Bryan made his way to the table. "Dad?" Braden grabbed Bryan's hand with a smile. Bryan rubbed his son's head and asked, "Did you do well in training today?" Braden's eyes grew wider in response. He gave an immediate nod. He held high regard for his father and aspired to win his heart. When Bryan stood next to Sophia, he glanced at her. She dressed in a black gown that matched his black suit. Her perfect body and flawless beauty were making his eyes unmoved from her. On the other hand, Sophia ignored him completely. She reached for the knife, gesturing to Bruce and Mila to reach for the other one from the other side. To hold the knife, Bryan covered her hand with his own. His touch caused Sophia to pause. While everyone else was busy taking their places around them, she felt his thumb slowly rubbing against the back of her hand as he stared at her intently. She was still able to feel an electrifying sensation from his touch, as if he were touching her for the very first time. However, Sophia was mad at Bryan. On this important day, he made her wait as if it were unimportant in his eyes. She cut the cake, ignoring his touch. She remained calm throughout the party and said goodbye to the guests with a polite smile. After the guests had left, she instructed Braden to go to sleep in his room. She returned to her bedroom and began to remove her earrings. In front of the dressing table, she was seated on the stool that was there. Her eyes were in the mirror. Anyone would say she was not in a good mood. The door opened, and the man in the black suit entered the room. She did not look at his face in the mirror, since she knew it was her husband. She noticed him approaching her. He stood behind her and lowered himself. He placed his hands on her bare arm as she was dressed in a sleeveless gown. "What?" she demanded in an angry tone. Bryan tilted his head and kissed her on the cheek. "I'm sorry, baby girl. Are you mad at me?" he inquired in a raspy voice. "No," she replied, continuing what she was doing. His right hand caressed her bare neck, causing her to close her eyes. Suddenly, she felt a weight on her neck. With a frown, she opened her eyes but froze. Her gaze fell directly on her neck in the mirror. She was staring at the necklace that Bryan had just placed around her neck. "This!" She immediately stood up and turned to face him. "This emerald necklace. This is the only piece in the world that sold out during the last auction. How did you get it?" she asked with a shocked tone. She was not a fan of jewelry. But a few days ago, this necklace caught her eye at the auction where she had gone with Mila. She did not purchase it because it was too expensive, and she believed she should not spend too much money on herself. "I clearly remember. Some pack had bought it for twice the price to showcase it in their museum," she murmured. Bryan smirked at her, rubbing his knuckles against her chin. "And your husband paid 3 times the price for it from them." Her lips parted in surprise. It was not because of the money he spent on her, but because of the way he always catered to her preferences. "I am sorry again, baby girl. I was late for this present. Bruce also wanted to buy something for Mila, so we both arrived late tonight." She hugged him and mumbled, "Bryan, you didn't have to." He kissed her head and muttered, "Come with me. I have another surprise for you." Sophia was puzzled when he dragged her out of their bedroom. What was the surprise he was talking about? It was already late at night, and everyone had fallen asleep. What kind of surprise was he going to give her? As soon as he brought her out onto the balcony, she let out a loud gasp. It appeared to her as if she had entered a world of fantasy because of how exquisitely decorated it was. The large balcony turned into a dreamy place. She heard a loud sound from behind. She turned around and saw Bryan close the balcony door. "What are you doing?" she asked shyly. He grabbed her waist and directed her to the other side of the balcony. She saw there were small sleeping arrangements. On the white mattress that was lying on the floor, she noticed flowers and champagne, along with fruits. Both of them smiled at each other as they sat down. "So beautiful." Sophia hugged him with a smile. They were able to get a clear view of the moon because the balcony was located beneath the sky. The moon was the focus of Sophia's attention as she tried to take in its splendor. Meanwhile, Bryan was staring at her. She blinked when she felt Bryan leaning close to her face. Even after years of marriage, she could feel her heart racing whenever he was around. It was always the same as when it first happened. Their love grows stronger with each passing day. They were like cute couples, with the woman arguing with her man and the man trying to persuade his woman. Sophia felt Bryan's lips against her own. She immediately turned to him and kissed him back. His arms encircled her waist, pulling her closer to him. They kissed deeply and passionately under the moonlight. Both of them were the moonchild who had been blessed by the moon. Sophia ended the kiss and looked into his eyes. The tenderness in his eyes reminded her of their past. She could not believe how happy she was right now. This man had changed her life completely. Everything was different at the beginning. Fate was truly unpredictable. She used to call him Big Brother-in-law, but he eventually became her mate and then her husband. Everything was not easy for her. She experienced an emotional roller coaster in the 2 years before her marriage. But at the end of the day, they got together. Fate did not betray them and give them what they deserved. She considered herself the luckiest woman in the world because she was the woman Bryan Morrison loved. "Why are you becoming so hot, even after so many years of marriage?" Bryan asked. His question caused her eyebrows to rise. She flushed and averted her gaze from him when she noticed his eyes on her body. He chuckled and lightly grabbed her jaw, turning her head to face him. "Don't get mad at me again, okay? I want to see my baby girl happily roaming around. Otherwise, I will be mad at you. And you know, when I get mad, where I like to show my anger." He paused and tilted his head, then kissed her neck. She shut her eyes and took a deep breath. He moved up to her ear and continued, "I will vent my rage and punish you in my bed, baby girl." She wrapped her hands around his neck and said, "Bryan, I love you so much. Promise me that you will never change and remain the same." It was then that he broke the embrace and cupped her cheeks. The love that he had for her was evident in his eyes. He kissed her forehead and replied, "Even if we grow old and reach the end of our lives, my love for you will never change. I will keep loving you like this forever."